some of us had the privilege of interacting very closely with Professor Bhattacharya. And as he mentioned, uh, one of the key areas where we are trying to pave some path ahead is towards early detection of autism spectrum disorder, one of the neurodevelopmental conditions. And most importantly, how now robot can be used to help augment certain kinds of skills in children who have autism spectrum disorder. As you know, these are the kids who have difficulty in terms of social communication, in terms of humanly interactions. They do not feel comfortable interacting and maintaining close contacts or eye contact with even the caregivers. So knowing about them, both in terms of understanding others, in terms of communicating one's needs and desires, is close to impossible in many of the cases, especially those who are in the profound category. The kind of work that is being taken up under the ambit of telemedicine and robotics, I am sure that in coming years, IIT Kanpur would be able to help the society in terms of providing one of the assistive technology where such children can be highly benefited. Their overall communication ability, their overall socializing ability, and certain kinds of neurological thirst that the brain requires for them, we would be able to assist the society in terms of getting it. Some of these technologies are already available. It's not that it's not available in the world. Some of these technologies are already available. But then how to make it culturally more salient is one of the challenges. And that is a challenge which will not apply only to one domain, but across robotic research, telemedicine research, this would be one of the challenge. So once you have a kind of clientele which comes from developing countries, which comes from countries which are just about to cut the threshold of the developing nation, or which are still at a very feeble stage of development. There are many such countries in the world. So there can be a whole lot of technology which can be developed at our end and can be deployed not only within country, but also in countries where affordability is a concern. So I am more than confident that the kind of intellectual engagement you are going to have and the battery of speakers that Professor Bhattacharya introduced right from Japan to US, you will be traveling in 4 different time zones and you would get a chance to listen to the brilliant work of different researchers. And I'm sure it will stimulate you intellectually. Overall, the country, the society will be benefited by the kind of endeavors that we make in this very area. I wish the organizers, Professor Bhattacharya, and all the collaborators, the presenters, the different speakers, all the best. Those of you who have come from outside the campus, this is a right time of the year to be present at Kanpur, and we have a lovely campus where you can definitely go for a morning and evening walk. Afternoon walks would not be that pleasant, perhaps, and late night walks, if you want, even that would be very pleasant. Okay, the climate allows that. The weather condition is very conducive. The kind of ambience that you get here, uh, I'm sure all of you would cherish it. Uh, in case you go for a long walk, there might be some areas within the campus where security will stop you, not because of security concerns, but because of safety concerns. We have a leopard identified on the campus. So to ensure that both we and the leopard remain in a harmonious situation, the security at one location will tell you that, sir, please don't go beyond this. So besides this, rest all corners of the campus you can visit. Those of you who have come from other institutes, if you are willing to meet other colleagues, if you are interested visiting other facility, lab, do talk to Professor Bhattacharya. I'm sure he will organize your visit. A meeting can be fixed with anyone whom you are interested with, so that we take the maximum benefit of the kind of engagements that we are looking forward. So once again, all the best to all of you and a grand success. I'm looking forward to this very special symposia on telemedicine and robotics. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Brajbhushan. The word of wisdom from you will definitely inspire us in this symposium to brainstorm and find the way ahead. Also, uh, your suggestion of enjoying the campus, I hope you'll all keep it in mind where to go and where not to. And overall, we really enjoy much, much better than any of the metro cities. We really enjoy our campus here. And thanks for your initiative towards this. May I now request our students to present a small memento to our chief guest, sir. So, sir, we are honored by your kind presence today in spite of your very, very busy schedule. Professor Tarun Gupta, the Dean of Research and Development at IIT Kanpur and professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. He also holds the Pawan Tiwari Goldman Sachs Sustainability Faculty Chair. Professor Gupta had his MTech from IIT Bombay and a Doctor of Science from Harvard University. Since joining IIT Kanpur in 2006, he has become a leading researcher in environmental science with expertise in aerosol measurement, secondary organic aerosols, personal exposure assessment, and air pollution control. His innovations have led to three key technologies being transferred to the industry. Professor Gupta's work has earned him numerous accolades, including the INAE Innovator and Entrepreneur Award, VNMM Award, and NASI Scopus Young Scientist Award. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tarun Gupta. Sir Tarun Gupta, may I request you for your kind address to this camp?
Thank you, Professor Vishal. Good morning to all of you, and it's a wonderful morning, and I welcome all guests who have come from outside to the campus. As Professor Bishak mentioned, I have background in science, engineering, public health, and a practicing engineer. So I'm like, I really understand this cross pollination of frontiers where the boundaries should not matter. Like either you are a clinician or you are an engineer or a researcher or a budding student, still deciding where to venture into. This is a wonderful time because what is important is the goal and not where you are coming from, not your intentions, but basically what you deliver. So when we talk about technologies which are going to cater to the societal need, we need people from all backgrounds. So be it psychologists, be it people who are working in linguistic, people who are studying old age, cognitive abilities, people who understand design, people who understand engineering, science, everyone is required and everyone is important to be part of the team to deliver the product which is going to cater to the needs of the society. So with this background, I welcome all of you and I wish you have a very productive day today and also get some chance to go around the campus. Thank you very much.
You, Professor Gupta. I know you are having lot of copies to evaluate. Also, the end semester is going on. For many of us, like Professor Bajbhushan is also coming directly from the exam. So I would not, take much of your time. But may I request the student to please come and present a little memento for Professor Gupta. So it is my pleasure now to introduce my friend, Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay, Kent Chair Professor at IIT Kanpur, heading Biological Science and Bioengineering Department. Since 2018, he had served as the professor in charge of innovation and incubation, where he has been instrumental in shaping IIT Kanpur's technology and business incubation. Under his leadership, the incubator has become a key driver of innovation, supporting startups focused on healthcare, technology, and societal challenges. Professor Bandyopadhyay was appointed to the National Startup Advisory Council in 2021 and plays an active role in shaping India's dynamic startup ecosystem with a special focus on healthcare innovations. Among his many accomplishments, he co-authored The Ventilator Project, a book chronicling the rapid development of an ICU ventilator by IIT Kanpur alumni during the COVID-19 crisis, a remarkable achievement in resilience and collaboration. He was all along instrumental in supporting our COE activities, and he is the major force behind our symposium as well. Please join me in welcoming Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay. May I request Professor Bandyopadhyay for his welcome address?
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. It's indeed a very pleasant occasion. So, just to give little background of where we are and how we came here. Uh, and sorry, before that, I must welcome all the speakers and attendees from outside the campus. Thank you so much for taking your time to come to IIT Kanpur. And my colleagues, Professor Bajbhushan, Deputy Director, Professor Tarun Gupta, the Dean R&D, Professor Vishak Bhattacharya, Professor S.K. Mishra. Uh, thank you all for collaborating to make this symposium a reality. Um, see, IIT Kanpur, as you all know, that in India, uh, education is highly stratified. Uh, by definition, admissions to engineering disciplines happen through exams where biology is not a subject. And in that backdrop, some of the older IITs started a bio related program. They called it the biotechnology program because they understood the importance of biology in engineering. IIT Kanpur did it slightly differently. They did not start a biotechnology department. They started a biological sciences and bioengineering department, further acknowledging the importance of basic science being conducted, research on basic science being conducted side by side with technology development and the crosstalk thereof. The department is doing spectacularly well. On one hand, uh, my colleagues publish fundamental research in some of the best journals in the world, which will be envy of any department of biology anywhere in the world. And at the same time, there are colleagues who are developing technologies for which industry is funding heavily to make the products develop within the campus of IIT Kanpur. Because of this foundation, eventually the bio incubator was created, which I started to tender to, and then eventually I moved on to looking after the whole incubator ecosystem of IIT Kanpur. And the opportunity, unfortunately, came in the shape of COVID-19, where IIT Kanpur uh, demonstrated its mettle to the whole country. It rose to the occasion and delivered three critical products. And if I am not mistaken, we were the only IIT to bring three products to the market during the COVID crisis. That is the ventilator that many people know about. Many of you may have used the Swasa N95 grade mask. You should know that the mask was the start, the mask started to be manufactured within the campus, okay, in the old SAC area. And we also developed oxygen plants, which were installed in several hospitals in 5 different states of the country. Um, this success, I guess, in part made the message clear that, as my previous speakers mentioned, that healthcare is an interdisciplinary subject. It is no longer just the clinicians and nursing staff, and that's it. Because if you walk into a hospital, apart from the human beings, everything else is an engineering implement. So, a generous philanthropist based in the US, Mr. Rahul Mehta, came forward and proposed to create a center for engineering in medicine. The idea being to hire engineers who are pursuing healthcare related research activities. And that's the building we are in today. This is the Mehta Family Center for Engineering in Medicine. Interdisciplinarity runs through the entire height of this building. Soon after, it was realized that if us engineers want to develop healthcare products, particularly on the engineering side, not the pharmacological side, um, there are certain challenges. Uh, I should let you know that as on today, 86% of all the medical devices, diagnostics that are used in the clinic are imported because our healthcare, like medtech industry, is still in its infancy. Um, Post pandemic, the government realized that it needs to be accelerated. We need to have our own healthcare industry, medtech industry, and a slew of government policies and measures are in place. So those of you who are pursuing engineering in medicine, I would say that fantastic days are ahead. Now the problem is this: that if you think of any medical device, the doctors know which devices they need, and the engineers know how to make this. But by design in our country, these two populations never see each other. Therefore, engineers make whatever they feel like, and doctors keep on hoping that, no, I wish that product were here. To bridge this gap, again, IIT Kanpur took a very bold step and decided to start a medical school within the campus. Of course, it will serve the healthcare needs, but it will also serve the engineers in the campus to have doctor friends to have a cup of coffee with, to discuss the next problem, and come up with solutions that will be India's own. And of course, IIT Kanpur and quality go hand in hand. So the medical school activities have been started, and it was decided that the R&D activity for the medical school should get started immediately. And I'm very happy and proud to tell you that in the Gangwal School of Medical Science and Technology R&D group, there are 84 active faculty members, of which I guess 7 to 10 are from the biological sciences and bioengineering department. The rest are from many other departments of IIT Kanpur, including mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, design department, chemical engineering, chemistry, physics, mathematics, you name it. It's a truly interdisciplinary endeavor that IIT Kanpur has undertaken. Medical school research has two components. There are some flagship projects. The flagship projects are the ones which are very challenging intellectually and technically, but if successful, it will have massive impact. So you will hear about two flagship projects in this symposium. We are developing a left ventricular assist device, an engineering marvel. Uh, Professor Neeraj Sinha will talk about it tomorrow. And you will also hear about a very futuristic, first of its kind in the world, a wheelchair that can climb stairs, escalators, self navigate, avoid collision, communicate with the whole world and everything in it. I think again that will be presented tomorrow by, I guess, Nayan. Uh, and there are other flagship projects. We are also developing a percutaneous uh, ventricular access device. We are developing a digital twin of a heart. They all are very, very challenging projects, but I'm very happy to tell you that all of these are progressing in a very productive path. Apart from the flagship projects, the R&D is organized in 11 verticals of research. These are referred to as centers of excellence. There are many centers of excellence. There are on the clinical side, there is a center of excellence for cancer. There is on the engineering side, there is center of excellence for diagnostics. The interdisciplinary ones on cardiovascular research, and there is one on uh, center of excellence for telemedicine and robotics. Uh, Professor S.K. Mishra was the first clinician, I think, to have been ever appointed at IIT Kanpur. Uh, was very generous to join the institute as a distinguished visiting professor, and Professor Bishak Bhattacharya. They were the founding coordinators of the Center of Excellence for Telemedicine and Robotics. Each of the COEs have very hectic research activities. Just yesterday, there was another event from another Center of Excellence on neurotechnology. Um, this particular Center of Excellence is having a particular dimension. See, in India, 70% of the population lives outside organized healthcare. And it is the responsibility of technical institutions like IIT Kanpur to take organized healthcare to that 70% population. And that's where telemedicine comes in play. And if we are a little bit more ambitious, we can today operate robots through telemedicine to take the most advanced healthcare to the hinterlands of the country. That's one area. And the other, today we are a young country. Uh, there is youth dividend, but uh, in another 10 years, we will be an old country. 10 years because every chronic disorder that plagues the global population, for Indians, the age of onset is 10 to 15 years before the rest of the world. Therefore, we are looking at a massive load of chronic disorders, many of which will be crippling. We need a whole lot of assist devices because also the joint family structures are breaking down. So we need to be able to enable our aging population to live a dignified life. And that's where the role of assist technology and also, I guess, robotics will come and play a very important role. And I'm so happy and proud that IIT Kanpur and the Gangwal School of Medical Science and Technology has decided to take this challenge head on. And this symposium is just the right platform to ignite animated discussions, come up with new project ideas, and execute it. IIT Kanpur will be fully behind it because this is what the country needs. And therefore, I wish this symposium a grand success. I hope that there will be many actionable outcomes from the symposium, and we will all be there to cheer you along the execution path. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay. You made my life easy by introducing the concept of this particular symposium. So may I request the students to present a small memento to our distinguished uh, speaker, Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay. So we will now directly move towards the plenary session. And the session chair for the plenary session is Professor K. Muralidhar. And it is my privilege to invite Professor K. Muralidhar, former head of mechanical engineering, former dean, research and development, very distinguished expert in fluid mechanics and thermal engineering, to chair this plenary session and introduce our esteemed plenary speaker. Professor Muralidhar is faculty member at the Department of Mechanical Engineering of IIT Kanpur. He is renowned for his groundbreaking work in computational fluid dynamics, heat transfer, and turbulence modeling, with numerous accolades, including being a fellow of the American Society of Thermal and Fluids Engineering, National Academy of Sciences, and the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Professor Muralidhar is currently leading a great group of faculty and scientists in the Hridayantra Artificial Heart Project, which Professor Bandyopadhyay has just now talked about. Please join me in welcoming Professor K. Muralidhar to chair the plenary session and introduce our plenary speaker, Professor Ambarish Ghosh.
Good morning. Welcome, Professor Ghosh. It is my great pleasure to introduce Professor Ambarish Ghosh, who is affiliated to the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and is an associate faculty member at the Department of Physics, ISC Bangalore. Uh, Professor Ghosh is MSc from IIT Kharagpur, PhD from Brown University, has postdoctoral experience at Harvard University. Professor Ghosh is well known for his pioneering work in nanorobots, active matter physics, plasmonics, and electron bubbles in liquid helium. I cannot believe I'm speaking these words. Professor Ghosh has many laurels to his credit, including the Young Career Award in Nanoscience and Technology, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, and the P.K. Iyengar Memorial Award for excellence in experimental physics. He is fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and the Indian Academy of Sciences. His talk is titled Magnetic Helical Nanorobots, from Intracellular Biophysics to a Fantastic Voyage. So it's science fiction becoming reality. We look forward to your talk.
Hmm.
Can you hear me? This one. It's a pleasure to be back to IT Kanpur. It's been a few years. Then before that, I used to have been here in the physics department many, many times. Great to see this new center also developing. I'm going to tell you about our efforts towards getting some form of a science fiction converted to reality. Um, I want to briefly introduce one thing, apart from the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, where I'm involved at IISc Bangalore. Um, I'm also a co-founder of a startup, Nautilus, which is one of the first startups in robotics in the world. And so I try to end my talk with some of our efforts in that direction. Um, um, I always miss this talk, so I must tell you, robotics, as most of you know already, really requires, many, many disciplines altogether. And for me, it has been all the way from material science, biology, neuroscience, large number of cancer surgeons, dentists, and of course, physics, maths, computer science is always there. And thankfully, I have also been blessed with working with a large number of very talented young scientists, PhD students, postdocs, who have made all this possible. I want to clarify right away the premise of this talk and how this fits within the overall scope of the current conference. So, of course, robotics can be in many different length scales. And what I'm going to talk about is a length scale of tens of microns to molecular scales as a part to rather than the other premises. And the reason why I make this distinction is because at this length scale, friction really dominates motion because it's really a large surface area compared to volume. It's very difficult to have any inertial effects, and you will see that as I move along. Of course, the method of actuation, and this is kind of obvious, can be either tethered. So an example for precision healthcare could be magnetic catheters. That is a tethered device that can go through the blood vessels. On the other hand, what I'm going to focus here is something that is remotely powered and a collection of
single objects. So that's the second premise of this presentation. And of course, the sources of power is equally important. What makes you move in a robotic system, in my case, is going to be magnetic. But of course, there is going to be a lot of other techniques that people have worked on in the field. So with that, this is the science fiction mumbo jumbo. So if you ask Google how a blood swimming robot works, you will get this device. This is actually not too different from what Richard Feynman had predicted in the first lecture on nanotechnology, when he talks about plenty of room at the bottom. And then he talks about how little machines can be moving inside human body and replacing old parts, faulty parts, carrying out surgery, so on and so forth. And then Hollywood was not far behind, and it came with this famous movie, Fantastic Voyage, in which a vehicle, a team of doctors, was shrunk, put inside the blood vessel, goes into the brain of the main character, and fixes the diseases. Now, with that in mind, one can ask, well, what can scientists do? And then perhaps this is the right questions to ask. You want to move very small things in fluids or in gels, but you want to do it from a distance, right? Because you want to actuate things somewhere deep inside an organ. You want to give it multiple functions. Of course, they need to sense and diagnose diseases. You want to deliver drugs, but you also need to ensure that they're not toxic. Perhaps they're biodegradable. And what's really interesting from a physics, computer science, and many other perspective is, can all of these lead to some form of a collective or swarm intelligence? And I won't be talking much about it, just perhaps alluding to things. And applications are just endless. If you can have control at a small scale, what you can do, just there is absolutely nothing that can limit you. Of course, I'm going to here talk about mostly how you can have some sensing and interactions with living cells and tissues. But then there are medical applications that's being currently undergoing, and there's a bit of futuristic possibilities that are actually not so much distant in future. We are actually going through clinical trials in some of these things. A very important part of all of these is the method of actuation. Magnetic manipulation is extremely well suited because it's fuel free, it's biocompatible, it can work very deep in an organ, it's remotely maneuverable, and that's what makes it very, very attractive. This is important to realize if you're talking about a group of untethered objects that are moving in a fluid. Well, I think this is the only equation in this entire, maybe there is one more. If you have a small object that's moving with a velocity v and a length scale size, a length scale a, and the medium has a viscosity eta and density rho, well, Reynolds number is really, in a way, a ratio of inertial to viscous forces. And because of this length scale dependence, which is really a consequence of friction increases by area and inertia increases by volume, so their ratio really increases as size decreases. So motion at small scales is dominated by friction. In other words, time drops out of Navier-Stokes equations and everything becomes extremely reversible. And as a result, the way you move things becomes very different from a standard macro scale swimming. And there is a beautiful paper by E.M. Purcell and all the students, everybody actually. If you have not read this paper, please read this paper, Life at Low Reynolds Numbers. It's a great read and he does a much better job than what I do. The key point that he talks about is that imagine a scallop, a macroscopic scallop opens its mouth slowly and closes it very, very quickly. And then because of inertial effects, it can sort of move forward. But now if I were to reduce the size of the scallop down to microns or hundreds of microns, effectively these inertial effects will drop off. And then every time you open and close, you will go forward and backward by exactly the same amount, which just means that as you go to smaller scales, you need some new strategy to move forward. And Purcell also talks about that, well, million years of evolution have already figured these issues. So he categorizes biological swimmers in under two main headings. One is the corkscrew motion, in which you have an E. coli, which has some form of a corkscrew that rotates and effectively screws into some medium. Alternately, you can have the motion of a sperm, which is a long flexible filament, and it has some form of a whiplash motion. So using these two types of strategies, it is possible to gain motion in fluidic media. Is it okay if I put it down? Can you still hear me? Are you still able to hear me? I think there's a lot of amplitude fluctuation. Hope that's okay. All right, great. Thank you. So the question really is, of course, these are the ways in which nature has found out how to move things. Now, of course, humans have found out other ways of moving things. And although I personally don't work in it, this is a very, very active area of research. And typically what you do there, you make small particles and you make them two-faced. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Just one second. Now, the way these things work is, so for example, this could be some particle with some asymmetric chemical reaction rate among the two surfaces. And as a result, there would be some form of a gradient of some molecules at two ends of the sphere. And as a result, just because of diffuse phoresis, the molecules will, the red ones will go more from left to right. And as a result, just to conserve momentum, the particle would go at a different direction. So this is the basic idea of phoresis, which is what the chemists like to use a lot in order to get motion. So this really is also a very, very active area of research. But for many physicists and engineers, trying to mimic a motion like this is what we like a lot. So I want to focus entirely on magnetic driven nanorobots. And I want to specify that I'm not talking about gradient pull. In other words, if you have a little magnet and you have a system that has a lot of small magnetic particles, with time, these particles are all going to accumulate near the magnet. Now, the problem with this type of actuation is that, well, firstly, this is not scalable. As you make the particles smaller and smaller, the magnitude of the force reduces dramatically. And as a result, this will never be scalable to a technique, to a place where you can actually apply it to a scale of a human being. So the system that we use in our group is entirely to try to mimic the motion of a corkscrew. And the idea is you have a helical object, you have a magnetic moment, let's say this is ferromagnetic, shown in red, which rotates in sync with a rotating magnetic field shown in blue. So just because the corkscrew rotates, it's possible to move it forward and thereby move at low Reynolds numbers. So it's really mimicking the motion of a corkscrew. I want this to be one of the take-home messages from the group, that this is a very powerful way in which one can achieve motion at small scales with large numbers. So this is, of course, very, very similar to the way the bacterial motion happens, at least with E. coli. But there is a subtle difference in bacteria. The tail rotates in one way, while the head rotates in a different way, because you're not giving it in external force. On the other hand, this is a rigid object where the whole thing rotates altogether. So there is a subtle difference there. And of course, this is very, very different from this type of a gradient field where the force drops off as 1 over size to the power 4. So it really drops very dramatically, while this is more of a linear dependence on the size. So this indeed is a preferred way of moving things at low Reynolds numbers. Of course, the next question is, how do we make these small screws or small helices? There are many techniques. The one that we use in the lab is based on a physical vapor deposition scheme called GLAD, or in other words, glancing angle deposition. So what you have is a substrate that is kept at an extreme angle with respect to the vertical. The angle alpha is of the order of 85 degrees or so. When this material comes at an angle, at this angle of 85 degrees or so, as soon as there is some growth, there will be a region that will be shadowed from all the vapor flux that comes subsequently. So as a result, you can manipulate this angle alpha, and from there, and using this idea of shadowing, you can actually make structures of many, many different types of shapes and symmetries. So for example, if you don't do anything, these objects will just grow and there'll be a little shadowed region in between. But now you can imagine that you start rotating the substrate, then the angle at which these columns grow will change with time. And then depending on the relative rate of rotation and the rate at which the vapor comes in, you can actually get helices of many different handednesses and pitches and stuff like that. So basically the idea is you would be able to then make uh, at a typical rate of about 1 billion such helices per square centimeter of a substrate. So using this, these are some of the things that we have made in the group. Just to show you the versatility of this technique, this is one of the largest helices that we had done 10, 15 years ago, which is of the order of 5, 6 microns or so in length and about a micron in width, while here the scale bar is 500 nanometers. So we are really talking about more than an order of magnitude in terms of the range of sizes that are available to you. Um, so with this, of course, making the helices is not enough. Typically, it's possible to also, in the evaporation, integrate some iron or magnetic element out here. So here you can even see the iron in the scanning electron micrograph. Once you make these helices, we have a bunch of different coils that we've made in the lab that can go, different fields and frequency regimes. These are typically for our mouse experiments, so they're slightly larger. This whole thing is of the order of maybe double this table. And then when you put them in a rotating magnetic field, what you achieve is a very nice and controllable motion. So what you are seeing there is a helix rotating and sort of moving in the fluid, north and south. And the control of the motion is simply obtained by controlling the direction in which, or the plane in which the field is rotating, as well as the sense of rotation. So the direction is given by the sense of rotation of the field, as well as the handedness of the helix that you have made. So, north, south, east, west, and you can have control over motion of these things. And if you really want to impress the journal editor, you start making this type of music signs. And as you can see, down to the scale of about a micron or so, the motion is pretty controllable. You can definitely beat Brownian motion without too much hassle. And of course, you are not limited with just one screw. You can actually move millions of them all together side by side. They will interact with each other hydrodynamically and magnetically. The key point is you have control over the motion of millions of objects all together. So this movie is, you can see, right? You can see there's 2 or 3 things together. Now think about it, the density is actually very large because you are effectively finding objects that are, of the order of a body length apart. So that's the power of this technique. So you can actually have a swarm of such swimmers all move together. Um, I must tell you, it started with 2009, and subsequently there has been multiple technology transfers, of which the one that happened in 2016 is related to a company, Bionaut Labs. They licensed one of the first technologies of this group, and they are, in fact, right now performing clinical trials of using these things for certain central nervous system disorders in human patients as we speak. Our startup 2022, we are mostly working on oral healthcare, and there our clinical trials are expected to happen sometime next year. We in fact just raised some funds to do this. So that's where the status is. And of course, in between, there has been a huge amount of R&D, scientific research, technology development that has happened. I want to tell you a little bit about the versatility of the experimental system. So of course, using GLAD, you can have many different materials and configurations. So you can integrate the magnetic element somewhere along the length of the helix. This is what iron is, and this is where the silicon dioxide is, which is the body of the helix. And you can choose and make the magnetic properties as you wish. You can integrate new properties, and this is a fun project that we did in which we put some silver dots on the body of the helix. Now, silver is a plasmonic element, so when you shine light, it actually acts as a little antenna. So now, if you put these objects in a fluid and if you shine light, this thing works as a little force field, like a little optical tweezer. So it goes somewhere, and then you can turn the light on, and it will trap nearby objects together. And then subsequently, you can move these objects magnetically to a different location. The objects are still trapped. And subsequently, as you go to a different object, at some point, you can turn the light off and release it. So it's sort of an optically triggered trap transport release of colloidal cargo down to the scale of 50 nanometers or so. So this actually suggests that, and it's very, very simple. You can simply use some little plasmonic element and have this extra functionality. Um, Thankfully, I've located at the Nano Center, so I have access to many, many different nanofab techniques. And using other techniques and other materials, you can have many different properties given to this particular object. So for example, you can make a core shell type of structures. And in recent, and this, for example, is extremely useful if you want to protect your system in highly corrosive media. And believe it or not, biological media, bodily fluids can be extremely corrosive because of the presence of the ions. In recent times, we are also looking at nano diamonds or diamonds, which are little sensors that can be integrated on them. I'm going to give you a slide on this a little bit later. I don't want to go into the full detail of all the dynamics and motion, but just to tell you that there are some things about it that are not completely obvious. So for example, I already told you about the corkscrew motion, in which the red magnetic moment rotates in sync with the blue magnetic field. But see, this is not the only way this object can move. So you can actually think about this particular motion, in which rather than a corkscrew motion, the object does some form of a tumbling type of a manipulation. And in both the cases, the moment is indeed rotating in sync with the field. So both are solutions are possible, but then exactly which one it takes over depends on the details. And the details are really, well, experimentally, actually, all of these are observed. So you can see the corkscrew type of motion, you can see the tumbling motion, and if you study further, you can also see all sorts of motions in between where they can be wobbling. So over the years, and I'm not going to give you all the details here, all these factors that determine the type of motion have been studied in great detail. The geometry, the mechanical property, the effect of a nearby surface, the magnetization strength and direction, and of course, thermal fluctuations, because we are talking about small objects and fluids. So all of these things have been studied in great detail, and I think those details I'm skipping for the time being, but rather go right away into perhaps what's more relevant to this particular symposium. So let me tell you briefly about the things that I have already spoken about. I think I already told you about things can become highly multifunctional. You can have a wide range of sizes. And the key point that I want to make here is that being extremely tiny allows certain niche applications, especially in biomedicine, that is otherwise not possible. This will, of course, number one, allow you to measure physical properties very, very locally down to the scale of a micron. And at the same time, you would be able to move in places that really are less than a micron. And human body is filled with places like this. Okay? So I will give you an example of a local probe where you're moving things inside living cells and tissues. But first, a little bit of mechanical engineering, and one can ask the question, okay, the speed at which this object moves, how does it relate with the frequency? So of course, as you would expect, the velocity is just linearly varying with the frequency, and the proportionality constant is nothing but the hydrodynamic pitch of the helix. Now, this, of course, happens till the object cannot rotate in sync with the applied field anymore. It just cannot keep up. At this point, the velocity starts to drop, and the point at which the frequency at which this happens is found out to be inversely proportional to the viscosity. We are, of course, assuming a Newtonian fluid in bulk and all of that, but you can make these corrections very easily. So you see, just by looking at the frequency at which it cannot keep up anymore will allow you to measure the local viscosity. And the measure and the local information is really down to the size of the helix, down to about a micron or so. So you can, for example, try to do this sort of things in different types of fluids. But of course, this does not quite work in non-Newtonian medium. So for example, this movie for some reason is not playing very well. Okay. So you can see this nice north, south, east, west motion that I spoke to you about just doesn't happen when you're talking about a non-Newtonian medium. So this whole picture changes a little bit when you go from a Newtonian to a non-Newtonian medium. And one of the key points is the hydrodynamic pitch is not really constant anymore, but it's a function of stress and strain rates. And this is yet one more way in which you can measure local rheological properties. I'll skip this curve, but rather I'll tell you right to the application of the thing. So one of the things that you can do, and this is an example of a simple microfluidics experiment that we had done a long time back. We had created a microfluidic device in which it had presence of two different types of fluids of two different viscosities. And what we could find out, and I'm sparing you the equations, is as you go from left to right, its dynamics changes, the wobbling amount changes, and this wobbling amount could be related to the viscosity. These are equations that one can derive very easily. And using this, as you can see here, you would be able to make a map of the local viscosity. So what you are doing here is some form of a spatial gradient of viscosity that you are picking up on the fly simply by moving this small scale robot from one place to the other. Now, why is this useful? And that's where the interesting question perhaps comes in. This is very good because it's very fast, much faster than standard microrheology. It has a huge dynamical range. You're going from 1 CP to 80 CP in a very just a single shot measurement. So what this really allows you is to do complex, you can take any complex heterogeneous environment and try to make a mechanical map. And then we ask the question, is there a nice example of a complex heterogeneous environment that is all around us? And to us, the answer was, how about a living cell? So this was a sort of a trial experiment in which we just took some living cells, some cancer cells in this case, incubated the magnetic robots with the cells, and cells like to eat up new things. So the cells just internalize them, and what you're seeing here is a stack of confocal images, and if you look very, very carefully, you'll be able to see that the swimmers are, well, there are two swimmers in this particular cell, which are both sort of, one is right a little bit above the nucleus, stained in blue, and the one which is sort of at the center of the nucleus. So if you look at this confocal, you will see that there are two red dots at the center, and those two red dots are basically taking a stack of images as you go in the Z plane, and you will see, you'll be able to, you can see the stack moving up. So if you just see it a couple of times, you'd be able to find out the two dots that are inside the cell. Now, a cell internalizing some foreign object is not very surprising. What really remains surprising is, well, in spite of them being inside the cell, they continued to remain mobile. So you can actually move these things within the cytoskeletal network from point A to point B. And in case you were wondering, well, is the cell alive or dead? This was a chance experiment in which we were moving something, and right at that time, the cell decided to divide. And as a result, we were actually able to track the viscosity, measure the viscosity of the cell as the cell divided and throughout this process. And this given some very, very interesting result. So we believe that this, what we have now, is a really local probe that can actually track biophysical phenomena down to the nanoscale. And that's where we are really, really excited about. Now, being at Bangalore, this is not very surprising for us, but in general, the motion of swimmers inside cells is indeed moving in a highly crowded medium. It's in a jam state, permanently jam state, but then we know how to move. So what we do is we can actually go somewhere. If you observe an obstacle, we go back a little bit, change our course a little bit. So from like that, we sort of move. It's and then, you know, again, we wanted to create some noise. So one of the things that you're doing here is we decided to write the letter N inside the cell. So what this allows you to is actually, again, move things in a highly controllable manner inside a living cell. Again, I told you about how the hydrodynamic pitch varies as the elasticity or, you know, as non-Newtonian nature of the medium comes in. And this is extremely apparent inside the living cell. So when you move this thing from this point to this point in the cell, the velocity, or in other words, the hydrodynamic pitch, was found to vary by almost a factor of 5. I mean, this is extremely surprising if you think about it. How much a helix moves forward if you rotate it once should remain constant, right? It's really a purely geometrical phenomenon. And this comes because of the intrinsic stress relaxation processes that happen in elastic medium. And in a way, and this is the math that we just put out in archive, we can actually now relate this velocity to the G prime, the so-called elastic parameter of your mechanical medium using one equation. So we have this somewhere out there. And of course, we are very excited because we want to be sort of say that, well, but now what we have is a mobile rheometer that can make a full rheological map of a cell as we speak about. And as far as we know that there are no other techniques that can do the same. Um, I'll spare this one where you can do something similar as you go from a intracell inside the cell to outside the cell. And one of the things that can be done is, for example, do very, very similar types of measurements for not cancer cells, but rather cancerous tissues where there is a large collection of cancer cells there. I will spare this for this audience. It's a little too much biology to my taste, but let me go and try to ask a little bit more engineering question out here. Okay, just to tell you a little bit, sort of the work that is being progressed. So of course we are trying to make a a mechanical map of the cellular interior, and I've already told you about this. There is something that's sort of brewing in our group, and you'll hear about it very soon, is now we have integrated this little nano diamonds on these helical swimmers. These nano diamonds are sort of like a very interesting property. They are like little particles. They emit light, and the light that they emit is a strong function of the local quantum state inside. And this local quantum state is a function of the local temperature and magnetic field fluctuations. So there is a lot of work on nitrogen vacancy centers in diamond, and especially people who are involved in quantum technologies work on this a lot. The key idea is this little object is a small NMR probe. So just by looking at the light that comes out, you can actually find out what is the local chemical species around the diamond. So it's by far one of the best chemical sensors you can even imagine. One of the things that this is sort of one of the primary measurements that we have done is you can actually use this little diamond to do local NMR measurement, local temperature measurement. And then of course you are not limited with just mechanical, but you can also make a full thermal and chemical map of the cellular interior. So this project has been going on for a long time, and finally we have more or less got it started. Time-wise, where am I? Oh, perfect. So I want to maybe connect a little bit to the engineering crowd out here, and I want to tell you a little bit about this problem of control versus autonomous. And in my mind, the real power of robotics comes in is when you don't have everything very well controlled. So for example, the swimmers that we told you, when you have a rotating magnetic field, everybody moves in the same way along the same direction. So, there is absolute control in their motion. On the other hand, if you think about biological swimmers, be it E. coli, be it a group of sperms, shoal of fish, flock of birds, they all move in their own merry ways, right? And somehow, out of this complete lack of discipline and randomness, emerges beautiful order in nature. And this is this whole physics of active matter, the question of active matter. So one of the questions that we sort of brought upon ourselves is, well, we have such a nice, well-controlled system. Can we also allow them to be random? Can we sort of bring the best of both worlds, the top-down engineering approach, sort of also being able to mimic the randomness of biology? So to again put the question properly, can we have a way in which small magnetic fields will fuel our swimmers, but we will not give it a control externally? We will not tell them which way to go. They will move, and each one will move in their own direction. And what will that result in? That's the sort of questions we wanted. So their direction will therefore not be controlled externally, but would only be governed or determined by interactions with each other and the surrounding. This is the way natural swimmers work. And of course, the hope is, and we are still not there, can we as a result get some form of a swarm behavior and have this type of an intelligent phenomenon. Now, the answer, as it turns out to be, is extremely simple. Rather than giving some form of a rotating magnetic field, as I've shown you before, why don't you give it a simply oscillating field? I will spare you the details, but then if you oscillate some fields and if you have swimmers that are pointed in all different directions, you would expect that they will just do some form of a back and forth motion. But then when they do that, you are not telling them which way to point. And then you can play a few tricks using Brownian motion and stuff like that. And as a result, you can have something which can move just like a bacterial motion. So for example, here the object starts to go here and then it changes its direction and then it again changed again. I'm sort of sparing you the details, but it's all pointed out in these two PRLs in 2013 and 2022, where we use a concept of Brownian ratchet in order to get this motion effectively. So forget about scallop. The key point is if you look at its mean square displacement, which is the way in which you characterize diffusive objects, the mean square displacement as a function of time can be controlled entirely using this oscillating field parameters. So again, all that you are doing is doing some form of an oscillating field. The objects are all pointed in their own merry ways. And as a result, what you have are a collection of swimmers who are not all aligned in the same way, but all pointed in many, many different directions. And using this, you can actually observe that now what you are seeing here, and only some of the trajectories are seeing, what we have is a collection of swimmers very similar to a collection of bacteria, which are all moving together, all in their own ways without uh, uh, any local, any sort of global control field that telling us which way to go, as you can see, for example, in the motion. And this type of swirling motion is seen very, very commonly in a suspension of E. coli bacteria, which also interact with each other using hydrodynamic forces. So what you have is some form of an artificial active matter. And I'm not sure if, are you able to see this? You can see this object, right? So you have to really look at it very, very carefully and observe that you'd see these little dots, right? So these little dots are actually swimmers. If you look at it very carefully and stare at it, you will see that all these dots are sort of go and concentrate around this, but then suddenly at a certain time instant, all of them suddenly explode. They all suddenly go away from this little obstacle. So you have to look at it very closely. I don't know if you can. So now they are all together. They're all together and boom, suddenly they all go away. If you want, I can show you this movie separately later at the talk, but for some reason it's not coming maybe through the net so nicely. But this type of behavior sort of gives us hope that now not only do you have a well-controlled motion of agents, but you can actually have a way in which you can perhaps try to make it intelligent so that they can interact with each other and carry out tasks. Before going into the swarm, I wanted to tell you that these objects are, of course, because they are rotating, are generating a huge amount of fluid flow. And the fluid flow that they generate also gets modified because they are very close to the surface. And as a result, what you effectively have is a large sideways motion that depends on the direction of the rotating field, through which they really interact with each other very strongly through some form of a sideways motion. And this is, again, not very surprising. It's in a way the wake field that you would expect next to a ship propeller. So one question one should ask is, well, we made all this active matter. I mean, how is this even related to any form of a medical intervention? So one of the things that you'll see is, well, if you have this type of magnetic actuation that we showed out here, one of the things that these things can do is they can cover all directions in much less time. And that's even at the level of them not interacting with each other. If you just have things highly diffusive, you can go far away, right? You can cover farther places. And one of the medical problems where this is extremely useful turns out to be the tooth. So I'm not sure how many of you ever had a root canal procedure, but in general, if I do a statistics, and this is a global statistics, if you have 100 root canals, about 10 of them actually fail. And the reason why they fail is because very often after the root canal is done, and this is related to what happens in root canal, the doctor goes in here, he or she removes the pulp, puts a little bit of bleach. So if you had a root canal, you may have had some burning sensation on your tongue for a few days. That's because the dentist has put some bleach in your tooth, such as to remove all the bacteria that are present here. So the bacteria that are present here are not just in the pulp region, but also inside this part, which is known as the dentine tissue. And as I will show you in the next slide, this dentine tissue is formed by a large number of tiny little canals. So the bacteria, then these are all 1 micron, 2 micron tiny canals, and they go in here and they end up staying back. They are not removed by your anti-bleach, your bleach or your antibacterial agent. And then in about 2 months or so, they come back. And this is really the main reason why 10 to 15% of all root canals fail. It's again will go back because this bacteria is E. faecalis. It's a deadly bacteria. It just stays there and grows back after some time. So as you can imagine, now what we can do, this is the problem, sorry. So this is basically where the bacteria is residing within the dentinal tubules. So what I just told here, if I were to take a closer view of this part of the tissue is made of these tiny little canals. These canals are of the order of a millimeters long, and the width of this canal is of the order of 1 or 2 microns. So this really is about 2 microns or so. And these are the bacteria that pretty much sit there in an affected tooth. So this is really one of the biggest problems in root canal, and it's not just root canal. I'm just not root canal, just caries basically. And this is the common way in which we all lose our teeth. So how do we put things and make something that actually goes in and removes this bacteria? And of course, this bacteria, as you can see from the structure of the tooth, are all going from different directions. So what you would need is something that's really tiny, moves autonomously, and can move in tiny, tiny little spaces. And of course, it's not surprising. In our case, we used helical swimmers to put them inside the pulp region. This movie is a little bit difficult to see because this is the pulp. These are the dentinal tubules. And what you are seeing here in this uh, kind of a deep tissue imaging system is that we are able to move the swimmers inside these dentinal tubules, which has been highlighted with this little color. I hope you can see this. This images cannot be any better than that because you are seeing through 2 millimeters of tooth. So you have to use some very fancy techniques for observing these things. But then once you do that and you put a large number of swimmers, the swimmers indeed go in all possible directions and sort of cover all of the tooth in a very small amount of time. We are talking about 10 minutes or so when you have the full tooth covered. Once you have it covered, well, the next thing that you want to do is, well, and this is the first question in the dentist tasks, is can you retrieve them? We tell them you don't need to retrieve them. These things are completely benign. They're just made with silicon dioxide and iron. And in fact, the amount of silicon dioxide that's there in one such treatment is 1/10 of the amount of silicon dioxide that you have in a glass of beer. So it's actually safer than even drinking beer. But even then, well, we still have to prove it to the dentist that you can put them and we can actually retrieve them back. And this is where the robotic control comes in, because while they have autonomously moved in all directions, you can now use a rotating field to actually take one step back at a time. And this is the way in which you have both control as well as autonomous motion really helps out. So you have the control, but then how do you kill the bacteria? And this turned out to be extremely easy because they have a little bit of a magnetic element. We made a little device that sort of sits on your tooth. It creates a very fast, varying high frequency magnetic fields that causes local magnetic hypothermia because the magnetic domains flip very quickly. That causes some heat to generate, and that heat is enough to take the local temperature to about 50, 60 degrees. And what you are seeing in this picture, these are stained for bacteria. So the green corresponds to living bacteria, the dead corresponds to dead bacteria. And what we did was we only put the swimmers in this end, and then we applied this magnetic hypothermia and were able to kill them selectively. So what you can now do is to really have sort of uh, full control over the bacterial activity down at the scales. Needless to say, this is just one of the many, many applications, and some of them are really life-threatening, that one can do for this type of spaces, even in teeth. I'm not even talking about other organs. The biology is so complex that there is no lack of problems to solve in biology, as you know. So yeah, so this is the startup, and right now, of course, we are going through clinical trials, not exactly for this particular problem, but we should be able to talk about it as soon as the clinical trials are over. I think this is version minus 1,000 or something. Right now, we have a far more sophisticated system. With that, I wanted to just take one more slide, and I told you about Fantastic Voyage, right? That was the original motivation. And I wanted to tell you, it's actually not that far off. In fact, this is an experiment in which we took some mouse, we put the swimmers in the peritoneal cavity, which is the gut of the mouse. And subsequently, the movie that you are seeing is a live movie of a swarm of swimmers going through the gut of the mouse. And as you can, it's a difficult experiment because you're really talking again 2 millimeters deep. The mouse has to remain alive and all of the above, of course. But then, we could actually move things to about 9 microns per second. And what I'm not showing you is that this is actually taken towards a cancerous tumor and actually trying to target that a small ovarian cancer spheroid that we have already imaged in the past. Um, this is still easy because the peritoneal cavity is made with fluids, and these fluids are almost like water. The dream would be to actually move it in hard organs. And if I were to have a focus dream, I would like to, of course, and of course, for hard organs, you need to make these objects very, very tiny. But if you want to move here, the right organ that we are targeting right now is the brain, and this is the front cortex of the brain. And we're just at the initial phases where we are actually able to take it again to towards the tumor region of the brain with some success. But this really is R&D in process, and there's a lot of work to do. So yeah, so you're not that far off from Fantastic Voyage. So we have not swimmers, but flyers. So I would like to conclude my talk and say that, well, at least, it's important, whichever fabrication scheme you use, to be able to combine multiple schemes because you want to give them many functions. The type of applications that we are focusing on, of course, small is better because A, it can move in constraint medium. I did not talk about this part, but that's, again, you can use small and having more thermal fluctuations to your advantage. This is the whole idea of a Brownian or a thermal ratchet. It's a great probe for intra and extracellular biophysics. These objects are perfectly safe as they stand now, and we have really done a very, very detailed study in collaboration with biologists. And we believe that this is very relevant to practical medical applications. And many of these applications, you do not need to see them go from point A to point B. You can, if you really plan it well, if you know your object, your environment very well, they will just automatically happen. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. And we are looking for students and postdocs in all these different areas. And yeah, it's a vibrant group. So thank you so much.
Hi, wonderful talk, very enlightening. Just a small query, like biological system at the cellular level have other magnetic material, iron, nickel, cobalt. What is the effect of these magnetic field on those?
Yeah, so at the fields that we are applying, we are typically at most about 100, 150 Gauss. Their paramagnetism does not play too much of a role.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Dr. Prashant. I am a practicing orthopedic surgeon. So I have a suggestion rather than a question. Like you told, the nanorobots have a very good impact in controlling dental infection. Like of infection of bone means osteomyelitis have a very high failure rate. So can these nanorobots may be implicated in that osteomyelitic part?
Yeah, it can be, and this is something that Ferranautilus, the company, is actually thinking about right now, but we can definitely talk more in more
Thank
detail.
Hello, sir. A very nice talk. Yeah, actually, I wanted to know because you are working at nano level. So, what type of material you are using for magnetic particles? Because you have to create some magnetic effect in the nanorobot.
Yes.
So, what type of material you are using? Whether it's
Right. So here we mostly use iron or iron platinum. Of course, you can use any material, but for us, because we are putting it in biological systems, we have to worry about toxicity. So iron platinum is, of course, by far the best, but iron is also quite okay. That's what we found out.
okay. Second question is like you are talking about swarm effect of these nanobots. So, I have a question like because many bots are at in a very tiny space. So, won't there be like particle or the magnetic interaction among them, and they form a colloid?
Absolutely. So,
So
so
how are
what
you
you
taking
want to
care of
do,
them?
yeah. So we understand. So we can write the equations. So they interact not only through magnetic but also through hydrodynamic interactions. The hydrodynamic interactions, depending on the exact distance and length scale, will vary somewhere as 1 over distance to 1 over distance square, while the magnetic interactions typically go as 1 over distance cube. So in the typical swarm distance, swarm densities we are talking about, actually hydrodynamic interactions dominate. Also, hydrodynamic interactions go linearly in the frequency. So if you're really rotating it very fast, you are entirely dominated by hydrodynamic interactions. Indeed, at low frequencies, you have strong magnetic interactions, but even that you can use it to your advantage. So, but it's possible to write down all of these very, very carefully, which we did.
Can I? Yeah. Uh, this is Shivakumar. Nice presentation. Now, when you apply the magnetic field, you can't apply it by focusing on one single nanorobot.
Yeah. So, see, this is, I'll give you a long answer. So indeed, what we want is to not to have a gradient of a field. And you cannot have a gradient of a field if you're talking about a micron. Because, you're talking about, ideally, you want to use something that is truly um, over the long scale, right? You want to have spatial uniform fields. So the question, therefore, in robotics language is, how can you have a global control field, yet local and selective control, right? You cannot, using what I've told you so far, but you can use global control fields to make them bistable, or rather make them random. In fact, this is a paper I just submitted 2 days back. So you can make them completely random oriented. And now imagine there are 2 swimmers, one pointed this way, one pointed this way, right? Because all their orientations are randomized. And now imagine you apply the field in this direction. This will immediately start going, but this will take some time to rotate and then going. Now imagine doing it for millions of times. Right? Absolutely. So using that, we just wrote IISc. Yeah. And after that, people from all over the world will be connected. Correct. Yeah, we have to stick to the schedule. So let us hear Dr. Ghosh. Very, very good. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ambarish, for agreeing to come here. And this was always our dream that you would come here and give a talk. Last time you did it in the internet, but this time I think it's a different dimension altogether. So I think with this, Thank you. Yeah. So I would also uh, request the students to have the this little memento for Professor Molidhar. Would you please, for chairing the session? Uh,
Check.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the first technical session. May I now take the pleasure to introduce the session chair, Professor Tomohiro Shibata, professor at Graduate School of Life Science and System Engineering, Kyushu Institute of Science and Technology, Kitakyushu, Japan. May I now request Professor Tomohiro Shibata to deliver a welcome address for the session. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm Tom Himashi. Thank you very much for coming to and due to time limitation, it's already the schedule is completely behind. So we are behind the schedule. So we need to be very punctual. And because this is a hybrid event, and I'll be there for you. So, guys, Shivaku. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Professor Tom. Thanks, Professor Tom. So what I'm going to do is, instead of giving a quote unquote keynote, I'll give a story. I'll tell you a story. And this is a story. This is a story of in Dharmi in the wonder world of magnetic materials. You ready? You ready? Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. So, so this is the journey of uh, my scholar Dharmi Chand into the wonderland of magnetic materials. So it was COVID time. So the lab was open only for him. I also could not enter at that time. And he used to walk from hostel to the lab every day in order to work in the lab. So as he walked, he saw nature because there was no human being there. He had to now interact with the nature. So he started interacting with the nature and looked closely at what all are happening. And he found that plethora of functions and motions were possible. If biological beings are able to do this, why not mimic? That was the idea with which he entered the lab. He entered the lab. I was working on MR gels at that time, magnetorheological gels at that time. So the PhD scholar who was in her completing stages could not come to the lab. So she gave instructions to him as to how to make that gel, and he could not make it because the instructions were not clear. So he was wondering what to do, and he just wanted to make magnetically distribute soft surface or soft gel on which to spread the magnetic particles. That was the first aim. But there is no soft gel now because he is not able to make. Then we got an idea, okay, why not use Fevicol? That was available plenty in the lab. So why not use Fevicol and make this? So he started painting Fevicol with that particle and made a flat sheet out of this. And what he did was, with this primitive idea from the rural tech, he said, okay, let me now magnetize. You know how magnetizing is, right? They would keep the magnetizable material in the hand, and they would rub one of the poles of the permanent magnet of that. So he started doing that, and something was happening to it. He took that and placed it under a permanent magnet. So we had some neodymium magnets that were there. So he flipped it and now it started to now curl. So suddenly he found, oh, okay, there is a possibility. Now he went back and visited what all motions are possible. So he just looked at all this. There are several motions that are possible. Whether it is an inch or opening and closing of flower petals, or Venus fly trap, and it is possible now to mimic some of these using this technology, particular technology that he had. So that's how his journey started. Next. And then he looked at all possible stimuli and found that like what previous speaker said, there's a possibility of using magnetic particles or soft magnetic particles, while hard magnetic particles several challenges in terms of magnetic particles at that time. The carbonyl iron particles were available. So he decided to use carbonyl iron particles, a particular matrix, polymeric matrix. By that time, occurred, and therefore got to know how to make, but he decided to go forward and use TPU. So TPU is the material, and it's magnetically responsive materials, the carbon were distributed over the polymer. The advantage of this, like you said, is biocompatibility is good for particles and particles. Go ahead. Go ahead. And we can control it. We can control it through a non-contact remote controller. Is possible. And manual is a possibility that we are speaking. Next. What the previous was a rheological, where the alignment occurs after the curing has done. After the curing is done, the alignment either contraction or elongation of the magnetic jet. In this case, what we did is why not we anisotropic material formed at the green state. So at the green state, supposing I apply magnetic field, then all these particles would align that it is along the magnetic field. And let's use those materials in terms of actuation. Go back. So so it will form a chain like that, and it will have its own magnetization direction. Because remember, this is a soft magnetic particle. So it will have its own magnetization direction. When a uniform magnetic field is applied, it wishes to orient along that magnetic field. So he started preparing both in terms of using silicon rubber as well as TPU in terms of making this final shape. Right? So if you notice carefully, it is poured in the final form of the shape morphing. So shape morphing is the idea that was used in all these applications. So in order to shape morph, the final shape mold has to be available. And in the final shape mold, you apply the magnetic field in order to get the particles aligned. Right? So when he did that, he was able to create all those types of shape morphing on the flat sheet. I'm going to just rush, then take up questions. Okay, as you can see here, the directions are very different. If it is flat, you can see the different directions that come about because of magnetic field that was applied, then it is on the mold. But if there is a complex surface morphology that I want to get, then it's very difficult to make such molds. And in every particular shape, you need to have a mold. So the first challenge that he looked at is, can we get rid of this mold business? Can I do it without the mold? The idea that came up was, why not orient these alignments in such a way that the final arrangement is that of the morphology that we need. So what he did was, now he has to make something where it is possible to put them in an alignment that is possible. So he made sheets with certain alignments. Okay. For example, he would say, take one sheet, let's say that is at a 90-degree alignment, the other 60 degrees, 30 degrees, and so on. So you would have multiple sheets available. He would make bricks. I'm going to call this as bricks so that it's easy to understand. Bricks of these, which will align appropriately. You put one after the other. So you lay the brick in such a way that the final shape would be whatever shape that you need. And you can see that. So this is the brick, and if magnetic field is applied, it will just rotate, right? So if this is used, next, you can see that now all those bricks, if arranged appropriately, then you can get this shape, right? Now you have completely removed the necessity of mold. As long as I know what would be the final shape and the deformation gradient from the flat to that, it's easy for me now to program appropriately, right? Except that these bricks have to be made a priori. So the next challenge that he took up is, can we avoid making such bricks also and directly do some kind of processing by which alignments can be done. So the sheet is there, and I want to now do the alignment. If I have to do the alignment, it has to be at the green state, but you cannot expect the green state to remain for a long time. So is it possible to locally bring it to a green state, align the magnetic field, and then go to the next, digitally, and is it possible to scan the entire sheet? Go ahead. So this is the actuation that you could achieve using the bricks that are laid. These are all under just uniform magnetic field. So lots of surface morphology are possible using this brick shape. Next. So how do we do additive manufacturing process? Now the process is possible to in terms of whatever morphology that we need and programming. So and the programming possibility and continuum mechanic can be connected in order to make the shape. So what we did initially is difficult to get all these items in the appraisal. We ordered a polymer that is curable using an ultraviolet. So there is an ultraviolet you apply magnetic field appropriately next, and then to the next, so that it's possible to do. So you can see, that angle is changed appropriately of the magnetic field. Go to the next one. So you can change the angle. Appropriately as you make this next, in order to make this next. So the one that is made is now active here, right? So these are the alignments. These are the alignments were achieved using such a process. So this is the inverted shape. You have the second mode shape, and so on. So this is how it was possible for him. Take it to the next challenge. Now, before this is one more. No? We don't have it yet. Okay, we don't have it. So what we did, recently is to send a proposal, DST, now called, okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anyway, so we sent it where, instead of ultraviolet rays, can I now use the laser and point it appropriately. At different locations so that the magnetic field is not affected, but yet able to get us. That's the proposal that we have. The laser melts at that particular point, depending on how much grain state is necessary, and then magnetic alignment is alignment can this can be done for the entire surface that we are looking at. Next. Now, how is it going to be useful? Let's say in microsurgery or plant transiting or drug delivery. Now, this is of course, as he said, this is completely non-contact, which means that I can now take it. For example, here, the green one that is shown over there, the other side, is the infection part where there has to be some patch that has to be introduced. Okay. So we can now drive the gold shape of the magnetically active ingredient down below and deposit the patch over there. So this is the idea that we have right now, and how to control etc. is what we are going to talk about. Now, there are many other challenges that are there. For example, these are directionally oriented chains, which means it will definitely affect the elastic properties of the material, which has to be appropriately, number one, experimentally found out, number two, also theoretically simulated. So that's one of the challenge we are looking at. I'm going to just stop here abruptly. This time is short and open to questions. Yeah. So this is a carbonyl iron particle, which is very nearly biocompatible. This one, yeah, this will come out. It's a very small micro size robo. This is our idea. It's not yet done. We are now able to show the movement. You have the locomotion here. Anyway, Dharmi will show the locomotion in his presentation. So we have the control, non-contact control, right? So which is possible to use in terms of making sure it is. Yeah. That's what we attempted using the ultraviolet curing. So we have the sheet with isotropic distribution. Now we locally bring it to a green state, apply the magnetic field in the direction that we need. So alignment is along that direction. And this can be programmed because you have the continuum mechanics program available. You just insert it over here to find out what directions these should be. Right now, the thickness of this is, so the particles are micron size. The thickness is about 0.5 mm or so, 0.5 mm or so. Because we can make it thinner also by other means. Yeah. Good point, very good point. Supposing it is additively manufactured, and the other challenge that would happen is, can I reprogram it?
Yes, so please use
my plan sheet. Yeah, I'll repeat what he said. Okay. Go ahead. You said something. Yeah. How do you reuse it over and over?
Yeah, but if have you studied any functional fatigue in this?
Yeah, we have not studied yet. He is asking whether is there a functional fatigue study that is to be done. We have not yet done, but I have an experience in terms of shape memory polymers, where it could be used only for a few number of seconds, and it loses its property as it is. Similar is what we are going to see if we bring it to a green state back and forth. Right, so it is possible, but it is possible to reprogram to a certain extent. Is what we think. If we got experiment, and find out how many cycles can be used.
Like you studied TPU, but so all kind of TPU is biocompatible.
Yeah, we just studied TPU because it's not available easily available. Different properties are possible. But yes, we need to now look at biocompatible polymers. Yes. Yes. Any other, any other magnetic field. Think of it like this. Think of it like MRI, right? You have MRI, right? Which is a large magnet, which is a large magnet, very similar arrangement as MRI itself. MRI itself used would be of use as far as this is concerned. In a drug delivery, it is possible to introduce high frequency, increase the temperature locally. So those things are also possible. Yeah, it's a magnetic field. It's a magnetic field that is created by magnets. So it might be permanent. They can be permanent or temporary. That will not affect the biological system. No, biological. MRI is being used. MRI is being used. Magnetic resonance imaging is still used. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, that's very well. Yeah, I told him also. I told him also. It will be short. Yeah, we can have one more. We can one more question. Yeah, please. So I have a question regarding the law of development of your magnetic system, your magnetic system. So with the maneuverability and maneuverability, the magnetic, so how you actually generate agilities, different agilities that we should use that and the different shapes and how shapes you actually do that. So Dharmesh talk about what he did was very primitive stuff, very primitive, where he just switched on and switched off the magnetic field, by which it was possible to have two states, by which locomotion was pattern. Yeah, the specific pattern he is going to talk about, crawler, etc., gripper, crawler, that is, it can go anything. Like what he said, instead of what he said, it's like a swing pattern. It's like a swing. Snake-like movement is also the kind of trajectory planning. Right now, we are in the preliminary stage. As far as the robots are concerned, we're going to take it up next. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And then may I then request students to be present. So with this, we move um, to our next speaker. So Dr. Kaula has been an assistant professor in mechanical engineering at IIT Jammu since 2019. And his research focuses in robotics and small structures and area from microwave materials. So may I now request Dr. Kaula for your talk? He has developed the control systems lab at IIT Jammu with 5 patents and 8 research articles and received awards at international, national, and international conferences. He's collaborated with the RDO and NAL on next generation auto lights, such as UAVs. So, good morning to all of you, and thanks for the invitation to the organizers. And so, the topic of the research I would like to uh, describe is on the lightweight auxiliary belt with UWB antenna array for fetal monitoring application. This project is actually sponsored by DHT. So I would like to acknowledge it for the same. Uh, as the name, the title describes, so we are going to talk about the auxiliary belt having UWB antennas, that means ultra wideband antennas, for fetal health monitoring for diagnostic purposes. So this is going to be the content of my presentation. First, I'll describe what are the current state of the art in fetal health monitoring, and how we design for UWB antenna. So I am a mechanical guy. With me, some collaborators are there from IT Jammu. He is Dr. Manda, and he continuously working with for the development of this. And then we will describe you about the design of UWB antenna, then vision of signal acquisition, pendulum development that we did, and magnetic belt mount those antennas over the belt body, and on body analysis, on body there is a body here, and on body mounting of the validation and the validation of the we have various technologies. It has their advantages, disadvantages. So, for example, with magnetic MRI scans are a lot of heat for the tissue, and that is why the doctors do not refer to go for the MRI Similarly, we have and then least advantage has with ultrasonic based diagnostic machines. So these also have some drawbacks because they work at a low frequency. However, by the use of RF sensors, which has a frequency where the ultrasound based techniques. So we do with the UWB antenna, we work at the frequency range from varying from 3 gigahertz to 10 gigahertz. So wherever in ultrasound we go up to some megahertz. If we talk about the SAR value of UWB antennas, that is well recommendable. As per FDA, we can have a SAR value of watt per kilogram, So we, as per our simulation, the SAR values, the SAR values, the specific SAR value for UWB antennas is way lesser than 2 watt per kg. So this can be some state of the art, and this is the comparison of the state of the art and the advantages which UWB antenna can provide in terms of frequency, in terms of non-contact diagnostics. Of course, ultrasound is also non-contact, but yeah, this is also, and it requires very low power. Last but not least, the difference, the advantage of UWB antenna comes in terms of the for rural domain, like in J&K region, and in all the hilly regions and other rural regions, we have for ultrasound we require highly skilled people, high skilled manpower to get the scans and then to analyze them. But with UWB antennas, we are trying to make it, very with minimal manpower requirement. So the principle of UWB radar-based diagnostics is these antennas have
works in the range of frequency range of 3 gigahertz to 10 gigahertz. It depends upon the design of the antenna. So the principle of diagnostic is the skin, for example, if we say it has different permittivity, permeability, and the conductivity. And if we talk about the fat, it has different all three electrical properties: permittivity, permeability, and conductivity. And if we talk about muscles, they also have very uh, they have different electrical properties. So so with that discrimination, if we are sending wave through a transmitter, that wave will go at a different speed inside a skin than in fat and then in muscles. So this is the basic principle, fundamental principle on which we are working. So if we are sending a transmitting a wave inside skin, it will be going with a different velocity than in fat than in muscle, right? So and the phase difference will also be different over there. So if we see the permittivity of a skin is at say, let us say, 5 gigahertz, so it comes around 40. Uh, However, for fat, it comes around only 5. So there is a significant change in the permittivity of two different. I mean, the fat and the skin and the muscles. So so these are the properties. For skin, we have dielectric constant of 69.45 here. And similarly, we have electrical conductivity of skin is 0.5 and density is 1100 kg per meter cube. And if you compare it with fat, we have 6.07 dielectric constant only, and amniotic fluid, which we are using for fluid filter monitoring application, is 69.08. So there is significant difference between the properties, these electrical properties of these materials. So this UWB technology is not only useful for fetal application. So we are, and at least we are. It's not like we are the first. We are who are doing this in this. I mean, we are developing these antennas for fetal monitoring. There has been research on this, but so far there is no state of the art device which is available in the open market. This the application of this antenna is not only in terms of fit monitoring, but it has many state-of-the-art applications such as tumor detection also. So for tumor detection also we use the same technology where the bad muscles and the good muscles has different permittivity, and we detect them with respect to and we do imaging with them after getting the signal from those antennas. Similarly, the breast cancer, the brain tumor detection, for breast cancer, there is tumor detection. There is this technology well available. I mean, all practice users are using this technology. I am going to describe the steps we are going with this towards this research. So first step is very first design of UWB antenna. Where generally have to design an antenna network. We had CSTP, for the design, then the designing, and then for the development, then for the development, and use FRP and copper with copper, and the antenna dimensions are very small. I mean, the dimension is 30 mm, 30 mm, and the length is and approximately 20 mm width. So these are basically the planar antennas. These are known antennas. So this is the radiation. This is the radiation pattern that I am calling it. Why I am calling it antenna? UWB antenna. This works in the range. This can the range. We can scan the frequency which on the frequency. We can 3 gigahertz to 10 gigahertz to 10 gigahertz. So for designing antenna, very basic steps, the reflection, return loss, less than minus 10. So we have to design, we have to design, we have to make it design, the S11 remains less than minus 10 in the particular range. So this is the far field radiation pattern, which describes the antenna that describes it is unidirectional antenna, unidirectional. So next step next designing of antenna, we have to check whether the coupling of these antennas, we are developing the antenna and mounting over along that array, then we have to check the mutual coupling for the antenna. There has to be it should not be like that. One antenna is communicating with another antenna only. So the mutual coupling should always remain less than minus 23. So this is all VNA setup that we prepared for this development, and we found that it is working. So next step is the signal acquisition through simulations and then from the measurements. So for simulation, we use KEXA model, which is a voxel model, which many software generally offers, like HFSS, CST, where we have a whole human anatomy, and we can mount the antenna depend on our desired location, and we can find out and get the signals and get the signal out of it. So there are various features we can add to it. I mean, we can add amniotic fluid to it. We can change the muscle thickness, the skin thickness, fat thickness, etc. So this for because the simulation, the time of simulation is quite high. So we do work over only in this particular role only, because that is the major field of requirement. I mean, the research requirement we are required. So this is typically a CST is just a screenshot of a CST model where we have an array of antenna mounted over the around the abdomen of human body. And these are from here what we do, we send a signal, we transmit a signal from one antenna and get the signal and the reflected signal on the other antennas, and we calculate what are the return losses coming out of it. So these are some acquired signals. You can see here the difference between the two signals. Like for the blue curve, there is significant difference in terms of if we mount antenna with this one is with amniotic fluid, and this one is without amniotic fluid. So amniotic fluid is basically a fluid which surrounds the fetus inside inside the body. So these are some signal. I'm not going through the detail. So then we have to validate before going for human trials. We have to validate these results on an artificial phantom. So we have to design phantom which has the same electrical properties, like the permittivity and the conductivity and the density, of course, also. Then we develop those phantoms with artificial materials like sunflower oil, the like amniotic fluid can be easily replicated with distilled water and so on. So that has its own group of papers where people have developed phantoms which has the same electrical properties. So this is the phantom developed for only for the abdomen. And then for fetus, we use for fetus and I mean the amniotic fluid and the fetus, we can have we also develop such setups using sunflower oils and glycol and so on and so forth. So we have to show that, and these are the properties that we I mean the electrical properties in terms of permittivity and the return loss, permittivity and the tangent modulus for the, and this is the phantom, artificially phantom developed. This is the abdomen, and then amniotic fluid, and then the fetus. So which has the same property, and then we send a signal because the VNA we have, this is a little expensive device. We have only and a VNA with us, so that is a port signal. And we send a signal from one antenna and change the port one by one and get the signal. You can see over here that if we send a signal, you can see in the imaging part what we are getting. So this part is describing the fetus, the yellow part here, and over here green part is describing the amniotic fluid, and this one is abdomen, and the blue one is free space. This is a list of table which we have to replicate. 800 ml of distilled water, oil, glycol, and so. So then, for imaging, for imaging, we are using DAS algorithm, delay and some algorithm. This is radar-based algorithm, and a generic. It's quite a generic algorithm which everybody use over imaging area. So what we do here is, if we have the intensity difference, the S giving us the return the velocity out of it, then the time delay, out of it, and then the intensity with some weight factors we can add, and we can get the uh, I mean I mean we can get the so this is a specific SR value. So SR value in our abdomen as per the voxel as per the quantum SR value. The SAR value is coming for lean abdomen coming around so you see here 1.03 here 1.03 so I mean which is as equivalent to our bypassing. It has no almost negligible effect. So major type of human trial terms of human. So they don't allow. I mean they allow. I mean the medical agencies do not allow trial for the human. So with this we can the SAR value is harmful for for it. So we can go for the trial. So in Rishikesh we are collaborating and they have given us they have given us for human trial. So so I'm not and not and for the validation are for the validation artificially phantom developed results and the phantom generated results are equivalent. They have a very small change. I mean, small change. We are quite, the algorithm is quite good. And then comes the mechanical part. So how to mount these antenna over the abdomen because the abdomen size can be different. Depending upon the labor period and person's own size. So for that, what we are doing is we have, if you see, we have taken the concept of auxetic structure. So auxetic structure, where in auxetic structure where we have the two wings connected with each other permanently. But what we are doing here, so auxetic structure over here, we are instead of making them permanent joint, we are I mean the permanent rigid links. So we are connecting these links with the revolute joint, which have different orientation. I mean, so over here they have an orientation of 90 and 90, like a simple 4-bar mechanism. But over here, I mean, on the next link we will have a alpha of, I mean, like angle of twist of 45 degrees. That makes that auxetic inspired mechanism because it has a negative portion. We can do the kinematic analysis. It becomes a negative portion. So we are developing a belt out of it, which we are calling it as the auxetic belt. And finally, this is the auxetic belt over which is this is 3D printed auxetic belt, and over this we are mounting these antennas. These are set of 8 antennas, uh, which can take the size of. I mean, the size is flexible. We can depending upon the person to person, we can change the size. I mean, it needs so. So these are some human trials we have gone through. So if you these are from at AIMS Rishikesh. So this is subject 1, which we are calling it E1 and N1, and you see that we are mounting the array of antenna and finally getting the result out of it. And note at this present stage we are able to calculate the volume of amniotic fluid surrounding the fetus. There are other parameters also like placenta, tissue growth, etc., which we are further collaborating with doctors, technicians. So this is the team of my research team at IIT Jammu, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for Dr. Kara for his great talk.
And there's a time limitation. We can accept only one quick question, please.
Hi, sir. My question is about practical applicability of this device. As per current scenario, ultrasonography is an investigation which used to do fetal well-being monitoring in form of imaging. We can add echo to know about the vascularity and cardiac activity. How this VW band is better in terms of ultrasonography?
Number one, it is cost effective, first of all. These antennas are only the planar antennas. They don't require.
In terms of ultrasonography machinery, it is cost effective.
Very much cost effective.
Okay.
I mean, these antenna, these set of array of antenna you can develop within 10,000 rupees.
Okay.
And of course, we are trying to uh, uh, use this antenna. I mean, there won't be a requirement of manpower who will be, I mean, getting us the results. We are trying to reach at that stage.
Okay, so it will be very good for remote center where the cost is a better.
Yeah. So, and the other factor which I told you in the beginning also, this is we are targeting on the rural population, like in J&K region, we have the hilly zones like Riyasi, Kishtwar. They are very less practitioner would like to go there. For such purposes.
In terms of information of fetal well-being, about it going to improve. So
as of now, we can only detect the volume of the amniotic fluid, but we are working with physiological here in Rishikesh get placental information about I mean, the tissue, whether the tissue is, whether there is medical disorder there, whether the tissue defects there inside the people. This can be upcoming.
We have to pass the job. So the topic that I will be presenting is slightly different. That is related to the vibration control of robotic arm activators for high positional accuracy in minimally invasive surgery. Now, there are three important applications of this procedure. Number one is, of course, related to the sort of treatment in cancer, where we need to have these patients with a focused particle beams with
ultra high positional accuracy. And that would mean that the beam is to be targeted in a way which should be within 0.5 millimeter of the intended position. As you know that anything going off would create loss of uh, other healthy tissues. And again, the other one application is the minimally invasive surgery, because today this has become a very important form of surgery, very popular, where the robotic core manipulation is a very cost-effective solution. Here also, an accurate positioning is required, like X, Y, and Z direction, in order to have a very accurate profile for the minimally invasive surgery. And then there comes the other important applications, which is mostly important for the robotic surgery like Da Vinci, in which we do have the kind of a master slave type of surgical system, uh, which can follow these kind of XYZ directions of the movement of the master, but it cannot actually give the sensation from the patient's body to the surgeon, which is so vital, because every surgeon, from his or her own training, they know that what is the tissue condition, how to apply the force based on the feedback, the haptic feedback from the tissue. However, the Vinci type of robots we cannot give that. So can we have a way of getting those signals back from the tissues? In order to do that, we have to also keep in our mind that the robotic systems that is used, such manipulators, they are mostly motor-based manipulators. And for motor-based manipulators, the problem is that the noise that the motors generate, that actually interferes with the signals, the haptic signals that comes from the tissue. So one important thing that we need to do is to eliminate such use of motors. And that's what would be the first part that we look into. And the second important part is how to control the wave propagation so that we can get the transmission band from the tissues directly to the controller, which is controlling these, movement of the trajectories of the robotic manipulator. So the first important part is then that we have to think of a new generation of actuation system where we can get rid of the motors. Now, the interesting thing is that the problem is very clear to us that we simply need to, as Professor Shivakumar is telling, that we simply need to get a bioinspiration. That's how it happens in our body. We do not have any motor, but yet we do all the motions all the time. We do it because of muscles. Because of muscles, we go and we go inside the muscles. There are certain of the muscle that actually controls this movement. And this architecture and these architectures are very, very important. These are just like for us, the body makers in earlier generation, control of directionality fibers. The directional angle, which is also known as the relation angle, is a very important along with the structure of many like multi-binary, binary, different types of structures which actually generate different types and motions and deflections in the system. If I just try to compare that right traditional from a traditional motor-based architecture to a muscle-based architecture, we immediately see that the load comes from systems, such systems are there, but they are mostly operated. So they are slower, but the weight comes from and rotational compatibility also comes down. So wise level is what for we are looking for. However, from pneumatic based architecture, we can go further in assembly alloy based quite a few literature this direction in this interest of time. I just tell you one comparison between a particular type of an actuator and and our system, the immune system, the muscle system that we have developed, we have been able to get rid of many of these other traits. So it is not only that what you are talking about, also reminding gears along with gears along, and that actually reduces the weight. You go for SMA-based actuation. I'll show you a small experimental demonstration system of such a system of DMC that by controlling the inclination angles, you can actually control the movement of the system, and you can do it in a rotative cycle with different type with voltage levels and different type motion range you can generate in the system. So this is in a two-dimensional system that we have sustained on, and then later on we have changed this to a three-dimensional system, and where you can see that it's a linear actuator in which we have taken out the system and muscle-based architecture in a three-dimensional form, and we are able to generate waveforms of about 175 meters with about 12 to 13 volts, application of voltage on the SMD. In fact, you can increase it further, and you can get much more force out of the system if force is what you need, or if you need deformation, then you can accordingly change the position angle. What would be the advantage of such a system? Weight reduction. One very first advantage, you will get envelope dimension will be also coming down, not so significantly. Number of component drastic reduction, and because of that, you will get a drastic reduction in the cost of the system. So that's how you can change from a motor-based system to a wear-based system. And if you can create an architecture like a spring-based one, then you can get even larger in terms of the displacement that you can gain out of the system. So this is something that we have covered in some of the papers, and later on we can take up on this direction. There is also a possibility of making it in a hierarchical form so that you can actually gain in terms of the force in a much higher level, which is not applicable for this type of applications, but is good for applications like exo arms. Now, the second challenge, that is the challenge of how can we control the wave propagation from the robotic arm so that we can get a clear signal coming out from the tissues and the surgeon can deal with it. One answer to this is the application of metamaterials and metastructures. So which can really give you a tremorless kind of sensing of the system. So in a metamaterial, to be very brief, we actually design this kind of a system, which is a repeated unit, and these repeated units can actually generate under certain conditions a good attenuation band in a certain frequency range. That's the basic idea that we actually play with. Now, there are different types of such repeated systems we can work on. One idea is to generate a negative stiffness system. Another idea is to generate a negative inertia or a negative mass system. And the advantage of it in both the cases, this is for a negative stiffness system, you can see that at a certain excitation frequency, you get a sudden drop in terms of the effective stiffness, which means that you can essentially make the system as flexible as you want. And now, because of the piezoelectric coupling you can play with on that earlier passive system, you can actually make a band out of it. So by coupling a piezoelectric system, you can actually create a gauge, in some first attenuation and second attenuation band with a negative stiffness system. Something similar you can do with a negative mass or a mass and mass system also, in which you have a small mass which is embedded inside a bigger mass system, And here also you can see that there is a kind of a negative mass that you can generate at a particular excitation frequency. And now if you couple this with a piezoelectric system like this, you are going to create a scenario where you can have again attenuation bands at different regions. And these attenuation bands can give you a good range where the signal is free from the noise. Now, you can have a mixing of the two concepts, like a double negative therapy, where you have a negative stiffness as well as a negative mass, both of them. And in that case, you are going to get three such regions for the stiffness and one for the mass. So all three such regions and you can create three different band gaps. You can also make a sandwich of some repeated. Becomes little more complicated. For example, parts of this sandwich with different types of section. Then you can create a pattern of attenuation in the system. and and that's about the different types of bandedness. Now another way by which you can generate this kind of a attenuation is with the help of a lattice itself. This is a lattice that we have covered in the process hourglass structure. And in this we can create silicon band of lattices and advantage of each one of them different types of ultra high stiffness or a ultra soft stiffness. So you can actually different types of lattice join them together two or three different range of stiffness patterns in them. And now you can join such a thing in a repeated unit in order to create a attenuation band out of. So this will be much more compact idea by considering earlier state and a negative stiffness and you can embed all the things together inside these lattice structure. And we have developed different types of configurations and wave types out of it, and that we can get good attenuation band out of the system. This is one experiment that we have carried out and we have carried out of manipulator arm system, which you can see that even experimentally it should be a great attenuation band. In fact, the theory actually gives much more depth. And that is possible because of some of the experimental variations that takes place in terms of the damping, etc. That has not been considered. So the summary of all these findings are number one, that Shikimori alloy actuated manipulator can achieve high positional accuracy with large controllable force generation. The concept of metastructure can help generating vibration attenuation band, which is useful for both haptic sensing as well as controlling the motor generated vibration or tremor. Active metastructures such as negative stiffness, negative mass can actually have a controllable bandwidth. And we can also have such systems sandwiched inside so that it does not interfere with other functionalities. And particularly one such system, which is an active microstructured hourglass lattice, can give you a wide range of variation of stiffness as well as the damping. And integrating such lattices in SMA actuated manipulator is what is our future direction of it. Thank you very much. And I can accept some questions. Some of the publications related to it. I must acknowledge my collaborators, Professor Alfred Truk from Georgia Tech, Professor Sandeepan, who is now in Glasgow, Professor Arnav in IIT Delhi, and my former PhDs who are now graduated, Dr. Ankur Dwivedi, Dr. Amanpreet, Dr. Vivek, and Mr. Kanhayalal Chaurashia. This is all their work, which I have concised in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your great talk, inspiring talk, such an inspiring. So any questions? So thank you very much for shortening your talk, so we can have some questions.
See, yeah, sure.
Yes.
So when the manipulator is in action, the frequencies that have to be picked up and have to be attenuated may change with the configuration of the manipulator, is it not?
Correct.
So how do you now, because it's a single mass that you're showing, how do you now attenuate for that uh, different configurations of the manipulator?
So uh, let's take a situation which is very simple. That is a single arm. Okay. For multiple arm, you can continue with the same situation, but with a little more complicated control, architecture. Now, if it is a single arm, and you are having to control the attenuation band, that is what you can do with the help of this piezoelectric coupling. The entire system is going to follow a trajectory, right? Yes. Yes. That is precisely what you have to control. That control of the attenuation band. Yes. And that is dynamically controllable. That's the advantage that you get by simply attaching a piezoelectric system side. Well, we have not still tested reliability up to the reliability level because we are creating a band sort of give the sort of robustness that your sensing sensor operates as a certain and your structuration band and operation band are all at least now the structural frequencies will not just so you can keep it band separate.
And so waves are against. Yeah, concept of organization here. So organization here. So in other words, effectively longitudinal installations, and one for example, same frequency. That's just so I city of time was showing that not showing that directional transfers and also twisting. You can have all three. You can invoke each one of them independently also. And where is that in that periodic system very similar to let's say counterpart or electromagnetic materials, you can actually create different types of periodic connections. So you can create certain points of homogeneity system so that you can control each one of the negative reflection, correct. Whatever you do in the electromagnetic, now in the mechanical counterpart, and then the thing then finish this session, this talk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as you see, so great. With the time at Moy, and by the way, has been waiting in UK. So we'd like to switch. So we now move to our next department. Ready? Here last time. A mirror effect. Yeah, so in the meantime, so Dr. Hanway is the probable matter at the University of Southampton and is a former postdoctoral fellow at Oxford. He is a scholar and a PhD gold medalist from the Swansea University. His research book says mechanics, metamaterials, and advanced components with an H index of 50. His work is published in many journals and conferences. Recognized the top 2% of scientists globally, LCP. He was recently featured as a rising star of science by research. So, by the way, are you ready? Okay. So, but we can't hear your voice. Your voice.
Audible, if you could confirm.
Yeah, now we can hear it. Yeah.
Okay,
So could you
great.
please start your yes, great, and would you please start your presentation? Thank you for waiting quite.
No, that's absolutely fine. And hello, everyone. So, and before I start my presentation, since this is like an online presentation, please do stop me at any point if there is any technical issue. So today my talk is about, okay, let me turn on the video if possible. Today my talk is about robotic metamaterials and metastructures. We'll talk about stimuli responsive mechanics of such metamaterials and metastructures, and we'll give some of the application cases for medical technology developments. And before I start my talk, I would like to thank the organizing committee and Professor Bhattacharya for inviting me. Straight away, if we go to the outline of today's presentation, so we'll start by what is metamaterial and metastructures. I'm quite sure that some of the earlier speakers have already covered some of these topics, so I will try to keep it as brief as possible, but I will also give some of the key concepts. But we'll mostly focus on some of the static or quasi-static properties of such metamaterials, and then we'll slowly move to active metamaterials and then see whether active metamaterials from conventional designs of static and dynamic properties can we have robotic properties including locomotion. Then we'll move to something that we call 1D metamaterial and possibilities of having robotic surgeries. And then finally, we'll talk about some of the origami-based robotics and their possible application in medical technologies. So going ahead, just to give a brief background, what metamaterial is. Metamaterials are artificially engineered materials with periodic or quasi-periodic microstructure, where the properties are primarily derived from the intrinsic geometry rather than the material properties of the constituting materials. For example, I have given some of the common architectures that demonstrate that it by just by changing the unit cell architecture, you can obtain different kinds of Poisson ratio. For example, this is like a conventional hexagonal honeycomb, and if you look at it, it shows the effective property. If you imagine such hexagonal honeycombs at micro scale, and at macro scale, there will be like a continuum, and that macro scale continuum would have conventional positive Poisson ratio. But if we intuitively change these cell angles to a negative value, then it becomes an oxidative structures and shows negative Poisson ratio. And not only positive or negative values, we can have some target values, including zero Poisson ratio. For example, you can see that uh, you can have rational design by combining these two architectures, and we can have zero Poisson ratios here. Similarly, you can have zero Poisson ratio in these two structures as well. So basically, we are able to achieve any values of Poisson ratios, and you can understand that Poisson ratio is one of the most important parameters in a range of applications, starting from deformation, dynamic characteristics, impacts, etc. And having negative Poisson ratio is quite counterintuitive. That is not normally observed in naturally occurring materials. Now, when we talk about different kinds of materials, there can be different types. It can be of 2D kind of materials that I saw a very simple hexagonal structure. It could be have 3D lattices. We could have origami based metamaterial. We'll talk about that later in some of the slides. And in this simple plot, I just demonstrate that by changing the cell angle theta, you can imagine that this is one of the unit cell. If you consider a tessellation of this hexagonal structure by cell angle theta changing, we can vary or we can modulate most of these properties like effective U1, E2, G1 to the Poisson ratios, etc. So just by changing the material, the architecture at the micro scale, and without changing the intrinsic material of the lattice, we can change the property. That's the beauty of such kind of metamaterials. Now, one question arises, of course, is what is a metamaterial and the metastructure? From this point of view, we try to say that when you have enough number of unit cell in X, Y, or Z direction, depending on whether it is a one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional metamaterial, so that we can have some homogeneous properties, both from a static or dynamic point of view. We tend to call it a metamaterial, but if we have lesser number of unit cells, so that the boundary effects become more predominant, we'll probably call it metastructures. Well, both metastructures and metamaterials are quite important in our field because they are able to kind of modulate different properties, different for a range of applications, which are quite critical to achieve by normal structures and materials. Now, going ahead, so far what we have discussed is something like what we call a passive architecture. That means if you look at the architectures that I have shown in the left side, these are some of the architectures which uh, if we once we manufacture, depending on the intended application, the properties, the effective properties at the macro scale, they are kind of fixed. So you cannot modulate the properties after manufacturing. But we are interested to be able to modulate the properties actively and in an on-demand kind of basis. So we thought that why don't we introduce some of the active elements within these architectures? Now what we do is, instead of having like a solid beam-like structure, we introduce piezoelectric patches, right? So what that makes, so what that converts the structures to an active structure. So even after manufacturing, as a function of voltage, we are able to now control the effective properties in this kind of lattice metamaterials, right? So we have shown that, so this is like a piezoelectric metamaterial. We have shown that, a lattice can behave, a single lattice material can behave like a flexible polymer or a very stiff metal, depending on how much voltage we are applying. This is quite significant for a range of applications. Now, moving ahead, if we think about this kind of architectures with piezoelectric materials, one of the lacunas that we identified was that we need a lot of circuits and electrical connectivity, etc. And we wanted to have contactless on-demand kind of modulation. So at a later stage, what we did is, instead of having piezoelectric materials, we converted these beam-like elements to have magnetostrictive materials or magneto-embedded materials, so what we call soft magnetic hard magnetic soft material kind of architecture. So what happens is you have a piece of material or a continuum, then by applying magnetic field to it, we can control the effective elastic properties, Poisson ratios, etc. And effectively depending on the application specific demands. Now, obviously, my background is aerospace and mechanical kind of applications, but I am quite interested to see whether we can translate some of these activities towards the medical domain. So moving ahead, if we think, we will talk about also some of the activities related to robotic metamaterial. Now, so far, what we are talking about is the static properties or the effective elastic properties, though they are quite crucial for dynamic characterization as well. But we are also interested in exploring the possibilities of having active locomotion in such materials. So recently, what we have done is we have introduced piezoelectric patches or active patches in different kinds of members, so that there can be an axial and shear kind of coupling. So in this kind of metamaterial, what happens is if you apply axial loads, there will be both axial and shear deformation. Or if you apply axial load, it can be designed in such a way there would be no axial deformation but only shear deformation. So we propose to exploit such behavior to have locomotion. Now, if you notice this, this is like a piece of material, what we call robotic matter. Now, if you apply axial load, what will happen is this will tend to have shear deformation. And then by periodically controlling the boundary conditions on the top and bottom surface and applying voltages, we can have locomotion and we can have movement of the entire material. So now we are going towards a condition where we can have a piece of material that can that can have active modulation in terms of the effective elastic properties, so it can bear some load, and then we can move that piece of material or structure to a different place, and then it can again perform its intended operation. Now, well, we talked about magnetoactive metamaterials, and this is one of the elements. So you can understand that if you talk about this lattice, this is the unit cell, and we tend to design one of the unit cells since it is a periodic structures, and we assume that there are enough number of unit cells to achieve a homogeneous kind of properties. And one of the most interesting or most crucial part of analyzing this kind of structures is to be able to analyze these beam-like elements under application of external magnetic field. Now, we have seen that by designing this magnetoactive particles, what we call these hard magnetic particles, we are able to achieve different kinds of deformed shape. So I have shown some of the deformed shape here. So basically, we are trying to vary the properties of the magnetoactive particles through the length of these beams, right? Along the length of this beam, and depending on how we grade the properties of the magnetoactive particles, we are able to achieve different kinds of shape. Now, imagine a condition if we have a cantilever beam and we are able to have large deformation like this. So then the large deformation covers a large amount of area, and we propose that this kind of structures can be quite useful for different medical applications for minimally invasive surgeries, such as you can see that. So we can insert one such continuum, and for clearing some of the blockages in different blood vessels or different other such scenarios, we can optimize the amount of area it can cover, right? By controlling the distribution of the magnetoactive particles. So this is one of the applications of what we call one-dimensional metamaterials of such magnetoactive particles. Now, I'll slowly and briefly introduce some of the concepts of origami-based metamaterials, and we'll see how that can be possibly applied to some of the medical technologies, for developing some of the critical medical technologies. Now, please follow my cursor because there are quite a lot of figures here. So first I will start with a water bomb tube. Now, what is a water bomb tube? So this is something called a water bomb unit pattern. Now, if we arrange these water bomb unit patterns in different rows, and then we replicate it into different along the height, we tend to form a tube like this. So at macro scale, we have a tube, but it has some water bomb like architecture in it. Now, what happens if we apply compressive or tensile force to such structure? That is of the interest. Now, we notice that if we try to find out the force deformation constitutive behavior, then quite interesting things happen. So if you look at this curve, after some point, it suddenly increases the stiffness, right? Now we can control the point where it starts increasing the stiffness by designing this water bomb architecture. That means, and that happens due to programmable contacts among the facets. So while deforming, when there is some contact, suddenly the stiffness increases, and that is possible to be modulated as a function of the architecture of this tube, right? So basically what we are saying is during the deformation process, we are able to control the stiffness, but without involving any active element in it, right? So we are going towards metamaterials now, where it is normally possible to grade the properties of the unit cell to achieve spatially varying stiffness, but not only spatially varying stiffness. Now we are talking about temporally varying stiffness, where during the deformation process we are able to vary the stiffness. So we are talking about the ultimate kind or maximized optimization of structural behavior. Now, not only stiffness, we are able to achieve shape modulation behavior in this kind of lattice, this kind of tubular architectures. So all these so these are different architectures, all these 5 configurations, different architecture in the sense that number of water bomb units in one of the rows, and also the number of rows that constitute the entire tube. Right, so you can see that depending on how you constitute the or how you form the water bomb tube, it can have different kinds of shape, like a convex shape, concave shape, and different number of undulations, etc. And we propose that this kind of structures could be quite useful for developing different actuation systems by distant actuation. So you can have like distant actuation and then achieve some action at a distance from the actuation point, right? And that can be done through mechanical actuation only. Now, thinking about some of the possibilities of this kind of water bomb tubes in medical applications, stents are quite useful for a range of medical applications. And if we look at this water bomb units, there is another quite intriguing property, that is the bistability of this kind of unit cell. So if you look at this water bomb unit cell, these are the 2 stable states. So if you apply some vertical load in the z direction, there are one stable state is this, and it will snap through to the other state like this. Now imagine that we can insert a water bomb tube in a minimum volume configuration like this, and then it is possible to expand it to the other stable state. So each of these unit cells, they kind of converge to the other stable state, and it becomes deployed, and it can stay there. And more interestingly, the energy barrier between these two stable states can be maximized, so that the water bomb tube can stay in the water bomb tube can stay in the deployed state without coming back to the original shape in which it was inserted, right? Now, not only water bomb tubes, there are a range of other applications which can be other kinds of tubes based on origami principles, which are quite interesting. For example, this is what we call a crestling tube. This is, let me run this video. Yeah, so this is another interesting tubular pattern. It shows twist and axial deformation coupling. So if you can notice this video carefully, you'll see that for deforming this structure, the structure also needs to twist, right? So I am running this video again. Yeah, and also it shows multi-stability, and this multi-stability behavior can be controlled. Either we can have monostable or multi-stable behavior depending on the geometry of each of the unit cells. Now, what we propose is that each of these twisting elements we try to combine and then form one of the units like this. So what it will do is you'll notice that about the midpoint, this is mirror symmetric, right? So even though the two parts they twist, but they will cancel the twisting effect of each other. And there are two magnetoactive plates at the different junctions at the two ends, and also at this junction and this junction. So as a result, what will happen is if we apply magnetic field, these elements will try to twist, and as a result, this will compress, and this will expand, compress and expand, and so on, and this will lead to the locomotion of the structure. Okay, and and another interesting part is not only in a particular direction it will move, we can control the movement of such structures by applying the magnetic field, by changing the magnetic field, so we can steer the direction, and it can have different directions. So basically, it is possible to achieve both movement along a particular path, uh, as well as a specified path. And we think that would be quite useful for a range of medical applications as well. You can think about such devices in a very small scale, and possibly and then from outside the body, it is possible to apply magnetic field for steering the path of it, and apply different kind of surgeries yeah, in the body. And not only that, it is possible to we see a great potential of this kind of robotic applications for medical targeted drug deliveries as well, so that this structure can contain, since this is a confined volume, it can contain drugs, and when it reaches to the target position, it can deliver the drug, and maybe the material we should be able to design in such a way so that that is not harmful to the body, and it may dissolve within the body if required, right?
So very good film. Very so okay. Yeah.
Well, I
Please,
hope that we
please
are
go ahead.
doing well with time. So,
Thank you very much.
I'll try to conclude. This is obviously the last slide. To summarize, what we have talked about is in this talk is what is metamaterial, what is metastructure, how it is possible to achieve different robotic kind of motions, both using lattice type metamaterials as well as origami type metamaterials, and prospective applications in the medical technology space, using for including different kinds of stains, different kinds of minimally invasive surgeries, as well as robotic insertion within the bodies. And I would like to acknowledge some of the supports that we have received so far for carrying out such research activities, as well as I would like to acknowledge our group members, my PhD students and master students. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions if there is any.
So it's a time limit. One quick question only.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear properly. Sorry. Okay, well, I would encourage if there is any question, then please reach out to me, or please let Professor Bhattacharya know, so we can probably connect. Yes, okay. Yes, so let us do the final thing, but then yeah, so start how yes. I'm really sorry, I cannot hear properly. If, some of the questions, if there is any, if you can convey it to me, then I can possibly discuss those, or otherwise we have to. The plot should be inspired by nature, inspired by design smarts of the design smarts when not excel, and when you are able to buy exercises, and adaptive systems, adaptive systems. And his work focuses on organization and development and adaptive emerging materials and results, and it's software. With the commitment mentioned, he brings theoretical research and theoretical solutions, creating sustainable research solutions. Uh, well, I assume that we probably have to take it later. Uh, 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 but yeah, if it is a quick question, then can you please type it here, if possible? Just quickly. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you again, and bye bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm working on magnetic actuation and magnetics of robotics. So, today's topic is nature-inspired shiftings of magnetic material, the inspiration, fabrication, mechanism, and application. So, as professors here already explained, like if we take a walk in the nature, we see different type of motion that are reversible. Many of the nature's motion are in the reaction to the stimulation. Maybe it is change in the temperature, change in the humidity condition, or change in the light and all those. Now, inspired from the motion of these actuators, sorry, these motions in the nature, researchers have created a different type of actuators and robots mimicking the same motion. Now, these motions are inspired by inspired by the natural organisms. These motions are created in such a way that the stimuli may be different type of stimulation are there. Like it may be a light stimuli responsive, pH responsive, chemical responsive, or uh, hydrogens which are humidity responsive. Now we are working on magnetic responsive because magnetic materials, sorry, magnetic field is it is non-harmful for the non-harmful for the biological being. Plus, it is fast in fast responsive and all those things, and we can control it easily. And the more it can be controlled remotely. Now, as we have already discussed, like currently the soap robots or the soap materials which are mimicking the shape, mostly they are fabricated by following the molding process. In molding process, what we do, we create a mold. It may be a 3D printed or some machine, and we fill the magnetic slurry in those molds. We keep them in the magnetic field so that all the magnetic particles inside the magnetic slurry can be aligned along those fields and can have different type of alignment. Now, if we are seeing here just a mold which is having a U shape, and we see when in isotropic state, when the material is in green state but not programmed, the particles are everywhere and isotropically distributed. But we pour the material in that mold and keep them in the magnetic field, and we apply the magnetic field because of the property of magnetic friction, the particles will align along and form the chain like or the line type of arrangement. Now, if we keep them in the magnetic field, every single particle chain, every single chain will work as rod. What happens when we keep a small rod in the magnetic field? It will try to rotate. When it try to rotate, it will try to rotate. It will generate some micro level or micro level moment. These moments, if we could utilize controlling the environment, we should be able to generate some type of. Now we see that moment is distributed along the length of this electrical, and we see that we can generate tip. Now, Professor Siva was trying we have created questions here like actuator is moving with the change in we change and we get different type of using the now we are trying to see is like rather than controlling the particle energy, like particle energy should be able to control the moment. If I'm able to specific type of big location, I should be able to for that type of particle. Now we see because align and the work is the do this work is so it happens like it. So any even if you take a nail or take a nail or keep them in the keep them in the right align along. So we are taking the advantage. We are taking the advantage of disadvantage and 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 trying to generate here you see like I'm having a simple I'm only talking about simple only talking if we are able to generate the we are able to generate the going to complex step will be going to complex step. So here we are taking a use trying to go from here to here we go to here from here to apply moment. Or if we are able to generate this type of motion, it has to be like this. Here if we are able to control this moment, how we are doing using our micro high expectation, if we are able, because we are other than only particle chain and align, if we can use the micro road and align them and insert them, we should be able to generate moment. Using the moment, we should be able to generate different. Now, using this ideology, we created like a method where we have created a tissue material and we poured one layer of, and then in the mold, like in liquid state, then we inserted the rods at different angles, and then we poured another layer. You can see the rods are having at different location, and we should be able to like once we remove that out of the mold, and if we put magnetic field, it is giving the electric motion. So following this, we are able to create some actuator like this. So we tested it for actuator, so for this gripper, able to holding various type of shape, like circular shape or cylindrical shape. And moreover, we tested it for soft case so that if it is able to handle the soft particle. So it was able to lift the clay and wherever it wants, it go and drop it down. Like that. So what is happening here is nothing but if we apply the magnetic field, it will grip until the magnetic field is there. We can keep gripping on it. Once we remove the magnetic field, it will go and it will release the some material or whatever the this object we want to hold. Now here we have created one U-shaped actuator like a crawling, which is inspired by the motion of the engine. What it is doing, like we have inserted rods on the both there, which can create inverse moment. And here we are able to see this when there is a change in the magnetic field, like we are switching off and on, off and on. So when magnetic field is there, it is going up. When there is no magnetic field, it is going down. So what is happening? It is going up and down, and because of that, it is going to move. Right now, because we have only simple setup, so we are working at 1 hertz of magnetic field. So we see like we are applying magnetic field and then switching it off. So at 1 hertz rate, we are applying the magnetic field, and we were able to generate different type of locomotion. Now, as we have discussed, Professor Shiva also discussed, we have created an ideology like where we are controlling the magnetic disks and aligning them and all those things. And from there, we talked about having a rods and all those things. Now, collecting all those things, we thought, why all this setup and complexity? If we are to able to generate or create some setup where we can create those roads at specific location wherever we want, so that we can generate that type of movement, and we should be able to create that type of motion or shape. This setup, the previous one, the molding part and the roads part, also having a miniaturization problem. If we go to the sub-millimeter side or maybe sub-micron side, it is very hard to create a mold of that shape at that level, and filling the material and removing around is almost impossible, because filling the material, then taking it out of sub-millimeter size, let's say 100 micron or 50 micron, is not possible. Second thing, creating micro roads and then aligning them one by one in sub-micrometer size, also not possible. So what we did, we came up with the setup. We were using uh, this ubiquitable material. We created some shape, whatever the initial shape, like a sheet, and we poured carbon iron particles inside it, and we created a 100 micron thick sheet. It is very thin, like paper thin, and the particles are still twisted that they can move around, because the material sheet is still in the middle cell. What we do, we so this is these are two magnets here. If we align two permanent magnets, it creates a uniform continuous magnetic field. The field lines are straight, and we bring because one single magnet has like a circular line. If you bring four magnets, the four will reflect each other and they will try to create some straight line. And if we are having a straight magnetic field line, particle chain, the particles which are in isotope those lines, follow those lines, and will create a chain will be having, those chains will be having different alignment. And what we are doing is we are creating a this location I want, I will align 80 degree, I will align my magnetic field at 80 degree. The chain will be aligned at that degree. I will bring my UV light. I will cure it. The particle is pure for orientation. I will go. Next I will go. I need 70 degree. I will go my magnetic field at 80 degree, and then I will cure. And then I am able, so that way I am able to generate a local light, the magnetic moment. I am able to generate, I am able to generate in the material I am applying, when I am applying a magnetic field, I was able to generate.
Remote, remote.
So I am actually working on 100 to 150, 100 to 150 abilities right now. I am magnetic field is creating, I am magnetic field is creating an issue of lumping, and all issue of lumping are creating
So, some services were not essential, so we're going to give them some and somebody said it's very close to present this moment and present this moment and this brings us in the first session. Thank you for all of your participation. Thank you for participation. Thank you, Professor Shibata, for reducing the time. And I think we will now move on. But before that, one very important thing, may I request these students for a small memento to Professor Shibata for chairing the session. Lunch break. 1:45 we are going. We are still here for all the tickets. The lunch is arranged just behind this conference room. Okay, so please join us.
No, I cannot. Nah, nah, nah. No, no. No, I cannot hear. Nope. No, no, no. No, no, no. Anand. No, I cannot hear. Cannot hear. No, I cannot hear. Nope. Nope. No, no. Nope.
हेलो आ तो रहा है हेलो
Hello, 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 hello. The problem. What's the problem? That mic is not. That mic is not coming up. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
Check, check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Any cracking or something? Any cracking or something?
It's. I can hear. Hello,
Yeah,
I can hear. Can you speak something? I can check the clarity of your voice.
yes, I do. Hi, Silver, for meeting center ID control.
Huh. But the thing is that the voice is like little, like what it's called, like it's little morphed. Uh, Kind of an echo is there.
Check. Hello, check. Check. Right now,
It's fine. It's little cracky.
little cracky, little
Uh,
cracky. Okay, just give
I
me a
mean,
minute.
like
Just
it's
give me
it's
a
it's
minute.
morphing. Yeah. Can you speak once again?
Yeah, hello, check, check. Yes, one, two,
Yeah.
three, check, three, check.
It's better. It's better. Hello.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Check, 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 check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Your sound on my side is really, really bad. Can barely understand what you say.
Yeah, hello, Professor.
Hello? Yes, there's a lot of, the sound is not very good from your side. Apparently, there's a lot of echo also.
Yeah, we are checking.
Okay.
Hello, hello, Rian. Can you talk?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Uh, Sir, we are actually checking the sound. So can you stay mute? Like, we'll just check the sound and we'll let you know.
Okay.
Rian, can you speak something? No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Rian. No, no, I cannot get your voice. No, I am not getting your voice.
Audible now? Audible now? Anirudh? Anirudh? Check, check.
No, I cannot get your sound. Can you speak something? No, I'm not able to hear you. No, man, I'm not getting your voice.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
Yeah, I can hear your voice, but it's not clear.
Not clear. Not clear.
Yeah, it's very like the voice is echoing, morphing. No, I'm not getting a sound.
Check. Hello. Check.
हमारे पास song आ रहा है।
Check. Hello. Check.
Hello.
Hello. Check. Check. Hello.
This last check was very good.
Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear us?
Not so good again.
Hello.
Yeah, there's some echo in the very low volume.
Okay, this is just for announcement, initial announcement.
Maybe you can speak closer to the microphone, maybe? I don't.
Hello, Professor, can you hear us?
I can.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second technical session. This session is dedicated to AI and precision robotics. May I now take pleasure to introduce Operation Chair, Professor Neeraj Chandra, Professor at Department of Mechanical Energy, IT Company. May I request Professor Neeraj Chandra to deliver the welcome address for this session.
Hello, everybody. I'm not sure if you are hearing me because the sound on my side is really bad. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you. Your sound is clear. Can you hear us?
Yes. I guess from the conference side, the sound is not so good.
We check on the conference side. Yeah.
But if you can hear me, that's okay.
So you for finally faculty in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. While this was being getting a little bit uncomfortable because up to 200 each without mic. So getting your my without voice mic without anywhere. So this season adds already added AI and precision robot and these are two upcoming and formative technology. I say one of them is brain, the other one is the hand, and here we are thinking about the intersection of both the technology, the effect of which only in the healthcare domain, that then you talk about automotive, talk about manufacturing, a lot of other sectors are basically going to get benefited with the intersection of these transformative technologies. So in this session, we will have the privilege of experts from both the domains. They will share the cutting edge research related to this domain. It will, I'm pretty sure it will inspire all of us to collaborate or to collaborate in this domain. And before I introduce Leonardo, Dr. Leonardo De Matos from Italian Institute of Technology, Genoa, there is just an announcement that we will try to stick to the time, and in order to adhere to the time, just 2 or 3 minutes before the time going to the allocated time is going to end. We will just sound an alarm or so as to just tell that so now we have another one, another bird also quite interested in this domain. So the jokes apart, now it's a pleasure to introduce Dr. Leonardo Serra Domentos, who is a permanent researcher and head of biomedical robotics laboratory at the Italian Institute of Technology, Genoa. His research background includes, but is not limited to, medical robotics, smart medical devices, computer vision, medical image analysis, robotic microbiome manipulation, to name a few. And he will deliver a plenary talk on transforming ENT cancer care with AI and surgical robots. So over to you, Dr. Lena.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. I hope that's okay and that you can see it. So it's my pleasure to give this talk, and I'm very sorry I'm not able to be there with you. The plan was to go, but there were some visa issues, so I didn't manage to make it. And but I hope we can compensate for that with a visit soon. And today I wanted to tell you a little story and the current state of the research we are doing here at the IIT in Genova. So I'm here at the Italian Institute of Technology. And we've been working for many years on this area of ENT cancer, and with a very good collaboration with a local hospital, the San Martino Hospital. So let's start. So I started introducing a bit of IIT. Sorry, I have, okay. So the Italian Institute of Technology is a relatively young research institute. It was founded in just about 20 years ago, but started really operations in end of 2006. So not quite 20 years of operation yet. Uh, the idea was to create this scientific research institute to focus on these four research pillars, which includes robotics, nanomaterials, life tech, which includes drug discovery, and computational science. And in these years, we grew quite fast, quite a lot, and now we're about 1,900 people spread all over Italy. So you can see on the map, there's IIT centers in major Italian cities and where they have major universities. And we also have two centers in the United States, in Boston. The headquarters is here in Genova, where we also have several buildings with the research centers. So our focus is research, and we do a lot of externally funded projects to complement the money we get from the government. And so far, we were able to acquire over 617 million euros to fund our research. And publications has been growing fast as well, a lot of grants and ongoing projects. No? And IIT is also very focused. One of the missions is technology transfer. So the idea is to have a real impact on the society. So we do a lot of patent applications and industrial projects where we get some of the technology developed here and we help companies bring them to the market. On the right side here, you see a list of centers in Italy, but robotics is mostly concentrated on this building here in Genova. So this is the Center for Robotics and Intelligent Systems, which opened about 2 years ago. And the idea was to bring out the robotics from IIT to get them together in this building. And that's where I am now. The problem is we do a lot of robotics in IIT, and not everybody could fit inside here. So we still have robotics spread out within some other centers. And but anyways, a lot of the robotics research done at IIT are known, very well known worldwide. This is our iCub, which has gone around the world and make the news everywhere. And you probably have seen pictures of it somewhere over the last years. And but there's not only iCub at IIT. There's a range of different robots that have been developed here and new ones coming out. So this top left here, you can see R1. Sorry, go back. So we have R1, I was saying different types of humanoids, and now some researchers are trying to make iCub fly, so they put in some power jets on the arms of the iCub, and they call this Iron Cub. And so you also can see the big humanoids here on the bottom, and a centaur kind of robot. And a little robotic hand on the top, which is just to indicate we have a big department on rehabilitation robotics. They are doing prosthesis and neural control on these things. But we also have the area of biomedical, especially medical and surgical robots, which is my lab, is called a Biomedical Robotics Lab, where we have this mission of creating robotic systems and technologies for healthcare applications. And a general theme in my lab is that of creating and researching assisted systems for augmented control, which means we focus on creating new technologies, both to augment the capabilities and performance of professionals beyond humanly possible, and with different kind of applications that that we worked over the last years. From robotic microsurgery to smart medical devices like little handheld robots for difficult vein catheterizations, surgical vision, and teleoperation. I also worked with the biomanipulation of cells with the neuroscientists and brain-computer interfaces. But today I wanted to focus more on the ENT side, as I mentioned in the beginning. And this is kind of the state of the art in most of the hospitals around the world where they do cancer care in the larynx, for example. So these are operations that sort of a minimally invasive surgeries. The operations are done through the mouth of the patient. So this a laryngoscope is basically a metal tube is inserted into the mouth of the patient to create a direct line of sight from the outside of the patient until the area where they need to operate, which could be the larynx or some other areas on the mouth and throat. And normally the surgical sites here are quite small, so they need to use the microscope to get an enlarged view of that. And surgical lasers are the state of the art tool to do the operations because they afford very precise cuttings and also minimize bleeding in these operations. So these are the laser controllers of these devices shown here on the bottom right of the slide. There's what's called a laser micromanipulator, which is basically a mirror controlled by a little manual joystick. And those long forceps are used to manipulate tissue to expose it properly so they can, using the laser micromanipulator, they can perform the operations as the video is showing here. So this video actually looks quite easy kind of operation. You expose the tissue and guide the laser, but this is on the hands of a super expert surgeon, which is our partner, Professor Giorgio Peretti. It takes a long time to get that level of expertise, and when you see residents doing these operations, you clearly notice all the challenges that they go through to do a good job in this case, which is important to do a good job because it has a major impact on the quality of life of the patient. So the impact on the quality of the surgery and also on the life of the patient, because it can affect the voice, the capacity to eat. And so in the beginning of this process, we started assessing what are the challenges involved on this, and we saw it was difficult, okay, but analyzing it a little deeper, we saw there's the need for microscopic precision is a key aspect, because you wanted to guide the laser and target really precise points on the tissue. The long operative distance also is a problem, because the typical operating distance from the laser micromanipulator to the target is 400 millimeters. I mean, almost half meter away, they are controlling this mirror to guide the laser with high precision, which makes it challenging, difficult. The ergonomics of the surgical setup is not optimal. The devices have poor controllability, including the long forceps used to manipulate tissue. And the visualization is difficult. Also, the access to get deep down on the throat through the laryngoscope is not so easy. So this is we saw a lot of potential here for technology to help, especially robotics, so we can do a lot to help improve these operations. And the first thing we started to do is focusing on the laser micromanipulator. And over the years, we created this device that we call a CALM, a computer-assisted laser microsurgery, which is basically a robotic device that replaces the manual laser micromanipulator with a motorized version that can be controlled from a very intuitive, like a tablet interface. And also provides these robotic capabilities to the setup, where you can plan and execute trajectories in sort of in an automatic way with very high precision, very high accuracy. And so the system was developed to be a replacement, as I said, for the manual micromanipulator. In this case, it should have minimal impact on the surgical workflow, so it can directly be used on the current setups. And we did a lot of tests to validate this in the lab, for example, using these precision targets, which were plaster blocks painted with some very small targets that the users should use the laser to burn. So when the laser burns, it removes the superficial paint, and you can see the white below. And this just show in one picture, a very clear idea how improved the system how much improvement the robotic system can bring, just comparing what can be achieved with the traditional system with respect to that of the robotic. And we also assess the system on a more like realistic setups using animal parts like a pig larynxes, which have pigs have a very similar anatomy on the larynx region as the humans. And we brought that to different ENT conferences and set up this small simulated operating room and asked a lot of surgeons to do the tests. And more than 150 international experts test our systems, and from all of them, pretty much we got very, very positive feedback. So they were always asking us, oh, when this is going to be available, when can I use that in my hospital? So we decided to move forward with that together with the company LN, which is a major laser manufacturer here from Italy. So we decided to start pushing that towards a product. And in parallel, also working with Professor Peretti and the company Kaustorz, we noticed they have developed this exoscope system, which is basically a 3D camera with very high magnification, very good image quality that was being certified for surgical use, for clinical use. And we said, oh, we can use this also to further improve the surgical setup. It can literally replace the surgical microscope. And so we created some adapters here to couple the traditional laser micromanipulator with the camera, and also some other types of supports to give a better, improve the ergonomic of the surgical setup. And actually, the Kaustorz really liked the idea and got our designs and made that into a product now that they now currently have on the market. And this also started a new kind of method for transoral laser microsurgery, which they call heads-up TLM. And they're already doing courses a couple of years ago. And so this is the setup that was brought into clinical use. So here you can see there's the surgeons and the assistants wearing 3D goggles now, and which is compared to the previous where you have the microscope. Now the view that the surgeon gets, the 3D view of the anatomy, is shared with everybody in the operating room, which is brings a lot of benefits to the operation. Not only to get better assistance from the nurses and the surgical assistant there, but also in terms of training. So now they have people can really see what the surgeon is seeing and follow up and learn a bit faster. And you can see here a little better a zoom. So there's the Viton camera from Kaustorz with the adapter that we designed connecting the laser micromanipulator, and that's how the operation is being done now without the microscope. But of course, we have the CALM, we have the robotic laser micromanipulator that we wanted to add to the setup. So we're also doing some research and experiments of that. Here's a video of a cadaver trial from some time ago where we were testing the connection and showing that it's feasible also to use our robotic laser micromanipulator with this Viton system. And so this is a picture of the setup, which a little nicer kind of connection between the two, the camera and COM. And this is sort of the idea that we want to bring forward to clinical use now by certifying our COM prototype. In parallel, there was also this other issue that I mentioned earlier, is that of using the long forceps to manipulate tissue. So we have done quite a lot of research on developing also the robotic forceps to use in transoral operations. And these are images of one of the prototype developed by my PhD student, Manish Chauhan, which is now a professor in the UK. And this one had the benefit of also adding force sensing on the manipulation, so it was capable of giving haptic feedback during tissue manipulation. And we show it can integrate nicely with COM. So now we have a robotic control of the laser and of the forceps, which brought us in contact with a Vodafone company. It's like a major telecom company. And on the time they were setting up, starting to set up the 5G telecommunication systems here in Europe. And we worked with them back in 2019, so a few years ago, to do the first live demonstration of 5G telesurgery in Europe. So on one side, we had our robotic device on the on the San Raffaele Hospital in Milan, with our COM device, the robotic tissue manipulation, and the Vital camera. And 15 kilometers away on the Vodafone village auditorium, we have the surgeon controlling the systems through this interface you can see here on the middle of the screen. And it was very successful. We did trials with some silicon models for the public, and then offline we did tests with, again, animal parts, pig larynxes, and also with human cadavers, and publish our results on this, on some interesting publications that can be found now. So these are images of the setup in the operating room. And the hand here of the assistant was just holding a suction to extract the fumes, the surgical fumes from the laser. Everything else was being controlled remotely by the surgeon on the stage. So this is now progressing forward. I'll continue that topic in a little bit. I just wanted to also mention this other side. So we've been working for many years a lot with the ENT surgeons, and so we start also get to know the issues with the disease detection and how do they diagnose this. And also on this end, there's a lot of need for technology, and a lot of things can be improved, and technology can help. Key challenges in this case are listed here. So only 50% of the cancer cases are diagnosed at the localized stage, means early stage tumors. And very often, incisional biopsy is required when they are not sure if the disease is cancer or not. And that can have some complications and discomfort to the patient, and risk of infections and other possible negative side effects. So we started looking at this, how we can improve the detection and the diagnosis in this area. Looking at the current gold standard, we can see that what they do is that endoscopic examination, like you saw in the previous picture and also here, use this very small flexible endoscope inserted through the nose of the patient and go deep down to the larynx to look around and see if they can find what is wrong with the patient, and detect and diagnose the diseases. No? So the two imaging modalities are used, so white light and narrowband imaging. Narrowband imaging has been proven to enhance the diagnostic capabilities, but it also requires some extra knowledge and training from the clinicians to use that. And the limitation is that the detection of diseases is quite limited to the expertise and attention level of the clinician doing this endoscopy. And the treatment, when they go for surgery, the difficulties in assessing the margins of the tumor, the extent of the tumor, also leads to 20% rate of positive resection margins overall. No, not some expert centers like the hospital we work with. This rate is much lower, but overall, considering also other clinics, other hospitals that don't have this such expertise, this rate of positive margin is quite large, and technology can help improve that. At least that's what we believe. And in this case, AI, not only robotics, but AI comes into play now that can be used to detect and diagnose disease like expert surgeons. So looking at the images and understanding the signs of the malignancies. So our goal was that to develop AI-based vision systems to automatically detect, diagnose, and also delineate the margins of the cancers that are found through this analysis. So these are the goals listed here: improve the detection and diagnosis capabilities in the clinics, and by reducing misdetections, and also enhance the tumor localization and margin assessments. So overall, the concept is that of bringing image-guided assistance to the cancer surgery. And we were lucky to get funding from the RAISE project, which is money from the European Commission funding a lot of research progress here in the Genova state, Genova region. So to move on that direction, again, collaborating very strongly with the San Martino Hospital, with our partners here from the local hospital, we built a training data set that is used to train the AI algorithms. So we had the surgeons spend a lot of time going through the videos and annotating the images and adding bounding boxes around the diseases, and also doing precise segmentations of the tumor margins as they understand and as they see. And these are the expert surgeons that we assume this data is now our ground truth, so we use this for training our algorithms. And they did a lot of work. You can see here over 8,500 images they annotated with bounding boxes, and the delineation, almost 4,000 images, which was a very rich database that we could use to develop our AI algorithms. And so we've been doing that over the last years. We've been publishing quite a lot in this area, our findings. And these are kind of a summary of what we have. Starting from the disease detection, we were using some state-of-the-art deep learning algorithms. And trained on our data, we are getting a very good precision in terms of detection with inference time very fast. So these algorithms work in real time. And which is what we need for creating a system that can assist clinicians during the endoscopy. Also, in terms of diagnosis, which here we call the classification, basically we wanted to, once we detected diseases, we wanted to understand what it is. So on the AI engineering side, we call it classification, but basically it's doing the diagnosis. And in this case, we are considering 8 classes, and we can see that our algorithms already perform very well to recognize cancer, which is SCC here corresponds to squamous cell carcinoma, which is the most common type of cancer in this upper aerodigestive tract region. So over 90% of the cases are squamous cell carcinoma. We still have some problems with the other benign diseases. There's some confusion, and that's mostly what we believe now is lack of informative content in our data sets. We don't have enough examples of those cases to train our deep learning models. But we are getting there, so we are improving our data sets now. And for the delineation, here we did some more heavy work on developing our own customized deep learning network, which we have published it, and the results are actually quite good. So with performance compared to that of residents with over 3 years of experience. We're still not yet at the top expert level, but we are getting there. We're getting pretty close. So we really believe this has a potential to really impact the clinical process of diagnosing diseases of the upper air digestive tract. Another thing related to all this is that of detecting tumors with another technology, in this case, bioimpedance. So we are also looking into this of a little probe that can be used to touch the tissue and then understand, characterize it and understand if it is healthy or tumor. And we developed the system we call a smart probe, which is based on a needle, a bipolar needle, so the two electrodes are right on the tip. And we showed that by simply touching tissue, we can characterize it and recognize the tissue in real time, as the video shows. No? So you're touching different types of tissue, and the system is classifying liver, fat, or another type of tissue. So it can be used for cancer detection. That was our the first goal, but we also use that for many other applications like venous catheterization, precise drug delivery. So we have a kind of a research track into the bioimpedance that we are following up, and the applications are vast. But considering the ENT site, the application of this for the ENT, we are finalizing now a clinical study. So we brought this stuff to the operating room. We got all the certifications and ethics approval for that. And we were testing the system on fresh ex vivo tissue right there in the OR. So immediately after the operation, where tumor is removed from the patient, we were collecting data from healthy tissue and tumors. And our preliminary results are quite promising, so we were excited about this because we are showing that bioimpedance indeed can be used to distinguish or to understand the difference between healthy tissue and tumors. And there's still a bit of confusing, so maybe a need for some more advanced classification algorithms to process this data, but it's possible. So this is something we wanted to push forward also in the future, which now I tell you, everything comes together on this new European project, which I'm coordinating, called AirCare. So this is stands for AI Augmented Robotics for Cancer Point of Care. And here we bring together all these technologies I presented to you before in the idea of pushing this forward towards real inhuman tests. So this is an innovation action, which means exactly that. So we're starting from initial prototypes. We enhance their readiness level, what they call a technology readiness level, to a point where we can test them in humans. And here I was able to recruit a lot of help to do this. And we have 12 partners involved in AirCare, spread all over Europe. These include research institutes, companies, and 3 hospitals, and from all these different countries listed here. And these are more details of the consortium members. So IIT is coordinating the project, but we also have the Southern Denmark University involved in it, the Escola Superior de Santana, with their cybersecurity researchers involved. KU Leuven, they do the engineering, and they're doing helping with the robotic forces for tissue manipulation. We have 3 hospitals involved, 3 very big hospitals with large expertise on the ENT area. So the local San Martino Hospital in Geneva, but also UZ Leuven and the Hospital Clinic Barcelona. And these are companies involved. So we have surgical laser manufacturers. Barco does 3D displays, and we have also some help in terms of communication dissemination, legal aspects, and all the parts regarding the ethics approval and the build-up of technical documentation to get the approvals from, especially from ACNIT, is an Austrian company. And what we want to do, as I mentioned before, is we wanted to get these prototypes, our advanced AI and robotics technology that we tested in the lab, and bring that to clinical trials. And the application scenarios are 2 inside this project. One, we are working on the clinic side for the detection and diagnosis. And when the patient needs to have surgery, we have the technology for the operating room, for the surgical treatment. And as mentioned before, we are bringing the technologies that I mentioned earlier together. In this case, the CADEC systems, or the computer-assisted detection and diagnosis systems, together with the bioimpedance tissue characterization to assist on the disease detection and diagnosis on the clinic. The goals here are to minimize the misdetection and do the real-time disease diagnosis and reduce the need for biopsies, because we believe our bioimpedance sensor, that's only by contact, has the potential to eliminate the need for actually getting biopsy from the patients. We are actually already doing some clinical trials with a first prototype of the systems that you can see on the right side here, what we call the Vera. So it's already there in the clinic and working in parallel with the clinicians. So we are collecting that data of this device. Also in the operating room, so we are processing the video in parallel to the analysis that the surgeons are doing during the operation. This is part of the clinical trial, although it's not an interventional clinical trial, because we are in parallel and not influencing the clinical decisions yet, but that's the next step that we are going to go through with the help of the Air Care project. For the therapy side, our goals is basically certify the systems for use, the system that you see here, the Calm with the Viton, and the intuitive tablet-based control of the laser, and bring in also this AI tumor detection into place, so integrating everything with the robotic tissue manipulation, so to reduce the rate of positive margin, so make sure that all tumor is removed from the patient in the first operation, so there's no need to reoperate the patient in case tumor is left behind, and providing this very superior laser control and more intuitive control of the overall surgical devices, reducing the risk for the patient and improving the quality of the procedures. So with that, I just show you a picture of the Air Care Consortium. Of course, not everybody. These are mainly the representatives that came to the kickoff meeting we had a few months ago. So this is a very fresh project that just started. And I close this presentation with this picture of my team a few years ago. This is a relatively old picture, but I really like it because it shows like the international aspects of the team. No? We had people from all over the world here working together, collaborating to create this nice technologies to improve healthcare, to improve for the benefit of society. Sad thing is that COVID came along and really impact the international mobility. My example today that I cannot get the visa to go to India, also to get students here became from other countries outside Europe. It became complicated, lengthy process, and it really impacts the level of internationality of my team. But we still have people coming from other countries. I'm looking forward to build up also this international dimension of my team in the future. So with that, I can stop my presentation and take questions if people have it. Thank you very much for the attention.
Dr. Leonardo.
Yes, I can.
Now, now we have uh, time for some quick questions. So yeah, Dr. Mishra. Yeah, please. Okay. Okay, Dr. Leonardo, good afternoon from India. Can you hear me?
Not very
Can you
well.
hear me? Okay, very
It's
well. Now,
very,
okay.
very,
Now it's better?
yes, a
Better?
bit better. Yes.
Better?
Yes.
Better. I'm a member of the COE element in robotics here. I met virtually many occasions, and one of your colleagues also gave presentation in the last year our telemedicine conference. My question is, being a surgeon, so apprehension of accepting a tissue diagnosis based on the bioimpedance only, because register pathology of the gold standard is the gold standard. There are legal
I'm sorry, I cannot understand anything.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
I'm sorry, I cannot understand anything that is being said.
I just want to ask, can you get the diagnosis of bioimpedance based whether it is cancer or non-cancer and accept it legally? No?
It's like multiple echoes together, so I don't really get the question. If like the diagnosis, I can. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. The sound is really bad.
Better now? Is it better now? Can you hear me?
A little better, still echo, but yes,
Okay.
better.
Lepo. So my question is, I know it's saying that I know you get in the bioimpedance diagnosis, you should diagnose which characterization and plan the candidate, but the candidates out that should diagnose pathology. She not can understand. She not can understand.
Maybe I can answer what I maybe understood. The question is about the diagnosis, and I understand you are a surgeon. So what I can say about the diagnosis more than I said is like we are collaborating with these experts that are helping us build up a data set. So they're providing their knowledge to in terms of disease detection and diagnosis by annotating these videos. So they take their time to watch the video, select images, and then do the diagnosis and mark that diagnosis on the database for us. And based on that, we can build up knowledge with AI systems that can sort of an apprentice, learn from them and be able to apply that in real time during the examinations. But I have no idea if that was what you asked or not, because the sound quality is absolutely horrible and I cannot understand anything that's being said in the room.
I'll try again, Leonardo. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Yeah, thanks. So my point is very brief answer. Can we take the bioimpedance-based tissue characterization as the histological diagnosis versus a tissue biopsy and histopathologically examined cancer diagnosis? Because there is legal and ethical issues of a cancer management.
I understand. So the point now, we are still on research on that side. So we wanted to go in human to validate that the information we get from the bioimpedance signals are reliable and give robust results. So we are not going to replace the biopsy right now. But if we can prove it's the results we get from it are comparable to biopsy, maybe in the future, yes, we can move in that direction. But yes, it's a road in that direction. So we still need to get to this data and further develop the classification algorithms, so to recognize the based on the bioimpedance data properly perform the classification if it's tumor or not.
Yeah. Leonardo, Leonardo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So first of all, we really miss you here.
I'm sorry I could not be there.
I'm also sorry, the government is booked up somewhere. So I hope that next opportunity we'll be able to have you here.
Yes, yes. Be happy to go.
Okay, so yeah. Just I have one small question that you have talked about the bioimpedance, which is based on electrical impedance. Can we also use mechanical impedance as a marker?
Yes.
Let's say the change of stiffness and similar properties.
Yes, it's possible. So palpation is something done regularly on the clinical sides, to locate and locate tumors and understand if there's tumors. So it can be something to be added here, and may provide further information to give a more robust and reliable diagnosis. So yes, it require adding another sensor to the probe, but it's yes, it's an idea that can be investigated.
Thank you, Dr. Leonardo. I hope I am audible. Audible.
Leonardo?
Yes.
So there is some network issue. So what we'll do is that we'll keep you posted about any other questions. Okay?
Yes, thank you very much for this invitation, the opportunity to present here, and I look forward to meeting you in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the Congress.
Yeah. See you.
All the best. Enjoy Nikhil's presentation.
Thank you.
Bye, Leo. Nice to see you.
Bye.
Hello?
Sorry for the technical glitch.
No worries. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you're able to see the screen as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
perfect.
our next speaker is Dr. Nikhil Deshpande. It is my pleasure to introduce him. He is an associate professor of robotics and AI with his primary affiliation with the cyber physical health and assistive robotics technologies chart group at the Department of Computer Science, University of Nottingham. So he will deliver a keynote talk on user-centered design for assistive telerobotics and interfaces. Over to you, Professor Deshpande.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all my seniors and all my peers over there. It is unfortunate that I cannot be there in person, but thank you again for this opportunity to present online anyway. Hello, Bishak. I can see you there. So I'm Nikhil. Thank you for the kind introduction again. So I'll just move in. So just a little bit about my journey so far. So I'm from India and I'm from Pune. I did my bachelor's in Pune in the College of Engineering, COEP. Then I moved for my master's in the US at North Carolina State. Stayed on there for my PhD in mobile robot navigation. Actually, my association with Leonardo, who was the previous speaker, goes back to that time, so almost about 18 years. And then I moved to his lab in IIT, started a postdoc in telesurgery in the biomedical robotics lab that Leonardo led, and then grew over there at IIT Italy, became a team leader in telerobotics and mixed reality. And just this year now, early this year, I started as associate professor in robotics and AI. So this is the group that I'm part of. This is the Cyber Physical Health and Assistive Robotics Technologies Chart Research Group. This is led by Professor Praminda Caleb Solly, who's going to be a plenary speaker tomorrow. So you'll be able to get a much wider flavor of the technologies that we work on. As you can see, there are many different foundational technologies. I'm showing a little video over here to give you a glimpse of the different healthcare associated assistive robotics and AI technology that we work on. Coming to myself, these are the different areas. If it starts up, doesn't want to start. Just check what's happening. Okay, there is some issue here with this slide and maybe even the slideshow in general. Let me just stop the slideshow. Okay. Try again. Okay, I'm going to share again. Okay, this is where we were. So the different technologies that I work on, or I have worked on, continue to work on all over my research journey so far. The top two ones are the ones that I'm going to talk about today a little bit. And one of them, surgical robot devices and interface design. This was part of my research with Leonardo in his lab. And then the mixed reality and immersive teleoperation. But all of these technologies, I try to call them as user-centered telerobotics. So all of them, whether it is haptics or natural gesture manipulation or the intelligent bandwidth and latency reduction, are all related to helping the user simplify their life in a way. So my presentation is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to start giving you a brief idea of what I mean by telerobotics in this context. So let's imagine a user who's working with some hazardous material. These can be any application, and this hazardous material, we would want that the user is not directly working with it. So maybe we do like introduce a robot there to handle that material, and the user is controlling the robot, programming the robot, next to the robot, somehow doing a good job of it. But then there are some applications like this. Telesurgery is one of them, but space, underwater, chemical response, disaster response, where you would not want the human to go there at all. And let's say send a robot and allow the human to control that robot from a distance. And then once you introduce that theme, then how do you replicate all the information that now the person misses, the operator misses when they are not in the field? And how do you replicate that information, and how to give some intuitive control to the robot as well? So this is how you can introduce that distance, and then the control and the communication on the robot side, and the interface and the intuitive controls on the user side as well. So this presentation, as I said, will follow a little bit different. So this, consider this as Radha. She will take up multiple roles across throughout my presentation. This is an amalgamation of the various users and stakeholders that I have come across my research career so far. And what I would like to share is some feedback and some useful information that they have shared with me with the technologies that we have developed and we have worked with them on. So the first one is the idea of immersive telerobotics eases firefighters' efforts. So here's firefighter Radha. She's supposed to be responding to disasters and chemical areas where there are problems for natural operators to go in. And some of the challenges that she faces are poor accessibility to the disaster site, heavy equipment to carry, and lots of it, lack of 360-degree comprehensive information of the site, and difficult to identify and pinpoint location of victims. Now, if you try to introduce even robotics in there, telerobotics, these problems are exacerbated somehow because of the lack of direct presence in the remote site. So robotics in the field, some of these things actually you must have seen throughout day to day. You will see tomorrow as well. These are technologies actually from IIT, but also other places. Humanoids, quadrupeds, combination of them. Also telerobotics. That's Jeff Bezos teleoperating. The robotics has grown multifold over the last few years. But when we talk about the interfaces, how are the humans going to control those robots? And we want the humans to control those robots because the human has the knowledge and the experience to be able to operate in unstructured environments, unknown environments to begin with. So these are all still difficult, and my proposal here is that we should work more on improving these interfaces. So as against that, what I'm proposing is an interface called the Vicarious interface. I'll just introduce that, which is a combination of mixed reality and the telerobotics. So we are making a digital twin of the real environment in mixed reality, overlaying that with real-time information coming from the remote environment, which is the real-time camera feed and the point cloud feed, registering that to the digital twin environment. And what this allows the user is to intuitively understand what is going on in the remote environment and apply or interact with the remote environment in real time. So, which is what we are calling vicariously experience the remote environment. So the inspiration for this comes from modern virtual reality interfaces, commercial low-cost RGBD cameras and sensors, and of course the concept of cognitive ergonomics, which the perception and the mental effort, stress, reliability, decision making, all these concepts are part of it, which lead to immersive remote telerobotics. This is the overall architecture that we put together. So you can see on the user side, on the robot side on the left, the different platforms that you can use for manipulation, for navigation, the edge computing, the cameras, the software stack. And then on the user side, there's the mixed reality devices, the software stack in that, Unreal Engine, which is the software that we used. And the in between is the network, is the ROS bridge, UDP TCP communication, GStreamer, which allows for low latency communication and data transfer. This is the motion mapping, so allowing the velocity to be mapped from the user's control to the robot. You're controlling the end effector of the robot and the user gesture to the robot pose. This is introducing the concept of teleporting. I'll just talk about that in a bit. So what is happening here is you can see on the bottom, the three figures, the user has the same perspective, or the user is in the same location physically, but they're able to change their perspective as they want. They can see the robot from the front, from the back, from the side, and be able to operate that more intuitively. This is not possible in the traditional interface where you just have a stereo camera, maybe, looking into the environment. So this is what I mean by the Vicarious interface. So you can see on the top here, this is the digital twin of the environment overlaid with the point cloud. And then you can see the real-time video feed as well. And on the bottom left, you can see the teleporting idea where the user is moving around in the remote environment, the digital twin of the remote environment, observing that environment from different angles and maybe interacting intuitively with that. We did some experiments with this idea to be able to compare that against the state of the art, let's say. And the state of the art also includes a single perspective, which is on the right, top right here. The top left is the usual camera feed coming from the remote environment, single perspective. And on the bottom here, there's the three different perspectives that you can get with the teleporting idea, which is from the side, from the front, and like a first-person view underneath the robot. So when we did the experiments with the users, this is what we got. So on the left is the gray one is a traditional stereo feedback. The middle one is the virtual reality without any teleporting, the single perspective. And then with the teleporting, you can see the success rate. This is a pick and place task that we did. The success rate goes up dramatically when we do teleporting because people are able to visualize that environment from different perspectives, be more careful when they're picking up and placing objects. But that also implies that it increases time duration because we are asking the user and allowing the user to be more careful and use more perspectives when they're interacting. The similar kind of information comes out of the questionnaire as well. People are more confident, the viewpoints are more helpful, the visual cues are more helpful, but there is more physical demand because now you're spending more time in the headset and interacting with the devices as well. Another aspect that gets introduced in this is, is the remote 3D telepresence idea. We talked about making the digital twin of the environment and overlaying the real-time information coming from the remote environment. But as you're moving in the remote environment, as the robot is moving in the remote environment, you're capturing more and more of that information and sending it back. So if it is an unstructured environment, you cannot build the digital twin of the whole environment. You're going to overlay more and more information, but that increases latency, increases bandwidth. So we applied the idea of intelligent rendering with the concept of foveation. So foveation is the idea of whenever our eyes are looking, the center of our field of view is high resolution, and everywhere else is low resolution. So we can apply that concept to this, where inside the virtual reality, when you're overlaying the real-time point cloud or providing that information to the user, using eye gaze tracking, the user's field of view is changed, and the center of the field of view gives high resolution, and all around it we can downsample, so we reduce the data that is being transmitted, reduce the latency, and reduce the bandwidth accordingly. We can introduce haptics to this, which is another idea of mixed reality. The user here is trying to interact with the virtual environment, and here maybe trying to open a virtual door, and in front of them is a robot. This is the idea of encounter type haptic feedback. The robot has a plate mounted on that on it, and when the user goes to open the virtual door, they actually get a feeling of pressing against a plate, which represents the door in this case, and using impedance control on the robot, you can give the feeling of actually the user pushing a door. Now, how we can use this in telerobotics is the concept, completing the concept on the other side, on the robot side, is the user pushing the robot, like the encounter type haptic robot on the user side, and the robot on the on the remote side opening the door, which gives a more intuitive idea of when you are pushing the door in the remote environment as well. Another form of haptics is from 3D reconstruction. So here the idea is feel where you don't see. The concept of whenever you're moving in the remote environment, you can't have 100 cameras around you. So with the camera that you have, as you're moving, you're reconstructing the environment and using that same reconstruction to build a sort of a force field around the environment that you have, and then you can estimate distances to those objects, to the environmental scene, and use that to give a haptic sensation to the user, so that when the robot is close to a wall or close to an object that you want to be careful about, you can get a haptic sensation back to the user, which can then change the trajectory as you go. This is where it all comes together. These are some of the projects that we were able to do, combining the different technologies at IIT in this case, and working with our collaborative agency ENILE in Italy. So they are interested in, of course, ENILE is the worker insurance authority in Italy, and they're interested in reducing as much as possible the worker injury and worker death when they're in industry. So we were able to work with firefighters in this case. This is a controlled fire that we did. The pilot station is about 30 meters away in this case. We mounted a fire extinguisher on there and then tried to put out the fire with the firefighters. And on the bottom here is just a video of us presenting this system to the president of Italy. So this is the idea of working with firefighters. This is the idea of empowering firefighter Radha. The interface is very useful to visualize information. This is the feedback we get from them. The robot can help us gather information before we go in, so like a primary response and gathering information. It's useful that I can intervene and manipulate stuff with the robot, so the capability of the robot becomes important. And a system where I can respond with one of the feedback that we got was as a robot companion when they are going in. So imagine it's always a team of people, always a team of firefighters responding to a situation. So one of the team members is a robot, which is controlled by somebody remotely. And then you are interacting with that robot in real time in that space to be able to coordinate your response and maybe do it faster or more efficiently or more accurately. The other idea that I want to talk about, the second one in this talk, is the idea of mixed reality and robotics improving construction worker safety. So this is construction worker Radha now. She's taken up the role of a construction worker, and some of the problems that she faces in construction work is non-compliance with safety equipment, not used at all or used improperly, and lack of proper training. And the impact that this has is in some statistics that come out here. These are, I think, European statistics. So in the first year, as you can see, this is the x-axis is the number of years after starting job, so experience, let's say, and the pillars show the number of worker deaths. In the first year, because of non-compliance with safety, because of lack of proper training, the highest number of deaths occur. And then as you get more experienced, as people are more experienced, the number of deaths reduces. So this pinpoints sort of the area that we should tackle. And what we try to do here with our collaborators is to introduce mixed reality as a training environment. So this is a multi-user industrial training environment. So I'll just play through this video. What we are doing here is setting up an environment where a supervisor can supervise multiple trainees going through the training, and a step-by-step sort of task list is given to the trainee, gloves, helmets, personal protective equipment, and then what are some of the things that they should do. So in a construction site, they should be following instructions, going to particular areas, follow particular paths as they go. And then if I can maybe speed through this video. Oh no, sorry. I don't know how to move this. Okay, so if I can just speed through this video over here, the user is the construction worker in this case is is supposed to build something and take equipment with them on this lift, and they use that to go up the lift, go through all the steps that they're supposed to do, and they get ticked off automatically when they do these things. So as they go up, they're supposed to anchor to the anchoring line to be safe, and this is all monitored by the supervisor. And here they are supposed to build a parapet wall, which is collective protective equipment when they're doing construction. So this is an example of how we can use mixed reality for construction worker safety or training. And in the other instance is falls from in construction work. Falls actually in general in life, in human life, falls are the third most occurring event which cause injury and death. And in construction work, this is even more so. So what we were trying to do with our collaborators here is trying to understand if there are devices which are not existing, maybe more advanced in this field. We are trying to go through with simulations in this and understand two things. One is, can we have some equipment where we can prevent the fall? And the second is, if the fall occurs, can we reduce the impact of the fall? So one is fall arresting, one is fall mitigation. So in this fall mitigation idea, what we were looking at is stabilizing flywheels. So in a backpack, you would have a system of flywheels that when you're pushed back or you start to lose balance, the flywheels move and restore your balance against the center of gravity. And this is all in simulation. We were able to publish a paper on this as well, but we were not supposed to take this idea forward into the mechanical design as well, where we aren't right now. And the other idea was cold gas thrusters. Cold gas thrusters are devices from space, actually. So cold gas thrusters are used in satellites for repositioning satellites, reorienting satellites. And the idea here was to use them in a backpack with the construction worker. So here we are simulating, let's say, a fall from 3 meters. The impact velocity goes to about 8 meters per second. And this is all done in MATLAB. And then when we introduce the idea of cold gas thrusters, controlled thrust in different directions applied along a backpack for the human, we can actually reduce the impact velocity to less than 5 meters per second. So this velocity is, you can imagine when you jump off, let's say a regular desk, which is 1.5 meters. When you hit the ground, you hit with 5 meters per second, or also the velocity when you land with a parachute. So this velocity is considered safe velocity in some way. So we were trying to achieve that with this sort of technology, and we were able to show that in simulation so far, anyway. And the other idea, I'll just play again this video with the wearable drone. This is very futuristic. We were able to just generate some initial data, and we made this. This is more of a publicity video. This is not a concept video, let's say. So we were showing here a wearable drone idea where when the person falls, the drone launches and is able to land the person safely on the ground. And this technology as a concept has been shown, but hasn't actually taken off in real world, in simulation or in real world design yet, anyway. So both these all these technologies actually work on empowering construction worker, rather more engaging training, more retention of knowledge when they're training in mixed reality, and hopefully improving access to personal and collective protection devices, and hopefully solving recurring problems in the sector which are related to non-compliance or non-use of these devices. The third and last one actually is journey to calmness. Maybe perhaps in the previous presentation from Leonardo, you must have come across this. This was my work when I was a postdoc with Leonardo during in telesurgery. I'll just talk about what calmness is in a bit. So this is the surgical area that with transoral laser microsurgery. Some statistics, and we're talking about polyps and cysts on the vocal cords. And this is surgical sort of operating theater, where you can see the surgeon operating with the left hand a laser device. There's a joystick that they're holding, and then they have a forceps in the right hand. And there are some issues. I think most of this probably was covered by Leonardo, so I'll just skip through. But taking Radha now taking the role of a doctor. So what are some of the issues that Dr. Radha faces? Is need to achieve thin surgical margins, poor ergonomics and usability, difficult control of the laser, of course, and skill acquisition takes a really long time because you're trying to control this small joystick at a distance of about half a meter, and vocal cords are about 20 by 20 millimeters, and cysts and polyps are even less, let's say 4 or 5 millimeters. And the surgical margin, surgical margins is leaving as much healthy tissue back and removing as much of the tumor as possible. So these are sub-millimeter actually. So you can imagine the challenge that Dr. Radha can face in this. The other role that Radha can take is also the patient. So some of the things that happen to the patient is uncomfortable and difficult surgical access. Surgery duration and recovery time are very long. And the voice quality and quality of life post-surgery, of course, with laser surgery is much better, but if you have more accurate, more precise, more efficient surgery, this can improve a lot. So what we try to introduce is the idea of CALM, which is computer-assisted laser microsurgery. Going to the operating theater many times, understanding the surgical workflow, using those conversations with the surgeon to design a mechanical device and an interface for the same. So this is the mechanical device. It's called computer-assisted laser microsurgery device. So what we try to do is automate the laser control itself instead of the joystick, replace it with a two degrees of freedom mechanism. And we were then able to show this change in interface, right? So now instead of the joystick, the user is using a tablet device, using a stylus-like device to control the laser, which dramatically improves the interface and simplifies the life of the surgeon. You must have seen this information as well. This is on top. We tested this with expert surgeons and novice surgeons, asking them to make certain gestures that are mimicking the gestures that they make during surgery and using the laser system. So the traditional joystick-based laser on top and the CALM system on the bottom, see effectiveness increases 60%, efficiency about 30%, which contributes to improving the surgical outcome for the patient as well. Some of the questions that we asked, whether this system is suitable, the kind of mental workload and controllability that the surgeons have with this device, and we scored quite favorably in all of them. Then we can introduce augmented reality along with the tele control of the laser. On top here, you can see the surgeon programming a path and the laser executing it automatically. This was not possible before. And on the bottom, you can see some virtual fixtures where you're doing on off for the laser. In the triangle, the laser turns off automatically, and other places it can be on. So you can define some delicate regions where you don't want the laser to cut. And this, I think Leonardo must have showed. So we did the first live demo of remote surgery over 5G in Italy in 2019 using the same technology. So the idea of empowering Dr. Radha in this case, the surgery is much easier, the quality of the cut is much better, and surgery is quicker. It is less stressful, but more importantly, it also gives the surgeon a third hand. So now if you can imagine that the laser path is programmed, the laser is executing automatically, the hand that controls the joystick is now free, and the surgeon can use that hand to actually maybe use another forceps to move tissue properly or do something else with their hand. This is something that is very useful for surgeons from the feedback that we got. Empowering patient Radha, of course, shorter surgery times, more efficient, more accurate, more precise, better voice quality, and lower overall and long-term cost, giving accessibility to high quality and precision surgery with this system. And this is one of the data points that I always show for, let's say, Dr. Radha. So this is the case number on the x-axis and the measurable outcome, and let's say the threshold of acceptable standards, right? So as the number of cases increase and the experience increases, you are looking at the surgeon achieving a certain skill and then over time reducing. With CALM or with this kind of telesurgery concept, we would like the surgeon to upskill as quickly as possible, achieve more skill, and then stay skilled for longer over time. So over all these roles that Radha has taken, what I'm interested in is giving the message of empowerment using robotics and AI in this sector, in these different sectors. And I must admit, the idea of empowerment I'm borrowing from a colleague, but I thought it's very relevant when we are talking about using technologies to improve different sectors in our life. And what we would like to do is introducing the idea of AI and robotic systems with the theme of for, with, by. So you're developing for somebody, designing with them, and it is supposed to be used by them. So we are not as a silo developing these technologies or working on these technologies, but collaboratively developing for the construction worker, the firefighter, the doctor, and the patient, and improving their life in some way. The next time you come across some of these technologies, you can ask the question of, does it empower us humans in all these different areas of life, and does it empower me or someone else in this way? Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. So time for one or two quick questions. One question, if anybody. Yeah, you can post your query online as well. So thank you again. Thank you.
Bye everyone. Thank you. Stop share.
So one swap in the sequence of the speaker. Instead of Professor Jera, Professor Radhakan, Professor Radhaki is the next speaker, and let me introduce Professor Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering and Aerospace Engineering, Bangalore. His research interests in a broad area of theory and application, with emphasis on synthesis, algorithm control, nonlinear control, and state estimate. So the title of the talk is on autopilot inspired by PCL penalty about the type 1 diabetic patient. Over.
Done? Better? Okay. Thank you very much. In fact, the virtual Radha has made a lot of difficult for the real Radha here. Okay, so thanks a lot for the wonderful previous talk. So it's also my pleasure now to take you through some of this little bit of work that we keep on doing here. And I'm predominantly from aerospace, so don't take it otherwise that I belong to this community. I'm trying to, but you are all super. Kind of lot more knowledgeable than me, basically. That. Anyway, so now a lot of people ask me, being in aerospace, what are you talking about this healthcare? So I purposefully selected this title, what we call as autopilot, very regularly in aerospace. And some of these technologies that we actually use in autopilot design, we want to put it here to get it for the healthcare part of it. Okay. And this problem happens to be a fantastic example for doing all this specifically there. So that's how it is. So let's get going. Responding. What happened? Not responding, no? Not responding to this. Bengal is there. Bengal is on. Not even here, it's Bengal, but it's what is happening here? Going, going forward only. Can you say it again? You have to say from the beginning. Sorry for that. So anyway, so it's my duty to tell a little bit about my institute, but all of you know it anyway already. So this is the statistics that we carry. I mean, it's a very good institutes, both of it, Kanpur, Bangalore. But these are some of the statistics that we are genuinely proud of. Of course, the most proud thing about being number one in the entire world, we are number one for research impact. But is number of lessons per faculty to take that way. That a couple of years have been there. All together, I mean, it's a very good to have healthy competition in it. That's what all right. All right. So let's carry on with that. So this is you see, all of my research revolves around mostly 90%. I do work on many variety of things on the satellites, software from there and other things. We can really classify this into kind of six categories. And I don't want to talk about all the five. I just talk a little bit about our artificial pancreas. This is where we think where we think our technology and systems can be used. Lot of diabetic people need they need critical care basically. Type 1 diabetes. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. This particular answer, my other research, a lot of my other research that I conduct obviously the ideas about this that biomedical part, biomedical area of it has been very largely supported with RDMI, MHRD, also with the recently DVT and also the DVT and also the private foundation, all people now so this is a bundle of research. It's not just a casual research happening over the last 5 years, happening over the last 5 years. It is going to the next year, it is going to take it to the journey. Alright, so that I can introduction all of you are aware of this little of that out there. I have been technically, I have been modest as I put this along and right about this one day 2 o'clock with right at very fantastic and followed by Ramsey and followed by Ramsey. So let's see. How many of you are diabetic by the way? Diabetic. No, diabetic, fantastic. No, nice to see that. How many of you think that somebody in your family you are aware of some very, very well those one who is actually diabetic. That is the truth. That is right. Actually, all of us are actually all of us are doing this pandemic sort of thing. And unfortunately, India is become India is number one in population. Diabetic population. So it becomes our duty. It becomes our duty in ourselves. Keep it on. We can do something. We can do whatever sense. So this is what you're talking. So this is what you're talking. And the fact what happens here, what happens here actually has plays a lot of just about really not about important anything more or insulin and glucagon insulin and alcohol the critical organ, the critical organ, the feel good factor, feel good or bad or something like that also can come from that kind of all right, so we'll not get digress. So diabetes around the world, if you see around the world, if you see 2021 number 537 million, and you are expecting that okay, it's been more than more than million by 2030 million by 2030. You can tell you can 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 4 so don't feel that we are not having maybe when you are 40, 45, let's take a little bit back and take a little bit back. Hopefully, touch wood, something should happen. It happens, don't worry. It happens, it don't happen. You still manage it. Because then it requires discipline, medicine, or discipline, medicine, or something like that. In fact, what it needs is right? So when you talk about diabetes in India, of course, we have got 200 million, right? People are still already diabetic. I will not talk about a lot more numbers out there, but essentially patients for insulin therapy, if you talk about, they are talking about type 1 diabetes. Their pancreas do not secrete an insulin, or they secrete insulin, but is not able to get into the bloodstream, and there are many two reasons for that. So type 1 is very critical. And then when you are type 2, essentially be able to manage it through medicines and all. But after a while, medicines will some of them. So you migrate as you grow older and all. Some of them, not everybody, some of them will require insulin therapy. It's called insulin dependent type 2. They're not type 1. But still that dependent. This is what you're talking about. There are some of these studies and other you can see that. So what is this type 1 part of it? I told this three type of cells primarily, as far as I understand. So excuse me, again, I'm not venturing into be like speaking like a biologist. I'm not. So this is what it is. But essentially, you've got alpha, beta, delta cells, and then these two are very critical for the blood sugar control. So in fact, there are initiatives in the Western world already to come up with the dual hormone insulin. So just not the insulin, but we'll also have glucagon in that. So that kind of thing. So essentially, you got alpha cells, beta cells, which is very critical for insulin. Alpha is the negative contractile hormones. Whenever your blood glucose is very, very low, then you need to eat some sweet or some glucose and things like that. That point of time, you really require glucagon into that. In fact, those of you are fasting, right? If you fast for a long, long, long time, then finally hungry, then no hunger. So that is the time where this fellow is pumped in, this glucagon hormone to the blood actually. So suddenly you feel saturated. You don't need food at that point. That's a life-saving hormone mechanism sort of thing, right? So what really happens here? The type 1 is something like called autoimmune condition. That means your own immune system will think that, okay, these things are bad cells and they will try to kill it. So all whatever your beta cells are getting nullified by your own immune system. So that happens in a very adult, very kind of teenager sort of thing, about 10 to 12, 14, around 10 to 15-year age, that actually happens. And those people, those very young kids tend to be type 1 diabetic people. Unless you treat them very well, very carefully, they will not live longer also. Typically, the lifespan is used to be about 25, 30 maximum. But now it has improved substantially. And in fact, we want them to live as good as we can live it. That's the whole idea of it. What happens here when you talk about this insulin therapy sort of thing, or in fact this diabetes condition in general? There can be two conditions. One is hyperglycemia. The other one is hypoglycemia. All of you know probably. Hypoglycemia is like a lot of sugar in the blood, very high level of sugar. Hypo is even more critical when the sugar level goes much below. Then your brain doesn't get energy, and you get some. You can get into a lot of issues. In fact, you need critical care. You can go to coma. You can die also. Very urgent therapy. So no matter what you do, you should not kind of pump in little more insulin into the blood. Because the moment you put it, there is no way you can get it out. So you have to put again the counter hormone based on that. So that's the problem. So try to have a lot of careful thing about that. So what really happens in this so-called sugar control business in the body? In fact, if you go to a little more deeper, our body contains very, very good, fantastic control systems. About 100 different control systems. Eye control system, hand control system, motor control system, all that you can see. Neck control system, all that you can see. Also, you can see thermal control system. Your body temperature is like, respiratory system. When you have this hot summer, then you kind of sweat. Right? So sweating is because it will cool down. When you have very cold weather and there is no winter, no winter jacket, your body will fever. Yes, fever means release more energy. So that is thermal control system. So glucose control system, calcium control system, iron control system. Those people are doing that, but it's not with antibodies like that. We are concentrating mainly on the glucose part of it. What happens is, suppose you got a right? Suppose you eat some rice in the blood, the rice is there. Then there is a natural sensor signal that goes, and then it goes there. Then of course they try to kind of then give some more order to think about the thing. When we have to release more insulin, it can be very nice control system. If it is very low, you try to get down very long, then you try to let it go. So I can get it there. If you still don't get good, if you still don't get right, then you try to excite the other feedback mechanism to release more fat from the fat cell via liver. From the fat cell via liver, it goes that path and
That's what it happens. That's what it happens. There are essentially what happens in two type of failure. Failure we call passive failure. We call complete failure. And that complete failure, that entire system simply doesn't work. That is called type. So when type one is there, when type one is there, that doesn't respond. That itself doesn't work. What needs to be done? Like from people like to think about. You can actually think about doing the mechanism. Same mechanism, but we really talk about a different way of sending, a different way of sending, a different way of giving. Not a very good thing that you can, very good thing that you can use in the never influence and never even the entire world, even the entire world, even diabetic insulin will still be on to that. It is still on level, not because the level, not really that time, is not really that anymore. That is availability of good, availability of good insulin is not the problem, is already that problem is solved. The question is, how do you mimic the nature? Mimic the nature, not about just giving it, not giving also pens are there, giving also pens are there, get up and award, get up and award. That is not mimic, that's not going to be the fantastic care, the brain is developed, or brain is a concept of biological system. So how do you kind of mimic, how do you kind of mimic as if it is for a normal, as if it is for a normal system, normal healthy person? Well, even though somebody is type 1 diabetic, at least this particular PFS, a normal human, that's the ultimate objective, that's the ultimate objective. So let's get into that. Let's get into that. Let's develop this, we were taken away by the right hearing in some instances, hearing and some other then I went back and okay, what did I went back and okay, what did I this entire failure developed so much that by 2017, around 18, I technically control this, I control come up with the complete issue is the what we do only have to we can say more on that, we can say more on that kind of all that in a way, that one of the best and one of the technologies of the century can actually bring lot of the reason being if you control diabetes, you control diabetes, you control diabetes can be related, diabetes brain problem, heart problem, every problem, every other problem related to diabetes. That's why if you control diabetes, then control diabetes, so that's the whole idea. All right, so what are the current solutions? Are they available? The pumps and all, are they available? Yes, they're available. I mean, yes, they're available. Everybody kind of uses it, electronic pumps. There are 2-3 versions available. And this is also available. Some pump. You can see the prices basically. I didn't bring it here. There are some airport security and all. They honestly are so I didn't bring it here, but these are the small things, like smaller than cell phone. So you have got this kind of cartridge. In the cartridge, you can put some insulin and then like a pen sort of thing, you can put it and battery operated, it will operate. And you can manually program it. You can also do also these touch screens are there or press buttons are there. You can actually manually program depending on what doctor tells you. What is your BMI? What is your food intake? What is your carbo content in the food? So if you can do all sort of things, then you can manually do it. Yeah, that's that kind of essentially open loop control. So this is all open loop. And then now you talk about closed loop. Closed loop means what? This entire system should be automated. So for automated, we also need a sensor. Now the sensor system should be available. Now sensor system, sensor technology has also gone very, very, very far ahead. Sensor is definitely available. It's not that it's not there. Okay, this is what I thought I'll just show you. The sensor there. A lot of people must be knowing that, right? This guy is a sensor. Okay, right? Okay. This is the sensor. You can put it at some sort of a there are applicators available. Once you put it somewhere there, it stays for about 2 weeks, 1 week, and all that. So every 5 minutes, it will keep on measuring your blood glucose and keep on giving you the information. Doesn't drive the pump. It simply give you the information. That information you can read it through their own app. There's now a lot of them are giving their own app, or there is some readers basically. So reader through that also you can keep on scanning it and keep on reading it. These are typical NFC things basically. So on your reader, you take it close and you can read your value. Okay. So it will say anytime you want within this 14 days basically. So that is one, that part is taken care. So now the question is, can you close the loop? Yes, that closed loop systems are also there. Not that we are too late in some sense. Okay. So this is actually available in India, by the way. In fact, it's the only AP system available in India. So it comes from Medtronic. Medtronic has their own sensor, own pump, and things like that. And then this is another system that was recently certified by, US. So essentially, it's available, but not outside US. And this is also certified for UK people. So there are age categories, exclusion, inclusion, also the things, right? So this is just a one called CAM app, Cambridge University app, which you can select your own pump, select your own sensor, and then close the loop and things like that for a particular age group.
especially for juvenile people, small kids. Okay, because dynamics are different. CIT is not just a sensor or actuator that can use it. I mean, there is a whole lot of control since the algorithm. An algorithm certainly keeps on changing with age and other things. So we cannot really talk about a universal thing. So that is now the question is, look at all the numbers. Okay, other people can actually buy it. 3 lakhs, 3.5 lakhs, even for open, just for the annual calculation like that, you have to spend that. No? And if you happen to use it, it is almost allowed like 6 lakhs. So that is one thing. The very expensive system. Number two is this system was certified in US. Of course, they've done a lot of studies and all. But if you go bottom part, then what technology they are using? Gate control system 101, but it's called PID control. PID control and with a little bit of bolus correction, like always, if you miss something, you have an inaccurate calculation, something you put a little bit bolus, something like a bolus. That's something like a bolus correction. They call it AI, but really it's not that much. That is all sensor data driven. Not only not only it is expensive, but algorithm is in my view. It's not really what you really need to do. What you really need to do is customize the implementation. Your system has to need a model. Really need a model based system rather than a data driven system. Light incident comes on light incident comes on every Indian person limited, not a that's the observation. So now with that in now with that in background, what is our we started in 2000, we started in 2017 funded by which are entirely in program, entirely in program. Well, actually, device and device you are the pioneer of doing other way. Our idea of about society quite a bit of that quite a bit of student about the idea this is then this and comments about time was a project after just for 5 years. All right, so we'll concentrate largely on the things. We'll talk about other things. We'll talk about other things. What is that? What is that? We're talking first of all why this control algorithms of the if somebody can do it, I know somebody can do it, I know something like that. But it's not about only if it's not about only any skill, any skill, anything that would talk about is about system. There are the certain drawbacks that you can drawbacks and you got large modeling like your system, my system, my system, and 70% with as things are different, as things are different, and things are different, and things are different, and things are certainly large, certainly large modeling. The number one, there is one thing called interpretation. From the same percent, even if I am very well, not going to work tomorrow, so invariably we saw changing system, adaptive system. So that's invariably so invariably something like nothing but that must be there. That must be the second one. Second one, typically it's one sided. In all robotics and everywhere, there is a left. This is me. I give it out. This is me. I give it out. This is me. I give it out. Left button. Most of the control system, the control and control can be biomedical application. Biomedical application is one side. Typically, it is give drug. You cannot take out drug. You cannot take out drug. Right. You can give administered drug. You cannot take out drug. You cannot take out drug. Rather go a little bit. Then you talk like a real time. Sensors are available. You do hundreds of diagnosis. You do hundreds of diagnosis. There in pathology. Somewhat simple. Then do it for you. How much time they take? You don't have time. They are real time people, right? You can take decision in minutes. Right? Is that information available? So that is very talk about certain sensors are there. All sensors are there. They'll take hours. And then, of course, when you feel like, okay, this kind of sensors are available, are they really accurate? They are unfortunately not. And you just cannot make it. Whenever you try out many things, eventually there is a probe out here, and you have to see that. This probe fellow will interact with your subcutaneous fluid and then figure it out what the thing is. Now, from your fluid to that fluid to that fluid is nothing, even though this is not there. So, even though this sensor can accurately sense it for you, it will not sense for 10 other people. So you are very lucky. That one time only. After 15 days, you are again not working. Okay, right. Sensors errors are actually because they are very limited real-time sensors. We are taking decisions based on that, and that data itself is not accurate. Okay, so your decisions can go wrong. Okay?
Then of course you have got this time delay. So essentially it doesn't sense the real time in that way in Singapore. What it senses is 15 minutes before data, 10 minutes before data. It doesn't become that real time with you. And whatever, the moment you give insulin, it also comes after 50, 20 minutes. That's right. That's the problem with you, right? So these are the problem, delays everywhere. Then of course you've got unavailability of high quality miniature wearable equipment. Because you have to carry all over, right? Wherever you go, it should be there on the body. You need as small as possible. So it cannot be large things and all that. That has to be there. And of course, you talk about asymmetric sensitivity. That means sometimes you do the asymmetric sensitivity is the penalty associated with overactuation is asymmetric. That means underactuation, penalty is there, but not severe. Overactuation penalty can be extremely severe. Overactuation is hypoglycemia, right? It will go blood sugar very low, basically. So that's the problem actually. When I talk about it, of course, it's a safety critical system, and also well, everybody wants the cyber physical and IoT solutions nowadays, right? Whatever happens to me, not only I should know, but my wife, husband, or my parent, or somebody else should also know. So doctor should know, basically, right? So that you mechanize through the IoT solutions and all that. These are the things that you need to take care if you really want to have a very good system, basically. So, but these are all drawbacks, right? But what is good about it? This will be something good. The good thing is it is relatively much slow process, right? The much slow process compared to what? Compared to aerospace system. Okay, right? When aerospace, we talk about milliseconds like you, right? Control of data has to get 20 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds. That's around 50 milliseconds. Here you talk about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Right? So that kind of luxury. What we cannot do in real time in aerospace, certainly you can do it here. That's the advantage. Right? All right, so now talk about a little more tutorial. Tutorial is types of insulin delivery. There's something called basal and bolus. So this is something called steady state operation. And whenever you take a little large meal like breakfast, lunch, and dinner, that point of time you need to take little more momentarily more dose. So this is a steady state operation is called basal, and then the momentary things are actually called bolus. This basal bolus regime has to be implemented. Okay, so that has to come as part of a control system design. And of course, current systems are open loop, and we want to do it in sort of papers. Let's move on. So what we really talk about in this algorithm, so this entire algorithm has to be in 4-5 components here. First thing first is system identification. That means either you do a test diagnostic procedure and all that, and figure it out what is your dynamic. Maybe the dynamic equations are same, but your parameters are different. The rate of consumption of iron glucose, essentially think about it, it's all equal to right? But how much distillation of the rate for the same core depends on the mass of it. So if the mass is less, less is more. That's how the law is valid. When you talk law is valid, but mass plays a very huge role. That is the systematic that has to say. Then central reaction has to happen, delay bias, calculator also thing. Then of course you have to talk about safety. Adaptive, uncentered NPC is what you're doing here. The adaptive property there is something called all-centered command alter to the pure. That's the idea we have to follow to NPC part of the model plate. That is actually up to basically comes with about security. Also that can impose inequality constraint of the high will not go always inequality will separate solution of the on the way you have to do state estimation as well. State feedback that you have is don't have to obviously you do what are the systematic corrections for accuracy and adaptive and also you have we are using all these things right? We use all these things you address all these best sockets and all these technologies what we regularly there we do it regularly there we try to kind of put trust all the that's the part of getting okay. This is a minimal model one that cannot be less than that. You cannot even think of this is what we call it the regulatory model and then this is the mail model and this is the way model gets the way into the and then this is something and then this is the knowledge to certain very form about the ones that goes to cloud and the one that is already in the and that will interact and the minimal set that is minimal set that is think about is 3 plus 8 and essentially these are nothing but these are nothing so they are familiar with familiar with system that your x1 x2 that your x1 x2 but I x1 everything the my x1 x2 right so this is right a little bit of finally the more complicated with the knowledge is continuous continuous a lot of so I'll not talk about the actual process that we do that says that I cannot have done in writing, cannot get done in both step step. Eventually, you see how well these samples are like that. These things are collected in collected plots and collected plots and in the actual then you come back and try to come back and try to quantify this size, then you into that guideline, and this kind of result we got it. So that's why you got so much that's why that open model are that open model are about this procedure. And this procedure, this we actually do it this beautiful model, lot of things we divide to certain very different ways of comparing and all that. Then we're doing this not too much of a difference. So that so this is after doing all that, Dr. Ross in biological terms, what they are I talk about insulin sensitivity, resistance, all that. When you about that, it now turns out that these numbers what you're looking for, the insulin sensitivity, glucose effectiveness, these are all different from which was actually intuitively obvious. This Western people, their food habit is different, health quality is different, their environment is different, everything is different. So even though these things are same, the parameters are very different. And because of that, this material form that is available is not going to work very well. It works much better than open form, but then it's not that great as the plug and play doesn't work. This is one more glimpse of what we do. And of course, we have got some sort of blood glucose, the rate of change of blood glucose, right? So that is uncertainty. And this uncertainty is captured in the form of function approximation neural networks and all. And that entire math is different again. I'll not talk about that. But once you do this learning, there's a rate of change of weight, and that's actually learning part. When you do this learning, you can chase it down. That means this uncertainty, which is otherwise zero, now you can chase it down. The difference between that is very, very small. So that is the power of this adaptive controller on the vertical. So do that and then talk about this MPC part of it. And then even though you talk about, this one state inaccuracy of taken care, but remember there are 8 states, right? The complex dynamics and all that. So out of which all the things you cannot talk about, then we identified 4 sensitive things. Okay? Out of that, 1 is taken care. After that, there are 4 more. So then we went to uncentered MPC. Then you talk about 2n plus 1 problem formulation, right? About 4 into 2, 8 plus 1, 9 problems. And then 9 problems you solve it and take the least risk fellow. There is a risk factor calculation and all that you talk about. And this is where you talk about, this inequality constraints. So the input constraint, total input constraint, rate constraint, all these things you can put it there. So it will ensure safety critical operations. So that's what it is. Now, these are the 4 parameters we are talking about. And then we talked about also the thing, there's the risk mitigation factor. And then references are all the it's available in the literature anyway. So this is another glimpse of how do you do sensor correction cycle. So what you're proposing now is you buy a sensor, okay, then you go get ready with the mill cycle, either lunch or something, typically lunch part, and take about some finger pricks. Okay, some 4 5 finger pricks you take it before meal, exactly at the time of meal, and after that, after meal, about 20 minutes apart, 2 3 more samples. And that sample you enter in your phone app and all that, I'm going to talk about that, then this entire correction will happen. So essentially, after that, whatever the sensor will lead for a week, will actually calibrate to your visimeter reading. Because what we are correcting is sensor delay, sensor bias, and sensor scale factor. Delay, bias, and scale factor are kind of gone. So, and that has to be customized, right? Not nothing to do with sensor quality. There's something to do with the sensor patient pay. So every patient has to go through this for better accurate data basically. So that is much better. I mean, 3 4 pricks, that's all you do. Don't have to do continuous pricks, right? 3 4 pricks, one time only. All right, so this is what it is, and again you go to this state estimation and blah blah things. Let leave it there. Now let's summarize it. We talk about all these things, right? We're talking about model customized to Indian type one, online model processing, uncentered equity, insulin dose for memories, calibration of sensors, UKI perspective things. All the things you take it together, right? And that is again nothing but what you're talking about is rocket science, right? In some sense. So that's why I call again this is the idea of autopilot inspired. So now this is not everything. This is all algorithm part. It doesn't have I mean, it's a very critical part. But for this term, you don't drop it algorithm. You have to really talk about implementation of the algorithm. We started doing that. We started doing that as well. You know, there. Yeah, so 5 10 minutes. So this is what it talked about. So this is what is now we talked about closing the loop to the phonical. You talked about have a form. Sensor remember the NFC thing, right? Every time the phone has to be there with an NFC sensor. So that is what we started. That is what we started doing. That we were doing the phone. We put the Android phone and take Android phone and put it on the sensor. Keep on that with the I made the algorithm there. I made the algorithm there. But later on we found that it's not required. What you can do is this instrument is available. It is available. This looks like it's available, but not looks like a sensor, but not a sensor. What you do here is that what you do here, whatever you're talking about, designed this particular sensor by how to design just particular. This system is the one sensor now if it is a sensor. So this fellow what it does is it takes the necessary transmit and then transmit it. So you can capture that Bluetooth signal remotely wireless. So that's what you do. So that is what is 2 minutes. That is this 1 minute phone and then go on and then also again gives in Bluetooth. These pumps are not in Bluetooth. Pumps are not in Bluetooth. Pumps are in RF. So you have pertinent. So you have converter that bike. Then you talk about well. Then you when the phone drops in Bluetooth, path is closed and that path is closed and that path is open. So I have to right side, right side, systematically connected, starting from sensor to phone, to parallel link to phone. So this operates in a system, phone everybody carries anyway. That's not about what is extra burden is extra burden. You have to take anyway. That is the in addition to that, you have to put it. So this is the people neither have a phone, we neither have a phone, let to live with that. We let to live with that. But if we develop our own then they can be now you can directly talk. Generate a sender because this will be enabled. Our own phone will be enabled. Directly text and our phone will have big memory and processor. All the computation will be there in the computation will be there in and then you put it. That is then you put it generation like our like a fighter generation fighter generation right. So that's essentially four six generation it was that's what I'm trying to develop. This is what you're talking about now. Version 1, this is what you're talking about. Okay, version 1, we started doing all that. Okay, we'll maintain some separation. So this front end part, all this Java based, Android app and all that. He was very good at Android app programmers. He was so he developed this. And this thing appears that he also came from aerospace. He was actually having, he was at aerospace. He actually worked in US Masters Aerospace only. So that's it. So we thought, okay, we can quickly code it in MATLAB and Simulink. And then there is a quarter code generator where you can actually generate Android code and all that. So we can, that is how we implemented this, this invisible background app, then visible front end app and things like that. And of course, there is an intent operator and all that, right? So from that to that, you can do this kind of algorithm and all that. We did that very happily. We went to clinical trial. The doctors are in the loop. And he actually ended up doing some 56 clinical trials, out of which 10 are in closed loop. 53 clinical trials, out of which 10 are in closed loop. 40 plus are open. Went again, started doing it, and the closed loop things and all that. Well, after some time, this is what is it? The clinical trial was failure. I'm telling you purposefully. Failure, and that let it go. And then, of course, it failed. 2 days down, because why it is failed, it should not come here, right? It is a lower bound effect. It should not come there. Okay, so then there's data also stopped coming. The reason being, we later on found out that once you put the phone directly here, because that was in phone directly in the thing, then because your algorithm runs there, your display also runs, you have got also big screen display. So the phone is very much loaded. The phone gets heated up. Remember, it is touching the sensor. Sensor gets heated up. Sensor gets heated up. The sensor fails. Right? That is one of the reasons. That way. So it does all that. So even though it failed, we have a practice of giving a gift to the patient. I mean, the subject, whoever comes, just give a little bit of gift in addition to money. No, everybody is a dull face. I'm the only one, little bit of smiling. Actually, the reason being, we learn from mistakes. We have that confidence. Actually, right? We can always go to that. And then, of course, okay, tried again failed. Tried again failed. That point of time, Abhishek told, okay, enough is enough. I'm leaving PhD. I'm not joking here, by the way. Yeah, this is such a frustration, basically. Yes, I told, okay, hold on, like this hidden more story, right? I'll give some story here and there, like that way. So have some little bit of thing. Let's see what happens. Then we figured it out. What are the issues? The issues can be state estimation inaccuracy, sensor failure, NFC signal loss, and all that. So you go back and figure it out what really happening cause and fix solutions. Actually. Okay. Around that point of time, we also thought there is something like we went there and then again did the trial. Then what happened is, well, the sensor failed again. Sensor was not coming. But we had a practice of fingerprint. The sensor failed, let it fail, because all the doses are given in first 1 hour only. All doses will be given in first 1 hour, and you test it out for 3-4 hours. Sensor failed after that, let it fail. But we keep on measuring the fingerprint. That never went right at the middle. This is the lower bound, this is upper bound. So for the first time, I could actually see what is success. That is what it is in the first time. That actually energy gives a lot of energy to the group. So things can be done. Okay, then we did again, and then we figure it out that every time you go there, it's a frustration. That is, the second front and half is not really capable. So you have to do a lot of these tuning things, and finally to get it there in a, because every time it's not automatic. At that point, enough is enough. We'll just junk it, we'll forget it, we'll develop a single app. Whatever work we have done so far, even though there is a success, we have the courage to kind of discuss, then start again. We did that, and then we went back to the things that are then we actually did a lot of this analysis, abilities, and we actually went to a single app integration through this interface between the That's a lot of system integration that happens. There is a control algorithm. There is a control algorithm which actually runs in Python, and then 100 content of the Java, but there is a interface that we figured it out. And by that time, this is available. So we don't have to really think about that. So that is also gone. Then it talked about, well, this is also there was a suggestion that okay, what happens if this pump is very, very common. We don't have our own pump. We don't have our own pump. So can you really talk about semi way of not really the very automated way of not the single inject, not a single inject. Can you really talk about 3-4 injects? Distribute the number, distribute the number, timing and amount will come from the app will trigger and app will trigger and it is time to get developed, time to give insulin. There is nothing. Then now the problem again is same place you cannot keep on giving insulin. The biological problem. The biological problem. The top level problem is not that they have figured it out. They have figured it out. There is basically and some people like that and also again this time to this single up and then sometimes to the pump, and sometimes to the month, and sometimes to the month. That and then again that and then again all injection pumps they are not customer the want to buy it later they can buy later single life not available by them but not commercially viable some other company some other company are not meant for everybody are not meant for everybody they're not there they're not need the punch of need but it actually cost about and then last for 3 days that becomes a little bit again you got success and then finally it was then that finally fantastic just about a week before just about all this learning all the last slide you can see the last slide there in the middle no side failure nothing sense of failure that's the best thing to have that's the best so that is a good you can conclude it but then the story is not what it done is only morning cycle is only morning active glucose water morning cycle is not after morning cycle is not everything you're 24/7 and also 24/7 and also thing that so 10 trials were there after 10 trials were there also with that then there are some use the media items and use the media items. And now after that, just to the other 2 3 minutes, I can what are we now? What are we on the 22 basically? After 22. So we have now formulated bigger not just IIC and Ramaya, the IIC, Amrita University, NDRF, IIMS, Noida, and things like that, much bigger group. And then we are now talking about other plants, about 3 more plants, right now operating. Okay, so actually a revival of the entire thing, revival of the entire going through this process. And then this is the larger, much larger. They talk about schemes like, Ramya will continue. There are mentors from this bigger group. We have got a dream of not just the control algorithm, hardware, IoT solutions, application, clinical trials, also the principle. We'll see how much it is, but the journey has continued there. We also talk about the things like suppose you want to read something, take some couple of pictures and then get into AWS server and put some AI stuff there and to figure it out how much cars and how much follow you are talking. So how much accurately you are doing that. That's what you're doing. Some work is going on there. Cloud solution already some degree of solutions already available. Okay? Then we also try to integrate this exercise. It's not about only food. It's also about how many steps you take, how much exercise you do. And so Google Fit, and Apple things and all that, right? Those things can also integrated there. Coming to the pump part of it, we actually had a very good collaborator. We actually went through this animal trials and all that. And then we are trying to drive that in a good way. Let's keep this one. So this is the entire solution you're talking about. A fully functional AP system. Eventually, you don't want a phone of it. There is something called AP hub. You talk about a bigger, we don't have a pump right now, right? So take any pump and then create a little electronic box that insert the pump. And then the box will have all computational, whatever your single port processor, associate, all that. It'll do all sort of computation. It has got a Bluetooth communication as well. So that we call as AP hub pixel. So that one will do it. Phone will do it. Phone will still be needed occasionally because that will capture the data and give it there. So suddenly what happens? You are immune to this internet security issue. This is not connected to internet at all. The phone is out. And then also we got a solution around whatever existing things which you don't depend on like further development on that. So this is what it is. You can actually put an insulin pump inside and have our own display system and do embedded computer and things like that. Okay. Some publications on the way, of course. That's it. But this is what, in a nutshell, we are talking about many different things: control-based algorithm, AI-based field estimation, dedicated device, insulin pump development, of course, and then clinical trial with complete algorithm. So this is the pump that actually was developed about 12 years back. They went through a lot of certificates. I mean, they went through so many things. It is not ours. It is Amrita University. They went through all these things. They went to animal trials, and then they got these patents also, US patents. But then they could not take it to a commercial product because of several other reasons. And then we want to now revive it, and they were already done some lot of work. I mean, this team has done some work based on this kind of display. Nobody will like it, right? Now nobody likes that. That point of time, it was all like no phone. Phones were different. Now everybody is like smartphone. So we want to have a smartphone side of thing. And we also have some sort of a mechanism improvement, algorithm improvement, display improvement, all that is going on. So this is what is going on there. In addition to that, we started a company as well. This company is for commercialization and taking the solution to the public. You need a platform. Either you collaborate with somebody else or you do it your own way. We thought about the second option. We actually started a company ourselves. There are a lot of aerospace. There is also a diabetes care vertical. And that is what you're talking about with all these different products to be given to the people. All right, so we think we are at PRL level 4, 5. And of course, 3, 4 years later, when I stand here, hopefully some other day, we talk about with a real good solution taking to our day. And of course, once you are successful, hopefully we go to the world. So that's our autopilot ideas will actually lead to some good AP in the biomedical. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Padri. So, what is happening is that Indian railway system is late. Once the train is late, it's late, just gets delayed. Again we have sort of a wrap up. We are again changing the order. So now, in the interest of time, there will be only one question, and then other questions can be posted online. Time for only one.
I'm also important like this, but I think these are all like only considered we are talking about. Biological compatible pairs people are given out there. Now, the only hope is that we can do artificial organ predicting the problem space of whatever. 3D printing of organs, if you can do it from your own cells, by take your own bone marrow cells or whatever it is, and from what we call them stem cells. Take from stem cells and you try to kind of build a pancreas from your own cells. Then probably yes, and that is why there are a lot of emphasis on God also. You store for at least 20 years. By that time, you know that your child is not type 1 right? So then you can probably do something. I don't know, but I'm not a biologist. All right, thank you very much.
Let's thank Professor Pali. And our next speaker is so stage. Okay, so may I invite the students to present memento to Professor Padi.
We have a long time friends, by the way. Like he was my student time senior. Can you believe that? So he was in the same lab, and actually he was PhD. I was a master student. That's a big honor to get it from him.
Thank you. So moving on, our next speaker is Professor Indra Narayan Kar. He's a professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi. His expertise covers a wide range of topics, including incremental stability analysis, robotic, cyber physical systems, time delay systems, and distributed systems. He will deliver a keynote talk on control challenges in nonlinear robotic systems. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I will give in 15 minutes, am I right, for presentation? So thank you very much. Thank you very much for invitation. I give you one more opportunity to be joined first year all five. Thank you. So, in our some lectures in front of the community, I did not work much, but I did some work in the area of control signal processing, and some work in conventional robotics. So I can share some of the control algorithms probably would be useful in the area of yes, medical robotics and so by some journey that started robotic activity that can see that robot, a single robot, and then control generally operative control, and so forth. Then we'll try to see something when robot interaction, when robot interact with environment, some control, useful for basically, we did some work. And then why I have mentioned all these things because they are so so we'll try to see what types of control and most of the problem lacking control that so mostly I will cover some aspects where made and control. One is called time delayed control. It is not a system, is not a thing, there is not but intentionally we some time delay so that can get some advantage, and then we try to see inventory control, how to mitigate the effects of cyber or the control or the implementation, and then we try to design and control. Okay, so being from electrical subject, so we have to do something and we can control and so forth, and which is very useful mainly in this if I recall, long back, we tried to develop something like this, mobile robot. That's why I say that the idea is to track the trajectory that we have familiar back in 2006 or so. And so we take out the hard disk of a personal computer and put it on the platform and try to develop some of the things. And those cameras were very old and so forth. And then develop some algorithms there to realize this task and so forth. And then I will just show you something like on specifically the dynamics of a snake robot. How it is. Okay. Not- What's the problem? Will be able to do it? Yeah. we see the animation for a snake robot movement, you can see that it is not a conventional tracking problem that you are giving on a trajectory and then you are trying to follow it. But what you have to do is following in one direction movement in another direction, it is basically oscillating. That sort of thing we are trying to do. So that way you basically achieve some snake motion. That sort of thing. And that's that. Sorry for disturbance, but I do not know how to have certain videos are also there. And when we go back to that, we go back to that. So, model that it is are all multi-linked model and write down the mathematical equation and also what we are referring to as a kind of an Euler Lagrange system. And so that part I will the problem I want to mention the control algorithm something like this. It's a very simple one. One can have some other alternative. But our aim was that algorithm must be as well as that we also that what we have start with a simple technical differential maybe of the cancelling the non-linear and come up to and come up with dynamics. You say that then you say that if you actual logic ones are going up and the bigger one. Okay, so it is the point is this is that this is view or that this is another expression of how the past we can non-linear. So now there are cases. I know that knowledge. I know that knowledge. All right, perfectly all right. So what do you propose? Approximate based on the past data means past data unsampling, and add data can I approximate for the approximating that one. This was the basic. So okay, since why that question why only one is because there are problems regarding sampling and how we try to sample data so that you can know that you can that approximation that what we decided then we use only instead the data. That will lead to the system, and then it will fit analytical format, so that I can prove it and I can move it and I think the stability and other group also very easy also. So that was the basic thing. Things that they are. So the point I'm trying to mention here, all these why robot, serial manipulator or snake robot diagnostic or whatever. So mechanical system model as a Euler Lagrange system. For them, this type of control structure. And then the problem would be how to appropriate this thing. So many people can say, oh, many people networks, other things. But they are also computationally intensive and also to see that the parameters, physical interpretation of those parameters are also being lost and so something would be there. So that was what happened. But I like to give you some perspective from where we got this idea and so forth. So long back, a perspective of time delayed control, what we are saying. Time delayed means what I'm saying, one step before whatever data are there, I have to use it now for the implementation of our control law. So long back, you can see around 90s, they use something, this type of approach for linear time invariant system. And also you can see just a little bit of mathematics. Once you are in control theory, so you have to do it something like that state feedback control law, that sort of things are there. However,
So they ask this question that why only state feedback? Also, you take the derivative. It's simple, similar to PD control schemes and so forth. So you what we effectively minus another term that has been introduced. So with this introduction, I just want to show something that if you compute the sensitivity of the parameter variation of both matrices A and B, then you will see that it is much more beneficial to use the state derivative control, this one. Okay. Now question comes, you have a state as well as derivative. So you need to deploy additional sensor to measure the derivative also. So their time, they say that, I mean, this is some examples have been given here. So the derivative you simply approximate xt minus xt minus s. This simple Euler approximation you do, and it will lead to a some time delay system. Okay, so the concept here is that you are intentionally introducing time delay due to the requirement of the implementation of your control algorithm. But all of us know what are the effects of time delay. Always we try to mitigate the effects of time delay. But here what is happening, that due to our requirement, it is leading to a control input which depends not only in the current state, also the previous state, previous instance of state. And then do such analysis and so on. Okay. So that sort of things what we are trying to say, that time delay not always bad. Okay, sometimes if you require to develop some control algorithm, which require previous data that can be modeled with, and some of the cases people have used it for the purpose of this vibration absorbers, uncertainty approximations, and so forth. Okay. So what we have done, we propose basically in our Euler Lagrange systems are something like this. Some of the parts which are non-linear, that has been approximated based on that particular concept of referring as a kind of a time delay. I think friction, disturbance, gravity, and all other terms you can model it by using the past data. So this is what the advantage of some limited knowledge of the plant, however uncertainty bound is not required. So this is one of the important things. Most of the control algorithms assume that your uncertainty bound is not. Okay. Which way it varies does not require, but it's upper bound. But what we try to do, that with the immediate past data, can I develop some control algorithm that first that some kind of a computational basis in so basically so what are the issues? First of all, results time ability, some concrete analytical material proofs will be there in order to tell that some results are control domain of feedback. And when I say the past data, so how much would be that delay? What would be that delay? That overall, so that overall your system will not become unstable. So that part has to be relaxed assumptions of the bounds. So there are various pressure of this this one. And then second part, we try to do something on operative growth. As we call that, you see that many of us we are witnessing that use of internet, there is a so I will come to that point, but started with this that it is something like free agent, share information, okay, and your aim is basically, can I maintain a particular formation. When they are in the formation, they must follow a particular it was basically radiation map to radiation part of it, another part of it, also by idea, after of 2 years back, that was the cases, that was related to control or operative control. And I can Here what we have done, here what we have done, we say one that we develop, we are interested in a triangular formation as well as around project requirement. Of course, it was in the laboratory environment, taken out of the laboratory also. They are so both. So the question is that they are exchanging the data among themselves. Then they are coordinating and trying to do something. So if you do some digital this there, then you remove it, of it, and then it will again try to restore back to their original formation. Okay, so this is what the question is. So here I am assuming that no cyber uncertainty, nobody is injecting anything in between, that data their data are not corrupted and so forth. So this is what we want to think, and we So this is what is happening. That what we want is that they will be in a formation and then reconfiguring. Okay. So suppose they are in a particular configuration, triangle formation, they are moving. If I want that they must be file and then go to the window and to door and they will come. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. So the question is basically it would be a network control system. What we want is that you have a system, plant, sensors and actuators. It would be connected to network, through network. Okay, 2 more minutes. Okay. Thank you. So this is what we'll do. But the problem would be something like this: that your available power, processor's capability, and communication channel may be shared, and also how one can achieve the resilient control algorithm against cyber uncertainty. This is one of the important aspects that probably we can do some of this and so forth. Okay. So basically the problem would be something like to design the theory which integrate control, computation, and communication. These three aspects has to be combined, and the conventional control theory need to be modified in order to arrive at a final conclusion. Okay, so lastly, you will put up that event trigger control. How many times? I'm thinking, give me maybe 2-3 more minutes. I will finish up. Okay, event trigger means whenever I require some execution of control, I will apply or I will update. Otherwise, I will just sleep. Okay. So this is what the point is. You have a physical system, your measurement and actuator. Okay. The conventional control law requires updation of the sensor data as well as the actuator data all the time. Instead of that, if I say that some event monitoring unit is put, and then if requires, you just update. Otherwise, whatever control law already computed, that you use it. Okay. Now, under that information, generally we do some kind of a time trigger control, but you can go for an event trigger mechanism so that your control algorithm also will be realized realistically. So, so that part we have just out of some. And then there is something called the control challenges in human robot interaction. But currently we are trying, whatever we have developed earlier, some of those theory that could be utilized also for the cases when you unknown robot and environmental dynamics, motion control and the different state, safety and other things that will be there, estimation of human intentions and so on. Okay. So this is, I think we adopted the impedance control relation, and I think I will in my talk, hearing some of the video, where will be part and part is done, basically
What we try here, what we are trying to do is that simple position, give position, realization, there, give some distance, and then we come back and restore back to the original position. So, basically, we have started earlier, really, in delivering, very times need to leave some material, some remotely. There, so that problem here, something, and then and to experiment to our algorithm, our algorithm, our practice, our part of the manipulation, whatever they are, follow the one of the expert of the area. Replace and to the master and play the master and through some internet, through some all the problems and all the problems that cyber uncertainty, cyber uncertainty, another part of it, another part of it, and then we develop even that part of so and lastly earlier to work on integrating the learning control. Some of you are familiar with mission of everybody, function of everybody, how to do that, part of we do that. There, suppose if you are training, if you are training into the task, and then being to human intervention, taking on this place, whatever is needed, where it should be, where it executed. That type of is can be done by some of those experimental things and without this observation. Okay, so earlier long back on security learning control that are being maintained also on this site and so. So I think with this I'm thankful to my the students who are giving slides and so forth and a few books are there. If you are interested to go through it, things are there on event trigger control and time delay control and snake robotics and so forth. So this is what with this I think I'm sorry but that's for the time. Thank you very much. If you have some questions or you can write down or I can ask right now.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Clark. So, in the interest of time, we will request the audience to post their question online, and may I request the students to present.
Thank you.
Finally, after long delay, uh, now the train is going to start. So may I invite Dr. Jayant Kumar Mohanta. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Jodhpur, and his research interests include work on rehabilitation robots, planar parallel manipulators, and hybrid air-water amphibious drones. So he will talk about evolution of robots in lower limb rehabilitation.
That's fine. Yeah, but full screen. I hope I'm audible. So, thank you, Dr. Bishar, for inviting and for the talk since morning. I really hearing all those great ideas. I'm also given an opportunity to share some of the ideas evaluation of rehabilitation robot. So, the idea was robotics to work with some robotics. Initially, physiotherapy, which was something which was interest to me. And when you go to hospital, there is a surgical recovery session for every anybody going through any kind of surgery. So the problem is when a therapist operates, he has 50 patients today. There are a lot of patients. Yes, there are a lot of patients and he needs to give 5 minutes to each patient. And they have a common problem. They don't have sufficient amount of time each patient. That's what their problem. And then they say that अगर कोई machine is a machine, if there is a machine, I could have been, with one patient, and then the patient works on the patient, I can move to the next. But these machines should be able to reach to the patient. The patient should be coming to the machines. So that was one of the big, that was one of the rehabilitation robot. Even now, patient has to go to the machines, between machines. So with this idea, what could be the basically the rehabilitation things required for the things required. So I started off with the so what is rehabilitation? Why we need rehabilitation? We need rehabilitation. So I found out there are different kinds of rehabilitation people recover from. So they are basically from stages of scientific able to and systematically categorize the ability of a movement of a human being into this seven category. The seventh is normal. That is the advancement level. Initially is paralyzed. Paralysis. Basically, if somebody is in coma, not moving. Second is some spastic means our muscles have two actions, and relaxation. And if any muscles only get contracted, relaxed, it is called spastic. So now some spastic to no voluntary or synergy is so then spasticity is marked. So now there are some voluntary movement when the patient is able to do. That is the third stage. And then this contraction is released, but the synergy is not there. The right and left part. Suppose that patient is trying to walk, but still there is no synergy in the left and right pattern is not matching. So that is the fourth. Fifth stage that okay, fine, you are getting some energy, but strength is not there. Motion is there, but strength is not there. So we regain the strength. And finally, like the sixth is especially for the sports people when they have to go back to the field, they have a sixth phase that they are able to gain the strength in their muscles with their muscles. That is called the normal stage. So who need this kind of people? So people in military, people in sports, those who have just gone through surgery, and anybody going undergone a stroke attack. So they have to go through these stages, come back to a normal life. In the beginning, these are some idea of rehabilitation from 1993 and 2000. That time, the idea was if somebody has gone through a stroke attack and undergone a lower limb disability, the best part is to recover using a giving an assistive robot. So this is the first one of the uh, first robot that there was a wheelchair, and in the wheelchair they used to attach a manipulator, and that manipulator is operated using the upper limb, basically with the hands. You can operate using a joystick. Now, this was the initial plan for rehabilitation. Okay, your lower limb is not working, no problem. We are giving you an additional limb for your mobility. And with this idea, people have developed some more things that, okay, you are unable to work on a workspace, on computers, so we'll make something like this for you. So, and these were, as in literature, was taken as rehabilitation systems. Like, for this is 1993. But now, after that, assistive become different, rehabilitation become different, and rehabilitation specifically start focusing on recovery of a human body motor nerve action. So that motor nerve action can be recovered provided the patient is able to do exercise more frequently in a given amount of time. So then 2000, MIT started with a basic manipulator-based system in which uh, they make gamify everything. So the patient has to move something, and the effect will be seen on the screen. That gives the motivation and that gives him a task also that I have to complete the task. So in that way, the recovery will become faster, and the task can be very difficult, more difficult with active, reflective, active, assistive, all these techniques. So from the very beginning, physiotherapists were very clear that what kind of therapy we have to do. One was active assistive, assistive in the sense if motion is given and if the patient is unable to do, so wherever the patient is able to do, no assistive. When the patient is unable to do, give assistive. So this kind of therapy is called active. Now the patient has gained strength. Now to increase its ability. So now give active resistance. Patient wants to move and give them oppose them to it. That is called active resistive. And then another is one limb is not working fine, another limb is working fine. So one motion helps in movement of the other. It's called bilateral. So the three kind of things they were very commonly used therapies. So now kind of initially were introduced we have got 1994 one is the body supported where the rehabilitation basically is the body for the recovery. The person can move in a circular basis. Body supported and the person can move on a circular path. And the robot will move it up. Gradually, with all this we started developing all sorts of rehabilitation robots. So some are called foot plate with base meals, plate with base. They have a plate, on which you have to stand leg length based on the leg length, a gate pattern generator. The foot plate will do the task. And the person has to hold some support, and a motion is given. And a motion is creating synergy among left and right part. On the other hand, if this part is in this part, then you need motivation. On the ground. What the ground? Because you want to apply and so so actually that is actually not this is required. Need also support. This needs also support of few people. Instead of that, will move it. The robot will move it out concept. The robot can move it up. The robot can assist you moving outside. All these robots are like chair, trainer. So the robot moves with you. The robot moves when you go outside. So and the kindness and the always the robot will always make sure that the robot goes out with the while supporting the patient. and most famous and Locomat, treadmill-based system, treadmill is a very common, for walking and running, can be set up, But now they introduce one more term that is assisting using so they started making a orthosis supporting the and body weight support So now they have a body weight support, along with an orthosis, and a treadmill. So now they are able to make a person feel as a walk person is, and the gait pattern is, and the gait pattern is, and the synergy is created more laterally, right part of the body, And this part is for suppose that the person is on bed, at bedridden state, at that time, at bedridden state, all the machines cannot be used, all these trainers cannot be used, including the previous one, including the foot leg group and outside for overground training. It won't be applicable if the person is bedridden. For bedridden state, you need an additional different kind of system. So all the systems are developed for bedridden state people. Meaning what the challenge is, although the motion is quite simple, motion is not complex, but the devices made are too complex. The physiotherapy motions are very simple. The physiotherapy gives a very few basic motions. It may not need a very high-end manipulator to dictate that motion. But where is the difficulty? So the difficulty is every patient has its different kind of need, and in the absence of therapists, there is always a chance that there may be a mistake in particular therapy. So we come up with the idea that okay, for lower limb there is a very standardized procedure. For upper limb, both hand have independent movement, but for lower limb there is a synergetic movement. So if both limbs, their motion is restricted by an orthosis, like the example your Locomat, the movement is restricted with an orthosis. If orthosis allows you to have certain degree of movement only, and now if that orthosis is operated by a manipulator, now here comes the simplicity. If a person which is wears a very simple orthosis which is easy to wear and a simple manipulator which can operate, we started up with this two combination that we can make a passive orthosis which has only sensors, no actuators. So one can wear it, and then you have a manipulator which is simple in its composition. Like for example, all these motions, if you observe, are restricted to a single plane. Most of the therapies, including all the trainers, you can see all the trainers, most of the motions are restricted in a single plane. So you don't need a fixed degree of freedom manipulator for all these. So we started off with a planar manipulator. How we can integrate a planar manipulator along with a passive output. That was the initial idea. Basic anatomical study, what is the maximum and the minimum possibility of a limb, what is the maximum and minimum speed which we can operate. So all those we charted it down. And based on that, we developed a workspace, how much area we need to cover using our manipulator or using an active orthosis or a passive orthosis. So we created a workspace. The idea was to create, to know that if we create a passive orthosis, simple, crust and a knee, crust and a thigh bone. So if we support these two, these two part of the leg, and we connect the manipulator at the end. This workflow refers to what will be the ankle position, at which angle with respect to the angles which are shown is basically the angle of the ankle at which it is reaching to the environment. If the patient is sitting at position X, Y. Now this also now we think about it. So now we need an algorithm which can actually cover this workspace. How this workspace will cover how a manipulator can be used. So we started off with a lambda mechanic, which is a simple one. Composition. Now we write other manipulations, other manipulators. For example, always control another challenge because control ability of control. If you somebody might be aware about control, you have a control variable. You have a control variable which you have to control. You have a sensor that measures that. And then you have an actuator you want to control. You want to control a position feedback. You have a position feedback. We have a position of actual position of the error you and the error you and try to minimize the error. Here the problem is the sensor is on the legs on the legs on the office. The action is on the manipulator. The sensor problem or the sensor problem. So now you need a map. Now you need a map which actually your the system to the now. And now we use controls also. We have controls also. We very scale and this scale the back adaptive back feel very effective. Very effective adaptive back use and adaptive back. Middle stage is middle stage and we don't need to have the derivative of the position that you can use. But you can use but we use an adaptive back for all these kind of so now when the clarity increase, the clarity, then there is a problem. There is a problem that kind of planar devices won't be able to. Planar devices won't be able. Planar devices won't be able to. Election and all these we can achieve, but this achieve this tremendous challenge. For this, actually, we were working with our Russian collaborators. They also found that this motion is not possible with our manipulators. So we proposed spatial work. Okay, what would be if we extend this to a spatial? So we use the same to just make it to a spatial work, and then parallel manipulators which can actually work in space. So now these manipulators can actually navigate. It has a high degree of freedom, in space. Simple manipulators, but it has high degree of freedom and high degree of experiment and operating. And so the anchor is given us, four degree of freedom. Now these two systems will be both in order to achieve the addiction and abduction. So further, we are going on more studies on this, that we can finally develop something which can be able to do all those people to which a physical want to get the service and can be made accessible to the patient. Thank you. If you have any questions, you may.
Thank you, Professor Jeff. Any question, please?
Yeah, so yes, generally a typical 60 degree of manipulator it comes with some 25 lakh, 30 lakh, and mostly are imported. So we tried out with these manipulators, parallel manipulators, um, like in-house if you build actuators, they cost around within a lakh. If you give to a startup, they can provide it for 2.5 or 2 lakh, something like that. So that's the advantage, like you, because power requirement is very less within, the payload is not more than 10, 12 kg. And you can always use a back revive, a slow system. You don't need to have a very fast system for that because the rehabilitation actors are not very fast. You can use lead screw based system, lead screw, ball screw based system, which are fail safe. In case power is off, they are not failing. And in commercial manipulators, if you see like UR5 and all those things, I fear to work very near to it because if any Jacobian goes to zero, suddenly it goes through abrupt movement. Recently, I was working, my students were working, and they were training some trajectory, and suddenly it moved and hit to the table. So now, if that happens with the patient, we don't know about this commercial thing. But if you use a
lead screw based or these kind of systems, they are by nature very slow. And if it gets switch off also, they will retain their position. So that's the advantage of having using a linear joint. You can see in all the previous example, we have used linear joints. Here also it is linear joint. It's a safety system. By default, they are safe. If you use a linear system instead of a rotary system. All are linear system. It has a linear actuator at the bottom. It has a linear actuator here. Bottom is linear actuator. Everywhere is totally linear actuator. There is no rotary motor issue. It is high RPM and there's a big chance of accident. By default, they have a linear motion and which controls the final output. That is the advantage.
Thank you, Professor. That's all. I just have one question. While synthesizing the dimension, do we without the patients?
Yes, yes. So, my PhD thesis was on this part. I was comparing this ergonomics, these three. So, as per my studies, what happened if you use this system, no? The person need to be boarded a little from 1.5 meters of height. These two systems you can use directly sitting from your chair.
Is it catered to Indian population or like
We made this one actually for experimentation. We made this one. And this was already commercially available. This manufacturer is called Lambda Robot. It's available commercially. You can buy and connect to the system and can start working.
Thank you.
Any question? Student, student, given to Professor Chan. Thank you, sir. Due to time constraint, one speaker by Professor Gagan Raj Gupta, it has been shifted after tea. And now let's have join as soon as possible, possibly before 5 p.m. Yes, yes, online, online. Yeah. So let's join just 5 p.m. 5 p.m. So the bar at star 5 we can start the next session.
Hello, Professor.
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Hello. Can you hear? Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Your voice is kind of
Hello, I can't hear
speak
you
something.
clearly.
Can you speak
Hello,
something?
good
Sorry.
evening.
Yeah. Yeah. Getting your voice. Yeah. Getting your voice. But it's little low. And it's little low. Your voice is not.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah. It's clear now. Yeah. It's clear now. Yeah. It's clear
Okay,
now.
so
It's
shall
clear
I
now. Okay.
start?
We are just having a we are just having just checking the claims, checking the like another 2 3 minutes. The crowd is
Okay.
I think the session chair will start. Let's just
Okay.
checking the let's just checking the sound. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Professor Gagan. Can you listen me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fine. So just waiting. After chai, tea, people are joining. So we'll start in few minutes.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the last talk for the session two. Last talk for the session two is by Professor Gagan Raj Gupta. Professor Gagan Raj Gupta is an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IT Bhilai. His current research interests include ML systems, generative AI for telecom network, distributed GNN, integrated and split learning, career prediction, and root cause analysis, medical devices, and high dimensional data analysis. He will deliver an invited talk on multimodal medical imaging, device design, and machine learning algorithm. May I now request Professor Gagan to please start his talk.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for inviting. So in this talk, I'll briefly talk about some devices that we have developed recently and machine learning techniques. And they come from various branches of medicine. So one is hematology, where we are trying to predict the hemoglobin level to screen for anemia. Ophthalmology, where we are developing a fundus imaging device, a non-mydriatic fundus imaging device, and something that we did in cataract grading, and dermatology, where we are looking for skin diseases. Underlying, like we are developing techniques how to deal with various modalities of data. So it could be various images that we have captured under different illuminations. And one example towards the end, when I talk about dermatology, would be to show how large language models could be used to inject domain knowledge into the deep learning models. So when we are working with scarce data, noisy data, we may leverage the information from medical texts and use it to improve the quality of our models. So this is the brief overview. So firstly, we have developed this hemoglobin meter as a non-invasive device, so no blood draw. It captures the videos of our finger under illumination of various frequencies of light. So the light would get absorbed to different degrees depending on the level of hemoglobin in the blood. Initial accuracy that we have achieved is within plus minus zero point 0.5 of the hemoglobin level. This study is ongoing at AIIMS Raipur with 1,500 patients to calibrate the sensitivity and precision, because the size of the finger could vary in patients. The skin conditions and various other factors could be there, which could affect the accuracy. And we are currently working with some hospitals in the remote regions of Chhattisgarh. Actually, in Chhattisgarh, there are areas where there's severe anemia and the hemoglobin level of the population is much, much lower than what we could imagine. And we're developing it as a low cost device and a portable device. So it has an embedded system which does the machine learning algorithm implemented on the device itself. So I'll play this video just as a quick sort of a demo thing. So the patient is asked to insert their finger inside this device here, and we will illuminate. Inside there are various frequencies of light, and we are illuminating the finger and capturing a video. And for about 30 seconds, it will display this message. Once the image has been captured, it would say you could remove your finger, the reading has been completed. Now the patient can remove the finger, as you can see. And then after some time, it will continue to do its computations or run the algorithm. And at the end, it would display the estimate of the hemoglobin level. So currently, we are trying to improve the accuracy. As I said, we are doing a larger trial. We also are trying to find out if we can detect the type of anemia, whether it's iron deficiency or vitamin B12 deficiency, or maybe sickle cell anemia. And Also, we want to reduce the inference time, the time it takes to compute these estimates. So this is some ongoing theme with the hemoglobin meter. The next one here that we are working on is this non-mydriatic fundus camera. Um, as we know, this diabetic and hypertensive retinopathy are leading causes of visual impairment, and there is a high prevalence of diabetes and hypertension. So, how can we screen the population without dilating their eyes? So, that is the non mydriatic part. A fundus camera is basically a device that captures the quality of your retina or the image of your retina, and a non-mydriatic one would be where you don't need to dilate the pupil, so that we could use it for screening. Now, the one of the major problems with this is that lot of patients, due to various reasons, like maybe they are having cataracts or they're when NMFC or this non-mydriatic fundus camera is actually used, the image quality is not that high. So here in the device, we have two parts. Like one is with the infrared, which is used to adjust the lenses so that we can get good focus. And then we are using visible light to capture the image. And our hope is, I mean, still under research and still under development, but the hope is that by combining the infrared imaging and the visible, imaging, we could detect the retinal diseases at an early stage. So currently we are, trying to improve our device, and both from a perspective of improving the quality of the images as well as a low cost, implementation. Thirdly, like there is this cataract screening app which we have built. As I said, like there are, when we go in the field and check for these diseases, you would think that I will do the screening of the retinal diseases, but then the majority of our population is also having cataract and multiple things going on at the same time. So one of these applications that we built was to detect and grade three major types of cataracts, which are nuclear, posterior, and cortical. These are just different regions of the lens of our eye, which get clouded due to cataracts. And there are also some mature cataracts, HMSC, MSC, and PPC, which could be there. And the idea is that if you are doing like camps, vision camps, then such a automated system can help you grade the severity of the cataracts, how much it might be impacting their vision, and then guiding the patients to, like, how quickly they need to have surgery, and even some complications that can arise in the surgery. For example, if you have diabetes at the same time, or you're having high blood pressure, or some infection in the eye. So those are some things we want to, check or eliminate or plan for the surgery. So basic input for our algorithm here are three different images captured under various illumination. So this is a image of the eye lens taken with a slit beam, which illuminates the cross section of the lens. This one, the middle one, is with a retro illumination, which illuminates the back of the lens. And this is image of the eye with diffused illumination, where we can see like the normal way how we see someone's eye. And with these three inputs, we are trying to grade multiple types of cataracts. And therefore, this approach is called multi-model, because there are multiple inputs of different illumination, different types of data, and multitask, because we are trying to grade simultaneously various different grades of cataract. So while previous methodologies focused on one type of cataract at a time, and their models sorry, would also be quite large, we focused on a lightweight model which could simultaneously give a comprehensive view of the cataract, all kinds of cataract, which could be simultaneously present. So for example, yeah, the nucleus of the lens could also be clouded, as well as the back of it. So these combination type cataracts could also be quite complex. And we were able to show in our study that the multitask approach is able to exceed, the multimodal multitask approach is able to far exceed the accuracy that we would achieve only by focusing on a single modality and a single task. So the contribution is in terms of developing a smaller model, and that model can run directly in a mobile application, and also a high confidence in the grading, where we get high average accuracy and the standard deviations also low. And there is some explainability study that we did to correlate what our model is basing, or how it's grading these patients, and where exactly it's able to. So the green regions in this image are the portions where the model believes the lens is clouded. So although it's not like perfect, but it kind of goes to the regions where there was clouding of the lens, and that was validated with the help of the doctors. So when we are deploying a machine learning model in the field, it's important that the doctors are also able to interpret its the predictions that it is making. So it's a step towards that. And this is the final topic for today. This is on skin disease classification. Here, the problem statement is that when we are trying to detect diseases on the skin, the tone of our skin. So, like some people have fair skin, some people have medium tones, some people have dark toned skins. And when we train machine learning models, they tend to get confused because of the skin tone itself, and do not perform very well on certain type of skin tones when we ask them to predict certain skin conditions. So the key idea that we developed here was that we took the various skin diseases and generated their representations using a large language model. So large language models are trying to give representations which have semantic meanings. So what we are showing here in this chart is that with the help of the representations that the large language model gave us, we could find a clustering of the benign skin conditions, the non-neoplastic skin conditions, and malignant or cancerous skin conditions. And it made perfect sense in the sense that we would have expected that the conditions which are benign should have representations close to each other, and the conditions which are cancerous are different from those and have their own groupings. So this kind of analysis is called clustering. And the skin condition representations that we got from these clinical text, you can say with the help of the language model, captures the basic semantics of how we would expect these representations to be. And our key idea in this paper is that if we use these skin conditions and their representations, and when we are learning these image representations using a image encoder, then aligning the image embeddings or the image representations with the text embeddings. So aligning meaning when there are relationships between two diseases, like if there are two benign conditions of the skin, their representations should also be close to each other in the image representations. And similarly, the cancerous representations or the representations of the cancerous portions or patches of the skin should have representations which are close to each other and different from the benign conditions. So we are enforcing this structure that we have learned from the text embeddings onto the image patches that we are obtaining from these image encoders. And our observation or our experiments show that they are both more fair in terms of they are less sensitive to the skin tones, the darker or the lighter skin color, and also more accurate. So this is this patch align architecture that we propose. And a way to measure the quality of a model or the fairness of the model is to compute this predictive quality disparity. So predictive quality disparity says that if you have multiple skin tones, so here we are showing a DDI data set from Stanford, which is clinically validated for the skin conditions. Um, we are showing the performance of Patchalign, our model, and the state-of-art model Fair Disco on these multiple skin tones. And we observe that the patch align is improving the accuracy for each of the skin tone groups. So here we are T12 is the lightest and T56 is the darkest. So each place there is improvement. But if I observe the min to the max ratio, so this blues are the fair disco, and fair disco performs the worst or has minimum accuracy on the medium skin tone 3 and 4, which is 71%. So its fairness is 71.7 over 92, which is roughly 78%, and which means that it is unfair to this group. But compared to this, if we observe this purple color bars, which are for the patch align, we see that the predictive quality disparity is is much better. I mean, the higher this number is, the less disparity is there, because the stone on which I perform the worst is as close to the maximum performance. So I want to reduce these gaps in these skin tones. I want my model to perform equally well on the various skin types. So we were able to improve the predictive quality disparity metric using this patch align framework, which again uses the information gathered from the clinical text representations or the names of these diseases to learn better image embeddings. Another metric that people use in the literature is equality of opportunity measure, which compares this fairness by comparing the true positive rates across groups, aiming for equal opportunity regardless of skin type. So here again we have this metric, like shown for our method patch align, and this is the 6 different skin tones on a Fitzpatrick data set, which is collected from the internet, and it's a very noisy data set with even a lot of mislabels. But still, our model is able to learn from that and achieve decent performance in terms of identifying the various skin conditions. And it also generalizes well on out of domain examples. So out of domain testing is done as follows. We train the algorithm on two skin tones, let's say T1 and T2, and then we evaluate it or test it on the unseen tones. So here it would be T3 to T6. So in these experiments, we are training on a subset of tones and then evaluating on those tones which we have not seen. And these are the skin tones, meaning the light and the dark skin color. So here also we see, as compared to the previous algorithm or previous approaches, the model is able to perform, with much higher accuracy, and also this fairness is improved in most cases. The PQD is always better, and EOM, except for one case, is better. So this is in the direction of developing more accurate and fair machine learning models in situations where, like for Fitzpatrick, as I told you, is a internet data set with lot of mislabels and lot of noise. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Are
Yes,
we audible? Are we audible?
there's a lot of noise, but yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. First of all, we are really thankful that you come on my and give us the presentation. We are very much interested. simple. One point I just thought of this algorithm you have developed, based on only image processing, or can we also add things like textures and haptic feedback?
Yes, we can. So that is the whole idea of multimodalities. That various, sensors, different types of sensors carry sometimes orthogonal information. Something which is not visible from the image sensor could be there in the touch sensor, for example, or the texture sensor, like the dryness of the skin, for example, or the moisture that is there. And such signals, now we have to see what is the orthogonal or the extra information that we get from that modality. So, um, so there are various approaches here. So one is where we try to fuse the representations and try to align those representations. So, like the multitask model that we use for cataract grading, that is where we were trying to fuse the information without explicit alignment. Whereas in the other, the text to image that I was showing, there we had done alignment, explicit alignment. So, just an example. So, when I see from my touch sensor or like some sensor that the texture is very rough or dry, then I want to correlate it with the dryness patch in the image and want to make sure that they both agree with each other on the representation. So when I try to do it explicitly, that is called explicit alignment of the representations. And when I leave it to the model to just pick up from anywhere and fuse the information, that is implicit. So I don't know whether it's like fully clear, but we evaluate multiple approaches and then see which one works better.
Another small point I noticed is that in terms of the image processing, there is always a scale effect there. That means it depends on that at which level you are actually processing the image. Uh, what kind of zooming you are doing in order to get the image.
Right.
So is your prediction invariant with respect to the scale effect?
Yes, I mean, to some degree, the convolution neural networks, the way they are designed, they work on multiple scales. So we have filters which work at multiple scales. We have various different size of filters and stochastic paths within the neural network, which can take care of the scaling effect. So it's not only just the scaling, but also rotational invariance, translational invariance, and various other kinds of properties. And it's not like perfect. It depends on also how much data augmentation we do and at what scales in general what we see in our training data. But there is a way to build robustness in our neural networks to overcome the scale effect to some degree.
Okay, thank you. I think I will later on catch up with you.
Sure,
I am
sure.
Bishak Bhattacharya.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sure, we'll catch up.
Thank you, Professor Gagan.
Thank you.
Now it's time to move for the next session. Before that, we have, may I request a student to present a small token for the session chair for the session two, Professor Mr. Neeraj Sinha.
Good episode. So I have an announcement. Talk with Mr. Neelam Puneetar has been shifted to tomorrow. And we will let you know about the exact time of that talk. So Mr. Neelam Puneetar commences. With this, we have come to the end of the second session of the symposium. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the third session of the symposium. Focused on wearable intelligent devices on flexible electronics.
Myself, Suraj Kumar Misra, proposed of the SMSS Lab, Mechanical Engineering Department, IIT Kanpur. Chair for this session. Session chair is Professor Ashutosh Modi. He is a professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Now, request Professor Ashutosh Modi to welcome address for the session.
Thank you. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. So we are in the final session, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all in this session on renewable intelligent devices using flexible electronics. As you all know, recently wearable devices have revolutionized how we handle the technology, and I think almost all of us we are like smartwatches. You know the they have on our life, having on our life, and yesterday in this session we will dive into the exciting world of these innovative technologies, how they are exploring, how they are they're making devices more lighter, more adaptable, and more functional. And fortunately we have greater insights on the latest advanced possibilities in this future possibilities in this. And I hope this session I provide valuable insights and knowledge to you further spark creativity and innovation. So we'll start the session with Professor Hiroki Wakatsuma. So let me.
Thank you.
You're there online. You're there online. Yeah, thanks for coming for me. Yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, so let me just quickly introduce Professor. So Professor Hiroki Wakatsuma is professor at Purdue Technology in the Human Intelligence Graduate School of Life Sciences and Systems. This research includes research in neuro robotics, facilitating cognitive neuroscience and neuroscience. So today he will deliver a talk on biological measurements of decision-making process, but human bus drivers or possible implementation, formal artificial. So yeah, so I would now request Professor Wakatsuma to take us away and provide us insights for this research.
So thank you very much for the kind. Okay, can you hear me?
Speaking game.
Fine.
And we can also see your slide.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the. I deeply appreciate for the opportunity having the presentation today, and then I sincerely apologize. I couldn't go the site in this moment. So then, I sincerely sent the best regard to the Professor Vishak Bhattacharya. He has kindly support our collaboration QTech and the IIT Kanpur. That's the wonderful history. We are accumulating the trust relationship. Okay. And just shortly, I'm introducing myself. I'm starting at the engineer, NEC company, making the hardware development, and then joined the team with the developing the first generation the not computer in NEC, and then quit the company, and then start the mathematics. And the mathematical department, I entered the university and then master degree and PhD degree. Then I joined the Rick and Brian Science Institute and then moved to the QTech. Now I currently at the full professor now. So I'm starting with the artificial intelligence. Now Professor Shibata is very nicely have the talk tomorrow. I understand.
Today, I would like to emphasize my model-based approach with respect to the data-driven approach. I'm focusing on the logical reasoning and knowledge-based, based on the human expert knowledge. And then, but also we are thinking about what kind of data can be examined from the human body. So this is one of the schemes that we are thinking, the focusing on the automated driving system. And then now with the automated driving system working well, the extracting the sensor information that the implemented the control law. But we are focusing on the safety and the awareness for what is happening in the real world. Therefore, we are proposing afferent semantics, extracting data, then reconstruct what is happening in as a knowledge. Then artificial intelligence or the focusing or the alert. Okay, even if there is no signal or no information in the prior in the environment, we can investigate or predict what is happening. That's why we are emphasizing for the integration of engineering and informatics. We are thinking about of the prediction or awareness what may happen. Then I'm standing on the Dominic's approach here. So this is one example, taking the movie in the Japanese role scene. I understand that India is more serious situation may happen, but then this is the one of the cases. So this is a bicycle. If driver just assumes that this bicycle going this way, but now the bit dangerous situation is happening. So that's why in the city area, the automating driving system bit tough for the such a detection of the potential accident. This is the purpose. Now I'm currently contributing the automating driving system project. Now this is one of the
こんにちは。今日も安全運転でお願いします。
the example how we implement the ontology-based logical reasoning system.
この時間帯はゆっくり通行しましょう。
Then deep learning detecting the human or the pedestrian and the other the bicycle and the sidewalk, and then now seeing now the red, then we need to stop. This is the human drivers driving. Then the artificial intelligence I implement, say talking or the alert. So now the signal turned blue. So then car started, but then pedestrian exists here.
止まってください。歩行者です。
Then the computer alert according to the understanding situation.
制限速度は40キロです。
So this is also alert for the over the speed according to rule. This is a semantic web rule language we are implementing such as the logical reasoning system into the artificial intelligence. Car X is turning right and car Y is the go straight. Therefore, the rule is embedded. Okay, car X toward the crossing, then Y is going forward. The X is turning right. That's why X have to stop, and X give away to Y car Y. There's some implementation method we are developing. The RDF kind of the semantic the data structure can be embedded in the class instances, and then based on the ontology web languages. Then semantic web rule language is one of the way to implement those systems into the robot or automated driving system. Now, today's topic, I'm focusing on the biological data. What is the difference of the expert athlete and the novice player? This is a case one. I examined the Paralympic athlete wheelchair basketball. We used the eye tracker data and its mean, case, accelerometer, and the gyro. We also examined the EEG analysis. Then this time, the expert athlete can be measured the gaze characteristics of the EEG to discriminate the typical athlete. So this is the wheelchair basketball. This is a Bicon system. We put such a the marker in the body, but also the ball. Then this data can be reconstructed the numerically, very clearly. This is a point we did. Then we can examine what the difference the novice shooting motion, but the expert shooting motion are different because the body is snatching very flexibly. So then today's topic, we are focusing on the biological signal, how we can discriminate or the expert athlete and the novice player, the players. So this is one of the data we examined. This is a genius player, Patrick Anderson. We examined him in the Canada during the game and the preparation stages. This genius player have very clear gaze control having in the game, but he do not show such kind of tendency in the preparation stage like the training stages. But the normal athlete doing similar kind of tendency because we assume, okay, this athlete, expert the player have some very accurate control of the gaze. They're like a peak is very clear, and then the motion can be controlled very clearly. That's why he did not use the move his own eye unstable way. So this is also the analysis, the gaze frequency of the expert at the game. This gaze pattern is very clear frequency in the game, but it's no such a tendency in the preparation stage. But the normal athlete also have there no specific peak here in the gaze frequency at the moving the gaze. So we examined the EEG data. Expert athlete have the theta rhythm and alpha rhythm. Alpha rhythm represent relaxing on the mental stages. Theta rhythm represent the kind of the remembering the but good the past memory. So therefore, we are discussing on the different tendency of the expert and the novice is a kind of very clear difference the gaze. Then next assumption, we tested similar kind of things for the birth the assistance. This is a collaboration that the Fukui University and the NICE professor the Ikeda. And then we examined the difference, the expert nurse and the novice, no, the very the beginning stage of the nurse. We use the Tobii eye tracker and assess delivery model, then examined those things. Then we compared the midwifery student and nurse student, the student in nurse school, and having skill based on the experience less than 100 deliveries. And skilled midwives, the well experienced with rich experience, more than 1,000 deliveries. So firstly, we compared the gaze pattern in the case of the woman. We assume the woman's face is a kind of the mother's face, and then fetal height. But we cannot difficult to discuss what is the actual difference the expert novice. Therefore, we examined the more clear analysis, the frequency and the distribution of the gaze. This is a novice and expert. It may have a kind of similar tendency. We need frequently moves the eye and then staying longer and for example, 2 seconds. But interestingly, experts have the long staying and more than 7 seconds. Then we analyzed the different way. if there's condition and then staying some specific target head and fatal head or woman head more than the 0 second, okay, with similar tendency, even at the expert novice. But we can compare staying longer, more than 4 seconds. Expert novice are clear differences. They are significantly different. This is one of the tendency or the difference that expert and novice. So then finding is that expert has a long attention, the concentrated attention during the long time, like stay longer at the target position. But novice have the frequently, they see a target place, but then frequently change the attention. This is the difference. Then finally, we are going back to the driver's behavior. I discussed the expert bus driver at the Nishitetsu Bus. The company is very expert at the famous in the Kyushu area. That's why we discuss a lot, and then finally we cooperate together. Then we examined such expert bus driver. This is driving the process the mental process of driving. Driver has the need to have three the function in the brain: cognition or recognition or decision making and operation or the motion. So then we need to estimate for the driver's mind with what kind of decision making done, because very skilled driving technique is difficult to extract as a logical reasoning system. I mean, the implicit the process in the brain. That's why we try to examine those things in the more clear, explicit way. We measured the position, accelerometer, and gaze, and the scene camera. And then the velocity can be estimated, the GPS and the accelerometer, and then we can estimate operation. And the gaze tracking, the scene camera, it can be compared to gaze and the object position. And then cognition, it can be reconstructed in a sense. Then we try to estimate the decision-making process in this scheme. So first experiment, okay, we did experiment the scheme. This is the three places we examined: limited environment, reproduced environment, and real environment. It means the limited environment means the training course in the school. And the reproduce the real environment is the actual the bus, the driving with real passengers. But then the company cannot did not allow us to the monitor and the real environment. That's why we set the GPS and the accelerometer only. So then reproduce environment, we rent the real bus and then ask the expert bus driver, then try to follow the exact same course, the real bus courses. Then in that cases, we use the GPS and the camera, accelerometer, it can be examined. So then the more clear experiment we did is a limited environment. This is the course of the driving courses, and GPS, camera, accelerometer in the car, and hand, the leg, and Tobii eye tracker is also here. Then this is a kind of direct measurement of the expert driver. So this is one example. We can the Tobii eye tracker monitors for the eye the position of the eye movement. This is a very accurate because of the commercial product with the expensive one. So, but we need to know what drivers see. That's why we use the YOLO for the artificial intelligence, the detecting object. So then what kind of the target drivers see now is compared. We also examined in these cases how many times that the drivers are seeing the back camera mirror. Okay, they frequently check the mirror, and then the mirror has a very the number of the mirror is very existing so many the mirror inside the car. So then we can compare eye tracker, the gaze position, and YOLO object detection. Then attention can be measured. So this is the example. This is the eye position is we called gaze, and car or some other the target, it can be detected by YOLO normally. We also use the transfer learning the YOLO. Then we examine the additional learning. Then we our system can capture the mirror position here. So then compare the gaze position. This is one of the example for the we analyze here. This is the driver's position. This driver can have to see the mirror. This is the outside upper left, outside lower left means the okay, bus is bigger, and then the driver cannot see everything in the directly. That's why he need to use the mirror to check for the some the pedestrian approaching the cross the bus or not. Okay, that's why this is the mirror for the right side, mirror for the left side, and the inside left, inside right, something like that. We examined the position, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 9, the numbering for the different mirrors. So then this is the result, mirror gaze ratio before after signal changes. The mirror gaze rate is it's not so different to the total the number of the gaze point. That's why we classify the scene, the scenario, the go straight, the turn right and the left. That's why the scene A, scene B, scene C, scene D. Scene A represent the same frequency of the gaze before and after signal change. Scene B, high frequency gaze before signal changes. And then there's attention, and the number of the frequency of the gaze is quite small. And then scene D at the high frequency the gate after the signal change. Then we obtained those data. So go straight the pattern. We cannot find the number of the gates and in the turning right. Okay, this is the timing in the turning right. Okay, the signal the turning red the red signal we have to wait longer and then turning right, then we can go here. In these cases, the driver has to check the mirror, the everything, and then go start the moving. Then we can confirm this the blank point. This is actually after 24 seconds. And after checking everything, then drivers go, they're going forward. Okay, then such a tendency, the number of the gates are different, the before and after, especially because the blank or DRC. This is a starting motion, in fact. The interesting point is that the some of the data represent this is exact timing turning the blue, but expert bus driver knows timing to change the signal. That's why they are checking the gate the mirror, everything just before the turning right, then go. Just minimize for the waiting time. This is very wonderful because we can know when the signal turning right, but they have internal time. Then they can predict what happened or when it happens. Then some the less attention case we cannot discuss for the statistically. But the interesting difference for the turning right and the left cases, if bus is going straight, we can see this kind of the phenomenon. But they apparently Yes, the turning right red, the bus driver have to check more frequently, even just after the moving. Therefore, tendency are different. The here, checking motion is more frequent in the after the turning red. Interesting point is that we can discuss timing to concentrate on the gaze point because they need to have okay, they need to follow the schedule for the bus. Okay, then they have their own pace or timing. Then they can they are assuming what kind of how much time is allowed with some specific action. Then they are controlling the timing. This is a very interesting point. So then the summary, sorry, I didn't, I'm translating the Japanese to English now. Okay, first discussing all the gates, the data analysis, experts have the common tendency to focus a specific target precisely and high attention. Case one, we are discussing in the case. So then the gaze point with the frequent, the accurately controlled, depending on the situation, is quite different to the novice player. Case two, we are examining the expert, the nurse, with respect to the student, and then the tendency, okay, focusing the target to stay longer and rather than the novice. This is the second finding. The last finding in the examining the bus driver, they are also controlling the timing to gaze. This is a very interesting. Okay, this is my topic I'm presenting here. Thank you so much for the kind attention.
Thank you so much. So do you have questions?
Professor Wamatsima, this is Vishak here.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the wonderful talk, and we really miss you here.
Yes, I miss you.
I have one question, so may I ask?
Yes.
This is related to experts waves that you were discussing. That is the presence of beta and the alpha wave.
Yes.
As they are concentrating their wave, we also not see some delta rhythm.
Yes. So I'm not quite sure because of the very, very original EEG data, very noisy. Delta is very slow. Then finally, I guess some kind of delta is removed in the process of the noise removal, I think. That's why finally we only extract the theta and alphaism in these cases.
For the case of the bus driver, when you were talking about internal clock, is there some kind of anticipatory thought process that happens inside them?
Okay, sorry, the microphone has a very noisy. That's why I couldn't catch the point. Sorry about that.
Is it better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Noisy.
Yes.
Okay, I think I will send my question over email. Okay.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear us? Hello, can
Yes.
you hear us? Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks, Professor, for delivering such a insightful and I'm sure like learn something new here and they would further questions to you or other questions to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So with this, we'll on to our next speaker, Dr. Saket. So let me give a quick introduction for Dr. Alam. So Dr. Saikath Sahu is an professor at the Department of Mechatronics at IIT. His research primarily focuses on assistive and manipulation and robotics. And today he will give us a talk on soft robotic exoskeleton for walking systems and rehabilitation.
Sorry for the interruption. So thank you for the kind introduction and for thank you for the introduction and thank you for inviting me in this symposium. So I'd like to talk about soft robotic exoskeletons for walking assistance and rehabilitation. So before that, let me give a brief overview of my research activities. So I have worked on soft robotic exoskeleton, which is something that looks like this, where I'm wearing a jacket. So we can embed the controllers, motors, everything on my jacket, and we can just quickly wear and belt up, and it can be ready to use. So this is this kind of setup I have developed. And you can see this is a fully portable setup. So I'll discuss more about how to develop this kind of setup, how to control it. So another activities, I developed some algorithms using some wearable sensors, LiDAR sensors, camera, and some IMU sensor, those sensor to develop the AI and provide the AI so that it can be controlled in a robust manner. These exoskeletons. So I have some research activity in developing one angle because mostly I'll be focusing in this talk about soft robotics. These are going to be the contents of my talk. So I'll start with soft robotics and design. I will start from the scratch. That you know that how to develop the actuator very scratch. Then I'll discuss about the high different level of control system that we can develop to control one as we want it to be controlled. Then I'll discuss about mostly the high level control algorithms. Like I device AI, I'll discuss more about it, what I mean, human loop optimization, how we can human are interact together and robot together to come up with optimization. Then I'll talk about some options and some experience that I've learned where this development development space and muscular disorder and like in normal. And then I'll talk about how also we can also be used for running first little this was about the actuator. So mostly fully embedded type actuators. This objective is develop actuator and lightweight because we will be turning on actuator and then improve the bandwidth of the actuator. The bandwidth of the actuator we want to run faster everything to run so that it can take out gates and then develop a high torque density. The idea behind it, that you develop an actuator, develop an high and torque. So previously this kind of so we have also developed in our capabilities in our exoskeleton. So this kind of actuator, that's called the pancake, see the side, see the right side, mimic to the pancake. So and this is I'm giving the actuator view of that and so the different components so that you see the most important part is here the stator and we use the system and basically the wares comes out and the actuation that is lead actuation and there are encoders to measure this kind of so we try to reduce the clear transmission as low as possible so that it will help us to increase the bandwidth. So compared to the design that earlier, there was first design on this kind of design on this kind of data. So from that, compared to that design, we could use that the bandwidth to basically the amount so that it can assist the running. So next, so this is a complete setup. So first, it is a cable driven actuator. As you can see, maybe the picture is not very clear, but you can see the cables are the actuators that I showed in the previous slide. Here comes the controller, and here comes the wires like this, and there are the anchoring points to channel the wires such that this cables works parallel with the human muscles. So when we give command, this cable is getting pulled and it provides assistance as we and then for controller, we use this SBDO 9651 from National Instrument. It has some FPGA module in it. This FPGA module, you can parallel process, you can make it control very fast also. And we basically used only two type of sensors. One an IM sensor that records the whole kinematics of the human walking and gives a feedback to the control system, and also use the load cell to measure how much it's delivered by the robot to the humans. And then, so this is a fully portable system. We have also developed some LiPo battery to power the motors and the controller. So these batteries, total 4 batteries of 12 volt. It can, so it's 14.48 volts and together can give you a power backup till maybe 30 to 45 minutes. So as we talk about the actuator and talk about the soft exoskeleton textile based design. So when we design such efficient actuators, we need to think about the control mechanism because the control is going to be very difficult because it is a soft actuator and you need to control it properly because if you give improper force assistance, it is not going to work for the subject. It's not going to help the subject to get benefit from the exoskeleton. So we go for something like called admittance control. So I think you must heard about the impedance control. Impedance control is mostly used for the compliance mechanism. It is just the opposite. This is the admittance control we use for this kind of cable-driven actuators. So basically, in admittance control, we give force as a input, a force error from measured from the feedback loop and the desired, and the output of the admittance control is a velocity. So it used to control the desired force. And above all that, there are a lot of non-linearities come into the picture, because when you talk about textile-based design, so these textiles are going to move when you walk. So as far as tight as you can do, but there would be still some movement. And there will be also the soft muscle movement. Soft muscle movement also going to reduce the delay, sorry, the increase the delay, also going to interrupt with the desired force driving. So to encounter this kind of problems, we incorporate some feed-forward motion. So stiffness and motion, feed-forward motion. These are models, basically linear and non-linear models. It's a easy feed-forward model. So based upon the input from the force and the feedback from the angle that is the person is walking, the angle of this lower limb. Based on that, this feed-forward model will give some kind of estimation, and it will try to encounter these errors in advance so that accurate assisted controls will be given to the subject. So actually, when you walk, there are two parts. One is stance space, one is swing phase. So this admittance controller is going to help in the stance space basically. Basically, this is switching admittance position control. So this is the admittance part, and the position part is when we have the swing phase. In that phase, this controller is going to release the cable as much as can, so that it do not interrupt with the human motion. Now, we talked about the actual design, we talked about the control system. This is the low-level control system. Now comes the main part. So the robot will give the food, but the robot doesn't know when to give the food. So in that point comes the mid-level controller, which is human-robot synchronization between the robots. So this is the sensor data from the data, as you know, human movement is periodic. So we can take any 2 points and we can generate this kind of gate cycle estimation. Suppose this is 1 point and this 1 point. This is called the maximum inflection point. Taken here as 0%, and from one maximum inflection to another maximum inflection, it is 100 based on this. So based on this, now we know when this maximum inflection point, and we can synchronize according to the data. So you can see this here is the GCP from here. Now we can develop the desired force we want to give to the and based on the onset time, and also the based on part of the input that are given from desired force, the desired be given to the controller, and now the whole control system will try to track this kind of that would be assistance. So now I would like to talk about artificial level, like artificial intelligence. Basically, artificial intelligence problems is called on-device AI. So hard about on-device AI. Whenever we apply AI, internet connection, there is no internet connection. We can't get any help from the server. So on-device AI means that data you have in the device you have, based on that your AI with what and give you the whatever you are targeting. So in this human in the loop optimization, we try to human and robot so basically in this optimization problem, is real time. So this Bayesian optimization is basically taking the human parameter, which is nothing but the is of carbon dioxide. So based on this measurement, we try to reduce or minimize the problems, and accordingly our the force resistance we set is design variables, onset time variable, peak timing, release timing, and amplitude of the force. So now, very interesting point we have seen that in this case, different person have different kind of attempt to adapt with so if we give a fixed force profile based on some subjects so that may not fit for so based on this optimization one is create or find a new point where there will be some synchronization between the subjects and the robot. They come to a handshake and they will propose so okay, this is the output, this is the force we want, so then robot will continue to maintain that force. So basically, this method was proposed by the Stanford University. So what our contribution was that we make it a real time problem, like try to develop in the real time system so that it can be implemented outside the laboratory. So For that, what we do it, we do not use directly the this respiratory data because the respiratory data has very sluggish response. It will take like 5 to 6 minutes to stabilize and get some lines. So we develop some model or proxy parameters to build the relationship between the respiratory data and our system. So based on this proxy parameter, now our problem of lagging has been minimized, and we developed our system. So I'll show you a small clip. We developed this system and we implemented in real time so that you can see this is a mountain hill and this whole exoskeleton setup is assisting the subject to move upwards in the uphill walking. So as you can see, we started the exoskeleton and now the subject will walk. And based on the walking, as you can see, these cables will be getting pulled. Yeah, I think the picture is not so very clear, but this cable is getting pulled and is try to synchronize with the human gait cycle. So our result, we have, did some research on walking without an exosuit, like the normal human being walk, and with the optimization strategy that we proposed, and with the this is the fixed assistance that I talked about, like applying same force to all the subjects, and this is the powered up condition where the subject is wearing the exoskeleton like as he's carrying a weight. As you can see, there is a significant reduction of the metabolic cost or the effort of the human uh, using our optimal strategy. And most importantly, it could reduce the time to 50%. So now using our algorithm, it can optimize within 3 minutes to what the subject and robot come into a cold close handshake and use this kind of assistance. Okay, so I'll move. So now that we have developed the robot, now that we have developed the AI part, so another problem we approach how to make these robots adaptive to different situations. For example, here same robot we developed the high level configuration to implement some strategy. This is the code circuit. So we take data from the sensors. We use some activity mode classifier that can classify the activity mode, and based on that we use some adaptive oscillator and again the GCP. So this whole cycle, so as first as this activity mode classifier decides what is the activity that subject is intended. So based on that, it will give that suitable profile because our biomechanics is not same for walking uphill, walking level or running. So based on the recognized intent of the subject, it will change the force resistance and try to give the proper force resistance so that subject can reduce the effort with the exoskeleton. So we tested our hypothesis in laboratory on the treadmill. So as you can see, they are using our robot, is inclined treadmill. We tried our algorithm for various scenario like 4 different walking speed and a lot of like 5 different inclines, so 2 degree, 5 degree, 6 degree, 10 degree, and so it's so significant. Tested our robot for running. As you can see here, myself wearing the robot, and we tried to run with the robot here in my back, and we tried to see that how fast it can. As I'm running about 3 per second treadmill. So check that. So let's check that the force tracking was perfect, and this can every step that I took. So next, we try to see implement how we can implement our device, our exoskeleton to Parkinson patient treatment. But when we see the data from a gate cycle is very complicated. So we see that it's not like normally difficult to identify gate cycle or debate cycle or gate cycle of the gate algorithm that same algorithm for the normal subject. When we encounter these problems, we try to develop the data algorithms with the data. And the first in our laboratory that we develop the behavior of the like crouch or walking. with very fast, very slow gate. And also we develop some exoskeleton that is exoskeleton lighter than the previous version of the exoskeleton. Basically, reduce the force that previous exoskeleton. And we also reduce the textile that we used in the previous. Very simple, backpack type, that that's like the standard standard use that we can use. So that feel very comfortable while using it. Okay, so I think this is another project that I did where we try to learn the environment. Also learn the environment. When you walk from the there is input and there is also environment. There is also environment. And depending upon the environment, it will change our gate cycle or the robot gate cycle. Know that robot, but the environment is coming in front of the subject. So we use some LiDAR sensors. LiDAR sensors are very easy to implement, and it doesn't need a camera. Because camera needs high data processing. It lacks the control algorithm, so that it cannot sync up with the human mark. So we use LiDAR sensors. So this LiDAR sensor was triggered when the hill struck, and when the sang rotates in this direction, so that LiDAR sensor triggered. So given that when it's triggered, it will scan the whole environment in front of the subject, and it will give us a cloud of points like this. So from this cloud of points, if we just do a simple fit, we can get estimation of what is the stairs and what is the height and length of the stairs. And we check it also for level walking and also for incline walking. So like this, we have also developed some algorithm that can sense the intention of the user. So suppose I want to develop an exoskeleton that can help us to walk in a different step. But in order to do that, we need to first know what is the human intention to walk with exactly what step length is desired. So to do that, I used one sensor mounted on the eye of the subject, and then we take the data, we train and fit model using the data, and then we come up with a structural fuzzy inference system that we can implement on the robot. And the robot could learn that, and the robot could interact with the subject according to the desired step length he or she is wanted to use. Also, we have developed some kind of gate event detection algorithm. So this gate event detection algorithm basically sends different gate cycles. So suppose if we are walking, there is a different phase like hill strike, foot flat, toe off, heel off. So if we can sense this intermediate movement or intermediate events of the gate cycle, we can control our robots in a better way. So in order to do that, we also implement some IMU sensor in the foot and the thumb. And then we try to see that develop some kind of feature detection algorithm that could detect the heel strike, foot flat, mid stance, toe off, and mid swing. And then this exoskeleton I developed during my PhD. So this exoskeleton is a knee exoskeleton, so which can be used for arthritis patients only from the knee. So it can help the patient who are having arthritis to use it, and it can share the load of the patient so that they can walk properly. So here we use the mechanism like a 4-bar mechanism, and this 4-bar mechanism is mainly controlling the compliance of the spring during the stance phase. And then there is a pulley helping the swing phase when it is detected. So during the stance phase, like if this is the phase, so the spring will be activated and it will be pulled and give sufficient stiffness to the knee joint. And when it is done, the spring will be cut off from the system, and then the pulley will pull the leg in the swing phase. So like this, it will work. So I think my time is almost over. So, I have recently joined IIT Bhilai in the Department of Mechatronics. So I'm setting up a laboratory like for robot-assisted healthcare laboratory or robot lab. So these are the research areas which I'm going to focus. So if you think we can work together, please feel free to reach me or contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zoe. I mean, I really enjoyed your talk. Very, very nice work. So, any questions?
Very nice talk. So I have three very short questions. The first question is that regarding to your pancake size actuator. Is it remotely placed actuator or you have installed on the knee, on the knee?
So that was for, I think,
Yeah, your first question.
yeah, that was for heat exoskeleton. The actuators are placed like if it was in a backpack we are carrying. So in the back side of the backpack, the actuators are mounted cables, and then cables come out of a line.
Okay, so that is cable driven. Yeah, remotely placed actuator. Second question is that, and second question is that you are using multimodal data for rehabilitation, like that you have shown that you are trying to breathe, you are trying to mimic the motion of
Yeah. Yeah.
So are using multimodal data to rehabilitate the patient who is suffered from Parkinson's disease or muscle power problem or some you wanted to
The idea was for a long time. The previous stage was to make sure that it is safe for the patient. So that we first take the data from the hospital, collect the data. We see that normal algorithm doesn't happen in the data. So we try to read the data. We try to read the data, make the behavior normal, normal. I'm like walking like I'm walking like it, and so that we can see that our exoskeleton is working perfect. That kind of force applying to the face.
And last question is that that will be only the patients with the muscle power, supplement with normal muscle power, but muscle power we wanted to be that is that you think that it is the ideal. That
These sensors need these sensors are not necessarily very good, but it's only use the multiple because we can think about some scenario where carrying a backpack get some assistance from the physical assistance from that is working in an environment which is very loud, or the stairs or the staircase in that place. These sensors that is the application that these are not exactly for the so we are planning to application like industrial application, and also when mountains where there's a lot of documentation. Exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Shaker, really enjoyed your one question I had, regarding battery pack. So what's the kind of range of this battery pack? And can you think of, because you said the swing phase, right? Can you think of some kind of energy regeneration in order to extend the battery?
Yes. So I think this kind of research has not been done yet. So the battery pack we use can provide support for very limited time, that is very limited time for 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So we can always build up or come up with some idea so that we can store the energy from human working. Like we can combine the system and passive system together, we can reduce the power consumption if possible.
Hello, Dr. Saikat. Very nice talk. Question is that, hello, Dr. Saikat. Very nice presentation. I have two questions. First question is that you had chosen the cable-driven mechanism. One thing I can see that it will be convenient in terms of force applicability, force enhancement, and all these things. What advantage is there with the cable-driven system while which you considered while designing the system?
So cable-driven system we consider basically to provide flexibility to the user. So because you can see there other part of the exoskeleton, those are rigid exoskeleton. You can see rigid links. And the problem with the rigid links is that the subject cannot move his legs as he want to. So these links will always keep some amount of resistance. So the whole idea behind using cable-driven actuators is that there would be a ample amount of flexibility from the user side. So this is the main consideration for using a cable-driven actuator.
Thank you. And my second question is, you have chosen Kawasaki direct drive actuator. So why you considered this particular actuator for this?
Okay, so first, there are three reasons why we choose this actuator. First, to make it very compact, because QDD doesn't have different stages of gear, so it will be compact. And as we are reducing the gear transmission ratio, so it will be fast also. So like we want to walk very fast, in that case, if my actuator cannot support this kind of walking or I want to run. So main idea is to tackle a very range of walking and running scenarios. So that was the main idea, and also to reduce the size. It will be compact, so that we can embed the system to a suit or like a jacket, and we can easily wear it. So these two are the prime idea for considering this kind of actuators.
Oh, thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. Harmonic drive.
Yeah, it's that actuator pancake is up not if I'm not wrong. Is it something related to harmonic drive? Because as far as I know that this pancakes size actuator generally use harmonic drive to have high gear reduction ratio.
No, we are using low gear reduction ratio. Is that's the opposite idea. So yeah, we are trying to reduce the reduction ratio so that it will be compact and it will act very fast.
Cable driven system also reduces your inertial effects.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
That's the main reason.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sahul. So we would like to thank you by presenting your memento. So we'll move to the next talk. So next talk is by Professor Neeraj Sinha. I think many of you know him very well. So Professor Neeraj Sinha is a professor at Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Kanpur. So his research interests lie in the domain of additive manufacturing, biomedical engineering, assistive devices, and nanotechnology. Now, today he's going to give a talk on development of cardiovascular assist devices.
वो फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए। Perfect. Yeah. So good evening. You all had a very long day. Am I audible? I should be. Okay. Nice to hear. So I'm Neeraj Sinha and I'm a faculty member in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, joined IIT Kanpur in 2013. And today I will talk about slightly different thing, cardiovascular assist device. So we have been working on two kind of devices. One is left ventricular assist device, and the other one is percutaneous ventricular assist device. So I will talk about both of them briefly. By the way, this logo has been designed. We call this LVAD as Yantra. It is because it is the machine of the heart. And accordingly, with the Hindi name and the impeller, you can think of the logo. So project has been named as Mission Heaven. We embarked on the journey almost 2 years ago. So a lot of people have this confusion in the campus also. In the campus also, when I talk, when they say artificial heart project, in the campus it's also known as artificial heart. Then they think that we are trying to grow, the artificial heart cells and to still we are basically what my mother used to say, I'm just good at putting a hammer in manufacturing, casting, casting.
beyond our. So here we are developing. Mechanical. So I will just give you. A glimpse of. Can you hear? Can you hear? So slightly old video, but it gives an idea that we are just concerned with the development of mechanical circulatory support. So this is something that we already showed in the video. And if you see, this is our object of interest. And this is the exploded view with an inflow cannula, top cover, outer body, motor, impeller, casing, and casing lockering. However, when you look at it, it looks like a toy, but it's very complicated. And in India, the price is something like to the tune of 1 crore. Now, when honestly, when we started this project, nobody knew what is LVAD. I think many of us feel that if we would have known at that time, we would not have thought of making this device. So sometimes ignorance is of this. So the target specifications, if you see, because it has to go to the pericardial space, the weight has to be, and it is basically a destination therapy. So the person, it will be implanted and the person will be carrying out its normal activity. And it is estimated to have, or ideally it should have infinite life. So if imagine something is kept implanted over here, you would like it to be very light, right? So the specifications are the weight should be around not more than 250 gram. The dimension should be based on the state of the art.
50 diameter, 56 height, low power consumption. The flow rate has to be, it is electronically controlled or tuned by the cardiac surgeon, but up to, in the extreme cases. So the device should have the flow rate up to 10 liter per minute. The RPM, it does not go again up to 10,000 RPM. 4,000 to 6,000 is the range, but the device has to be mm, made so that it can go up to 10,000 RPM. And the noise level, because if the motor is running, right, and if it is making a lot of noise, you can just imagine the unease the patient will have. So as low as possible, as I said that years, we say infinite, and when it is running at such a high RPM, even 4,000 to 6,000 RPM, there is going to be the rupture of the red blood cells. So what we call as hemolysis. So hemolysis has to be within. It is going to happen, but it should be within the limit. And of course, the blood clotting, which is on the surfaces of the device. So we divided the verticals. One is the pump design. One is the pump design. Another one is the motor design. Another one is the motor design. Then more compatible surfaces, because somewhere very smooth, somewhere you need surface with some kind of texture. You want the cells because you want the cells to attach. Once you have a layer of cells, then it will the body will not treat it as a foreign object. And then of course all the controls are very essential. So having set out this kind of and we embarked. This is the journey. This is the journey that we started years ago. We started with polymeric version of the polymeric version of the assembly. Then the metallic, we moved to the metallic, which is aluminum. We moved to the titanium alloy, and this is the current prototype, which 160 gram, only 190 grams are the dimensions are as per required. Is required. By the way, I would like to mention here the whole idea is built from everything is built from scratch. So the idea is that once we have a know-how, once we have a development of the motor can be used, the motor can be used in different way. The way you just whether it's a bad analogy, but a car development. Building. In the car manufacturing, you will see that many of the parts, many are basically same, even the engine, right? Even the engine. So, right? If you have the know-how of development of the individual component and sub-assembly, then it can basically develop a completely medical device. They can be used in different. So with that aim, but we cannot wait. We cannot for every device component to get developed and then you assemble them together. So the idea is that for running, we need a motor. We get off the shelf. Other things are put together, and then we are testing the device performance. Simultaneously, the motor development. So, and once we have this indigenous, our own built over here, now slowly using this strategy, everything is here, and we take pride in saying that everything has been built here using the facility of ACMS, Westec, all the places, all over the place. So this is the device, biomedical alloy, and if you see during the fabrication, this is the design. These are all fabricated. Each of the parts, whatever the design is there, and they are fabricated parts. In order to test different kind of conditions, you need, a testing platform. We call it a test bed. which itself is a product. Because if you see, here is our prototype, and then you have this is basically the ventricle unit, motor electronics, flow meter, pulse duplicator, pressure sensor, everything. And you can basically simulate different kind of conditions. And why I said that this itself is a device or a product, because this can straight away be used in for the training purposes in many of the medical colleges, where you are training basically the resident doctors and all. So once we have different kind of when we, as I said, that as and when we keep on making changes, we make improvements, we test it here. So this is our test bed, also called mock circulatory loop. Now, the ultimate aim is to have maglev. The idea is that if you will have maglev, then the power consumption will be less. Uh, all mechanical losses of frictions and all will go away. So these are the, and each of the work, whether it's a design of the impeller, where we have this 4 blade versus 6 blade, splitter blade, angle, blade angle, everything has been supported with rigorous back-end calculations or simulations, even the motor design. So you have the conventional motor design. If you see some of the places, if it is this way, then the space is taken is more. Without say changing the functionality, if you make it vertical. These days even IT Kanpur is going vertical. All Type 4 bungalows are going, and why to save the space? It's the same logic over here, that if you can actually go vertical, and you can save a space, because pericardial space you have very limited place to uh, implant the device. So these are the homegrown motors with sensors and all. And this is the version 1. We have moved to version 2. Now we have passively levitated motor that has also been developed over here. In terms of controller, we basically, if you would have observed the device, there will be a drive line which will come, and at the front there is a panel. If you do not remember, then I can just go back to this. This is the panel. So this is the panel which will basically help the surgeons to set everything or given the parameter. So this is how the display will look like. Battery status, heart status, alarm, any problem, in case of any problem, the display. In terms of packaging, sometimes I'm not from electrical background, but electronics background, but initially you have three different boards, three different boards, then you try to squeeze them and consolidate them in one board, one kind of thing. So those kind of things have been going on, and so the present controller specification basically the speed is 7,000 control, 7,000 RPM per minute, 5 liter per minute, and as I said, then we have passively levitated passive levitation, that is passive levitation already has been achieved. Has been achieved. That's what it was. So that's what it was showing, that reducing the number of input to make it compact. The other one is surface prepared. That so as I said, you have this impeller, you have this going at very high RPM to be very, but some places can land on different areas at different, and now we have using furnace all the conditions, sintering conditions. We have whatever is the required specifications. We have been able to achieve that. In vitro tests have been performed, emulsion loop tests have been we are performing. We are allowing data that we have already generated. So the other aspect is adhesion, backlit design and activation, and these are highlighted that as I said that Ashutosh can understand, also those who are from biology can understand better, can understand better new team of meetings and new team of implanted inside. So the remarks is that the lectures are added, the vaccines and so they are suitable for new team of products. So basically, we can tailor. We have the control over think about the mechanical aspect. We have done all the theory simulations or motor development or electronics or the surface. So we have pretty much we can tailor the now when we talk to doctors, they say that large scale simulations and all are fine, but how it performs when you actually work with blood. So this is the hemolysis loop test as per this ASTM standard. So here is our prototype. Here is our blood reservoir. We are doing it with fresh human blood, and we are maintaining the temperature and there are flow and temperature sensor. I will just show one video where the movement you can basically see. Just taken from mobile, but what you can see is that we have been able to maintain this temperature 37 degrees centigrade, and the current consumption, power consumption, whatever you can say, is very low, and it's very stable. Okay, you can just see over here, and it's very stable. Not a very clean video, so just taken from mobile. So in nutshell, our technology is frozen. Of course, till we do not go for animal trial, we will keep on, trying to see everywhere the nuts and bolts are proper or not. So we are already talking to Sri Chitra for animal trials and one more agency. In between, the person who basically trained people over the surgeons in India for LVAD implantation, he visited our lab, and this is what he told Dr. Devi Sethi from Narayana, and I think also conveyed to the director. But I'm not patting my back till animal trials are complete. But this is the statement that was made, that every component of the LVAD built by the ITK team is far ahead of any similar project anywhere in the world. I'm confident that it is only a matter of time before this LVAD emerges as the best artificial heart in the world. So from Dr. Lyle Joyce. Now, the other one where we are also involved is percutaneous ventricular assist device. So as I said that LVAD is a destination therapy. PVAD is bridge to therapy. Suppose somebody has a heart attack or the heart is being temporarily, it needs some support. So in this case, it's just 3 weeks to a month, and the patient is lying on the bed, and what you see over here is that it's basically put through the femoral artery, and if you see over here, it's a very miniaturized device with a pigtail over here. Its function is also to pump the blood from left ventricle to the aorta so that it goes to the whole body. So in that way, it's also a left ventricular assist device, but the challenges are different over here because in LVAD, you open and then you put it over there. Here, the dimensions, if it has to go through femoral artery, you can just think that how small the dimensions are going to be. That I will show. So the target specification is the pump output should be 2.5 to 5 liters per minute. Pressure rise is to be 80 to 120 mmHg. And the size, if you see, the pump has to be 4 to 8 and motor has to be 4 to 8. Very small.
Again, we have divided it into three verticals: from design, motor and control electronics, and catheter guide wire systems. So the other thing is that in case of LVAD, the one that we are developing, it is centrifugal for mechanical engineers, and this is axial. So we have the design. We have 3D printed it. The outlet, we can see outlet inlet. Then we have performed experiment as well as try to match it with simulations. Again, we have a test bed for this. You see over here, and if you see over here, initially we tried with just pure accelerated axial, and if your axial motor is very large, as I said, our philosophy that use of the cell on working, keep on working, testing the device as well as developing that component in parallel. Then we from pure axial from aerotic fan if you see the juicy is over here, you is over here, very small tiny device. So simulation. And the other thing is that the RPM required is there. As I said, maximum year 10,000. Year around 40,000. So uh, with the impeller diameter of 4.9 39,000 inlet outlet profile, some simulation. These are the experiments. These are also the experiments. Which is our target is our 4.3 mm, 39,000. And this is the commercially available device now. Right now, we are in better than them. Whether it's with our design of acumen or simulation acumen, there is some aspect when we actually go for animal trial. But this is what they do is that they report blood analog. So with the blood analog liquid, performance is right now better than the commercially available device. That is, price is also around 45 in the market. The impeller by A Biomed. So one may question whether our simulations are correct or not. So there is a FDA benchmarking. This is just to tell that we have done this FDA benchmarking, and if you see our results and the FDA benchmark results, they are exactly overlapping. So our simulations are all in. We have a sort of a validation. Since it has to go through femoral artery, you have guide wire, catheter system, motor sits at the so this is the guide wire that we are developing here. As I said, that every company will want to develop. So this is the proximal and distal end, and the desired properties are king resistance, steerability, trackability, low tip load. Again, we have done the simulations, and we have made our own setup. So this is how it looks like. So now we have this wire on which we can actually do threading and even coating is. So this is the video. Sorry, if I can. The video is not. It's not running. So it basically in this video we demonstrate how on the wire we are doing the winding. This is the wire specimen with the coating. This PTFA coating we are still working on, but silicone and all they are working. They are as per requirement. And if you see some places the spacings are more because as I said that it can fit into other device systems as well. So they have a potential use for targeted drug delivery. So for trackability, because it has to move and it has to be, you have to design it such a way that it is stiff, but at the end it is flexible, because if it is very stiff at the end, then it will puncture and then the patient is gone. So
Again, as per ISO, we have this trackability platform where we basically test the trackability of the guide wire, how much force is required for perforation. Those things we have already performed, and this is basically the phantom with guide wire. You should see this is how we basically test the movement. Now, the motor, the fabrication and testing has been in place. And again, as I said, we started with macro motor. We are right now at mini motor. The aim is to go to what you say, micro motor. So even the testing of micro motor is there. When I do not have that image, but if you see somewhere we have put it with a coin, 5 rupees coin, and then you can, you have a reference, and then you can imagine for which price, how we are actually we are moving the miniaturizing the size. Ultimate size is very small, the kind of motors that are used in drones. Now, this is something that is our vision for this project. Braided wire shaft, guide wire, we are already developing. I know that which are the other places this can be used. Same way catheter, which can be used at different places. Simulator, micromotor, this kind of micromotors, if you think of the 40,000 RPM, but dental surgery and all, they can be used ultimately. And ultimately, once we have everything in place, it will be a device, TRL, any of the things. Many of the times, the slide is slightly old because the recent development is more like for the campus community. Really, if you want to really see 1 week from now, 1 week from now, and we have a stall in Samanway, we will have a live demo. We will have a live demo of the both LVAD and LVAD. So you are welcome. So this the way they go, think, the moment you think what will happen next, that's what will happen next. It ends and then it says, thank you. All the projects are tracked. Of course, our job is just to come and give this popular talks. There are people who work and it is basically both the teams. Basically, we have teams. We have. It has been decided. It has been decided in such a way that there are many fellows, technical staff, PhD and PhD and technical part-time basis, part-time basis, and for each domain, mechanical, say for mechanical, design for design and manufacturing, materials are for electrical aspect, for electron aspect, for electronics, each aspect, we have a faculty member. And if you go to the lab, what you will see that any one of them, they are specialized, they are a particular domain, they are working on the suppose electronics control, they have the idea, about what is, otherwise system integration will not happen. You walk in any moment, anybody present there, will tell you everything, what I, more than what I am telling, but they again have a signed job. So this is the big team, and he is Dr. Lajwa. I visited. We had an intense 1 day session with him, all the discussions, a lot of input we got. He is Dr. Julius Pune, he is a senior cardiac surgeon. So for LVAD, our clinical mentors are Dr. Devi Sethi, we take advice from even Dr. Paul from AIMS, Dr. Julius Pune, sometimes Dr. Rehan also, and for the EVAD device, our mentors are Dr. Satyendra Tiwari from SGPCI, who is a well-known cardiologist, and Dr. Santu Pandey, will be here tomorrow. Will be here. He's a well-known cardiac surgeon. So in fact, they also visited just 3 weeks back. He gave a lot of input. So we are working uh, in collaboration with the hospitals and doctors, and we keep on taking feedback from them. So these are our, partners like AIMS, Apollo, Fortis, Medanta, Narayana Ayurveda, Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research, ICMR. These are basically our vendors. Batch of 1976. Then in individual capacity, both Mrs. Sudha Murthy and Mr. Narayan Murthy. CSR, we have got funding from Fortis Lab, we have got funding from BankMet, and ICMR has also supported. So in terms of manpower, in terms of support from institute, infrastructure, in terms of funding, alumni, funding agencies, everybody, even CSR donations we have. So now we are keeping our finger crossed. If the animal trial is successful, then it will basically open a very new era. It will bring a lot of confidence, not only to the research community in IIT Kanpur, in general, in the country, that because some of our alumni who are now at, say, Harvard Medical School or Utah and all, they are BTech from here, and then they went on to do MD from Harvard Medical School. They are practicing cardiologists. They say that LVAD is the most complicated device that one can think of building right now, if you talk about the cardiovascular domain. So it will bring really, it will transform a lot of thought process. And as I said, that the way this arrow thing I mentioned, that our vision is not just to develop this device, but to develop a complete medical ecosystem. I hope I have not exceeded the time. And with this, I would like to thank, and I will try to answer your question. If not, then the fellows will definitely be able to.
Okay, thanks a lot. So any question?
Excellent talk, Professor. Two quick comments. I have visited your lab last time I was here, and I've spoken to your team, wonderful team. When you spoke about the deployment of that evac, so they were discussing how can we go about it because we have to go through femoral. So we in cancer surgery, if there's anything blocked in or put in what we call self-expanding medical stents. So we discussed the scaffolding that would actually reach the heart and then unfold and deliver you. The second comment is about the cost. You said it's that is 1 crore. Listening to that cost, I think the right venture will also stop twice. I think we need to.
25 lakhs.
No, no.
LVAD, actually 80 lakhs, and with all license and surgery and all, it costs around.
That's where we clinicians feel a lot of pain because we have so much of talent in the country, we have so much of resources and funding. We could just bring down the cost that the end user gets. I'm sure if you have this device and one person gets the benefit, one get the benefit, how humongous is going to be the difference in your satisfaction level. So we have to work on the raw material, the funding, and whatever we can to drop down the cost.
Exactly, that's the whole motivation behind doing this. Because if you think of the bill of materials, my colleague told that the bill of material is basically, as I said, that it looks like a truck, the bill of material. So the bill of material, the cost is something around 3 lakh rupees. It's all about, in Hindi we say, how do you make it so precise, and at the same time, the development cost. The development cost is very subsidized because if we are putting our time, we are already paid. We are already paid. So when in terms of the infrastructure, ICMR, again, ICMR and all ITCAN projects, development cost. The development cost is low. I share the same, you can say sentiment, about same sentiment, I will say, not answer. When you bring it by, say, 10 lakh, there is a section of the society, which will be able to, regarding your other question, I rest of time, because I had rest of time where I had to village,
we have this kind of we have thought of different kind of arrangement where in case of LVAD, the impeller is metal. But here it is polymeric. So the way you have this umbrella. You can open and you can open that kind of mechanism. The fellows have come up with different different right. You can twist, if you twist in the other direction. So we are working on go into the nitty-gritty that if it is a collapsible, use it, collapsible impeller, that is the win-win. That is the win-win. We are working.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I just have one question. The assistance point of view, the kind of assistant will be adaptive or it will have some kind of systems that's providing.
I think Asians and I can tell you better. We can provide the device, with all the elements and control, but at the end when it is implanted, depending upon how strong or how weak your ventricle is, they basically tune it. That's why we are saying that in general, on an average, we are told that 4,000 RPM and say uh, 1.5 per minute assistance is a common thing. For the stream cases also, we are designing 10,000 and then say 10 LP. But exactly how it has to be, that is something that is of the challenge.
Any other question?
And question regarding the robustness of the system. What are the metrics basically on which you have tested the robustness of the system? And in case miss like Twitter or electronics got failed, what are the backup plans?
So, in terms of for everything, one thing is that we have followed all the initially all the ASTM, ISO, whatever IC compliance. The other thing is that that's a very good question. Suppose maglev fails, then what will happen? So there is for the electronics or motor guy could have told you that till help does not reach, there is a backup. It's not that it has failed, it is not able to levitate, so it will stop. It will keep on working. There is a plan B for all of them. Even for the battery thing, also, you always have a spare battery. And if you notice, there was an alarm thing, right? So then they know that your primary battery is going, is discharging. Now it has reached a level where you should now start charging it. But for the main concern over there, as I understand, is about the motor. Everything is basically if the motor does not run, then everything stops. And for the motor, uh, if the levitation is not there, if it stops working, then there is a backup for that. That it will still work, because if there is no levitation, what is there? If it is no levitation, it will go down, right? And then if it sits, you can have what we call n-1 version, where you have this pivot or shaft kind of arrangement. There it will keep on working. So we have that robustness in mind, because there are, but more than a motor, the most likely or most common problem related to LVAD is, as you can say, driveline infection. If the infection is there, then it's a done deal. Your device is working fine. So in fact, sometimes it has happened that people are just resting and the pet came and just. So, but motor wise, we have a plan. It will not stop working.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we use a lot of electronic. So, like iPhone have a lot of back attach the charger while it's charging. So I have two questions. Does it interfere with the system, the functionality of the system? If it does, how?
No, it does not interfere. Again, I will say that you have to pardon my ignorance, but what the uh, electrical electronics people say about permanent magnet and electromagnet and all those concepts they tell, and they say it does not interfere. That's what I can actually say. Motor is there, but again, they basically say it, you know, permanent magnet and then electromagnet. So basically, it is not going to affect. How again I said that I should have come to that to answer that question, but there are devices already commercial devices which are there, and these issues are not being there.
Thanks a lot. So we'd like to honor Professor Singh's small momentum.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Starting from morning till I think now it's how much? 7:30. I exceeded my time actually. Thank you. Thank you.
That would compliment this session and for that and thanks a lot. And we tomorrow we hopefully everyone come in, hopefully everyone
The session we like the students to small successfully assessment, completing the session.
It's a long day. It's a long day. Also, it's going to be a long day. Interesting. I need to borrow from USA and end in US. So please come at 8:30 sharp, the MIT talk, and the last talk will be from Harvard. So yeah, I think very nice experience tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Thank you.